Can't stop, won't stop till we on top. Quit, I think not. Coming hot for the #1 spot, yeah. No key, got the game on lock, ayy. Big threes when I take my shot, ayy. On the rise and we ain't gon' drop. On the grind, it's our time, just watch.
If you want it, you can get it. Life gets hard, but don't you let it get you down. Go get the crown because our time is now.
Ayy, we gotta get it. Gotta get up, gotta go, we gotta get it. Ayy, they won't forget us. Made it happen and we all became legends. We gotta get it, gotta get it, gotta get it. We gotta get it, gotta get it, gotta get it. We gotta get it, gotta get it, gotta get it. We gotta get it. We can't be contained when we leave the game. My name will remain. We don't need the fame. You can keep this chain. We broke free so things won't be the same. Nah, on the mission, gotta get it. Let's work. We were raised on the net. I'm raising my net worth, but it ain't about the money. Nah, it ain't about the cause. All that matters is the world knows who we are. Stars.
If you want it, you can get it. Life gets hard, but don't you let it get you down. Go get the crown because our time is now.
Hey, we gotta get it. Gotta get up, gotta go, we gotta get it. Hey, they won't forget us. Made it happen and we all became legends. We gotta get it, gotta get it, gotta get it. We gotta get it, gotta get it, gotta get it. We gotta get it, gotta get it, gotta get it. We gotta get it.
Know that our time is now. Yes, life can get hard, but don't ever let it keep you down. See, we are all kings and queens and we all deserve crowns. So don't wait. Get up, go out and get it. Now.
Hey, we gotta get it. Gotta get up, gotta go, we gotta get it. Hey, they won't forget us. Made it happen and we all became legends. We gotta get it, gotta get it, gotta get it. We gotta get it, gotta get it, gotta get it. We gotta get it, gotta get it, gotta get it. We gotta get it. We gotta get it. Gotta get it, gotta get it. We gotta get it. Gotta get it, gotta get it, get it.
별거 아니란 말은 그딴 게 뭐냐는 너의 말은 시간 낭비하지 말라는 말은 Stop it 보여줘 너의 carry 무리를 지어 계속해 이어 전설의 기어 때가 왔지 언제까지 비워 너의 자리 채워 내 순간 잊은 적이 없지 I'm no liar 잠시 떠나왔지만 yeah we on the fire 무리를 지어 계속해 이어 전설의 기어 때가 왔지 언제까지 비워 너의 자리 채워 내 순간 잊은 적이 없지 I'm no liar 잠시 떠나왔지만 yeah 보여줘 너의 carry 준비한 이 rising bro 지금이 너의 season 새로 태어나 보여줘 너의 carry 준비한 이 rising bro 지금이 너의 season 새로 태어나 싸워봐 너만의 전설 왜 무너져 좀 하지마 걱정 차임 벌어져 조금씩 점점 불태우는 것이 나만의 적성 시작해져 다시 돌아가도 선택은 똑같아 Where the dogs 무시했던 놈들에게 보여줘 너만의 번개 성공의 대가 yeah 벌티 꾸준하게 성장해 네가 뭔데 나를 재단해 난 앉아 있어 내 책상에 지나긴 시간 지나 ready 오고 있어 내 때가 망설임 뒤에 who am I ain't no free anymore 보여줘 너의 carry 준비한 이 rising bro 지금이 너의 season 새로 태어나 보여줘 너의 carry 준비한 이 rising bro 지금이 너의 season 새로 태어나 보여줘 너의 carry
Alright, see you later, buddy. See you later, buddy.
That's a good one.
Nice.
Welcome back to the 2025 Moogie's Valorant Throwdown, everyone. It is an absolute pleasure to be back here with you all. "24 teams came into this tournament, but only 2 will see California Hall on LAN final day in April. Defuse attempt. Koister first shot. He gets the second too, and Bay Popper takes down Jimmy. The res ill-advised. The ace kind of 5k for Koister Neon ultimate. They're really trying to make stuff happen. Bay Popper with 2 one-taps. Spike down now, and he isn't spotted by the eye, but he will be spotted by Sky. His teammates in. Dadskin's going to make it happen off the back of that flash. He's in position to get a second.
6 big booms for Tejo there. They are doing their due diligence. What a shot from the Moonis Tower.
With a commanding 13-5 map, the Yapping Narwhals have secured a 2-1 series victory and will join retirement home at LAN Finals in April. Bay Popper has to swing out here, and he takes down Jimmy, the 1v2 clutch off the jump spot. Pros don't fake, and this guy did. Unfortunate for Breach, he's going to get the kill. He's going to be shut down by the spike. Attackers win 3-0 for Yapping Narwhal. Looking for the kill onto Wingsy. Going to teleport down and safe, and Wingsy with a quick peek onto Lafrite gets the quad kill against Xiao. A 5th round and a clutch coming through from the initiator for Straw Hats. Angle, but he's so far out, they will not be prepared for him. He gets the first 2 and the third. Great setup from the Narwhals.
There we go. Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome to Moogie's Valorant Throwdown. This is our second year running the tournament. This is a fully in-house Valorant tournament run by Esports at UC Davis. My name is Alex. I'm the tournament coordinator and the director of production with Esports at UC Davis. If anything goes wrong today, you know who to blame. Okay. Hopefully this doesn't die on me again, but I am super excited to bring this event to Picnic Day for y'all. Last year we did it as sort of an independent weekend. It was in Cruise Hall. It was in like June, and it just, we felt like we could do bigger. And so this year we talked to Picnic Day.
Alex. Test.
We're swapping mics now because the handheld one doesn't like me. But we talked to Picnic Day. They were super cool about it. We ended up getting us an exhibit here this year. And I am super excited. We are able to get the players on stage this year. Your 2 finalists this year from a pool of 24 teams coming in, I believe from the upper bracket, is Retirement Home, Tricode UNK. They were pretty funny with that one. And your lower bracket, I guess your lower seeded half is going to be the Yapping Narwhals, Tricode YNL. These guys have fought through 6 weeks of online qualifiers to make it here. They've played a hell of a lot of Valorant, and they have shown an incredible amount of skill to make it here. Obviously, this event would not have been possible without our amazing sponsors. You've seen them looping on the screens all morning. Extra special shout out to Xfinity. They're out there tabling right now. They gave us an absolutely insane sponsorship package, and really they're the reason why this event is even possible. Additionally, shout out to Fine Microphones. We've got a lot of giveaway microphones for y'all, and as well as prizes for the winning team that'll be taking them home today. So if you are interested in winning a new microphone, a new monitor, maybe peripherals, or a Raising Cane's gift basket, which we have sitting up there if you want to take a look at what's inside of it. Make sure to scan that QR code. That will take you to a Google form. One of our sponsors, ASUS, has kindly requested that all of you fill out their or sign up for their sort of ROG Elite Rewards membership program. It's completely free. All you need to do is put in your email. Once you upload a screenshot of that, you'll be able to submit the form, and that'll get you signed in. This is really important for us to sort of gather how many numbers that we're showing up to our event this year, and hopefully push for more funding next year. And also, it gets you an entry into the raffle, and hopefully you'll win one of our amazing prizes. But again, massive shout out to all the people who could have made this possible. This Department of Cinema and Digital Media have been huge in making this happen. Last year, they lent us the building. We're doing production in Cruise Hall this year. Shout out to Patrick Lemieux and Stephanie Bullock for coming out here on picnic day. Patrick's right there. He's hanging out. And they've been doing a lot of great work making sure all of this can happen, talking to IT, talking to all the other faculty contacts. They've been super great throughout this whole process. And yeah, another thing that I want to introduce to you this year is the trophy. This is our first year doing that. It's only our second year with the event, but we figured this year, we would do a fun little trophy. And so this is a custom manufactured little brick of aluminum and resin pour. We spent about, I think, 6 or 8 weeks making this. So that'll be going home with the winning team this year. There is only one of them, so they will have to figure out which of the 5 gets to keep it, or maybe they'll slice it into 5 chunks. I don't know. But yeah, without further ado, I believe the teams are just about ready. We're going to hand it over to the analyst desk for them to talk a little bit more about the matchup. Takeshi and Jake are going to be waiting for you on the other side. Thanks a ton, everyone.
There we go. Wasn't quite sure about that first transition, but welcome back. If you didn't hear my voice in that intro video, welcome back to the Throwdown 2025 Moogie's VALORANT Throwdown, back and better than ever in its Run It Back Season 2, whatever you want to call it. I'm your host and play-by-play man, Takeshi TK Starstorm Kawada. Really excited to be here with you on Picnic Day for this historic Best of 5. Biggest LAN event in UC Davis history. What do you think, Jake?
Man, like I said, I want to see a 5-game series. That's it.
I don't think either of us could possibly ask for anything more. I'm sure everyone and their mother has plenty of predictions for how this series is going to go, but can I just say, big shout out to the scriptwriters, obviously. Thank you very much, Alex, for that opening ceremony, and obviously, of course, for making sure that no matter what happens, UC Davis is victorious on, of course, the Davis Day of all time.
We always come out on top. Don't look at me.
What can you say that hasn't already been said? With that being said, some things that would be interesting to talk about, obviously, before we get ourselves started. I'm not sure exactly how many minutes we have before we get into game number 1. We have Ascent. We can preview the map pool for all of you guys here real quick. We have Ascent as map 1. We have Haven as map 2. Split as map 3. Pearl for 4 if necessary. And also the decider map will be Lotus if necessary. And I know, Jake, you had some strong words about Lotus in pregame here.
Okay, look. Every single time we've seen Lotus so far this tournament, it has been the same comp, the same style, and a one-site map.
Okay.
So you know what? Maybe if we get there, maybe they change it up. But it's okay if we don't see it.
It's okay if we don't see it. That sounds like somebody who is not ready for a 5-map banger of a series here.
It also, yeah, it does contradict what I said. But
yeah. Well, there you go. You got to hope that this one goes all the way for sure. I mean, this second version of the Throwdown, a lot of the matches that we had in the group stage and even in the play-ins and playoffs, I believe there was only one series that actually went the distance and went the full 3 games in that best of 3. So hopefully we will buck the trend today and actually make it happen with 5 games here for this live audience here at California Hall. I can't hear you guys. I sure wish I could. I wish that we were casting in the back booth of California Hall, but you know what? I'll have to make do with where we're at right now. Just a couple minutes, I'm pretty sure, until we get into games. So what are your thoughts, Jake, moving into map number 1? This is UNK's pick for Ascent, and of course YNL is going to be starting on the defender side. So what do you expect to see from these two teams? Composition-wise, what do you feel like these two teams are going to bring to the table for us?
Yes, this is the new map to the rotation. I'm not sure how much these teams have it practiced, but KO used to be really good on the map. Killjoy used to be really good on the map, but with the introduction of Taeho, I mean, he's actually pretty good on this map as well. And Taeho's pretty good against Killjoy. So there might be the balance of, well, do you want to have KO to protect your Killjoy? Do you want to have Taeho to just be really aggressive? But overall, it is a very defense-sided map. And I think Yapping Narwhals is going to start off strong. And if they do start off strong, it'll be interesting to see how the series shapes up afterwards.
Well, I think as much as humanly possible, obviously, you want to take this first step. If this is UNK's map pick, which it is, you got to come out swinging. It doesn't matter what sided the map is. You picked it for a reason. You got to hope that all of your preparation comes into play here. With that being said, why don't we take a look here as we wrap up the last of our pregame analyst desk here stuff. Can we take a look at the road that these two teams have had to get to this point? I know for a fact that Alex has made some great graphics. There we go. Obviously, the group stage standings, YNL with that 5-1 record, making it up out of Group B. And obviously, UNK undefeated in group stage action, 6-0 to make it here, taking down the likes of the other UNK, of course, another fan favorite. With that being said, why don't we take a look at the playoffs bracket that they fought their way through to get here, because obviously both of these teams had to work their way. Oh, sorry.
No,
UNK being
Yapping
undefeated.
Narwhals.
There you go. Sorry. Yep. UNK being undefeated had a their path straight into the playoffs, and then YNL had to take down Donkeys United in order to get themselves a spot in the playoffs, which if we take a look at that bracket here in just a second, there you go. You'll see that UNK with the upset victory over Mogbubby, and obviously YNL, as a few of us here at the analyst desk, and just as casters in general, we predicted YNL to have a very, very strong run through the bottom half of the bracket. You take a look at the teams for both sides. You have James, Brazera, Flya, Venez, and Neru for retirement home. And then for Yapping Narwhals, you have Baypopper Various making his first appearance here for the Throwdown Part 2. Skyzo, Koister, and Moon all reprising their roles from group stage action. Both of these teams looked untouchable to some extent during group stage and play-ins. So do you have predictions, Jake, for obviously we want this to be a 5-game banger, us being the casters that we are, but do you have predictions on who's taking home the first ever MVT trophy?
See, now you're making it interesting for me. I either double down on the fact that I don't want to see Lotus, or I see Lotus. For the sake of content, I will have 3-2 UNK.
3-2 UNK. Very good, very good. I had the opposite prediction. Obviously, we are picking this to be a 5-map banger. I go 3-2 to the side of YNL. I think the experience might be a little bit much for UNK to overcome, but then again, they've been doubted before, and they've made it happen throughout their time here at Moogie's Valorant Throwdown. With that being said, Alex, how much longer we got until we get started in game? Do we have any? I saw we were having some ref assistance there. Rachel helping us out there. Thank you very much, Rachel, for working on that. Yeah,
we might. For those of you wondering, Alex is our production.
We got two
absolute
Alexes.
Godsend, both of them.
Yeah.
So we're not schizophrenic. We're not just talking to a ghost or something.
When I say Alex, I'm probably talking about production Alex, but our observer is also Alex. So thank you, Alex and Alex, for everything that you guys do. You guys are making it real easy for us to put on the show here. Speaking of putting on the show, I would really like to see some aggressive, forward-thinking play from YNL. They looked so good when they are ahead, obviously with man advantage situations. Obviously, the collegiate experience that both of these two teams have is going to bring a lot to the table in terms of the level of play that we're going to see here. I think it's fair to say that this is the highest level of competition Moogie's Valorant Throwdown has ever seen.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't say that's too far to say. I only watched the games last year. But yeah, I mean, there are really good ideas in terms of how to play the map, how to play their specific comps. And I really do hope not only YNL comes out with it, I hope UNK comes out with some fresh ideas. Obviously, a lot of people see UNK as the underdogs, but if they are the underdogs, maybe you throw some curveballs at them.
And I would love to see some new tactical adjustments like you were talking about, and also just some different ways of thinking about the map. Because if you take a look at this pool, Ascent, Haven, Split. These are the original three, basically, minus Bind. I mean, on behalf of all of us on broadcast, thank you guys for not allowing a repeat of last year where we had Bind every single match of every single playoff series and the finals. So on behalf of all of production, we appreciate you very much for that one. Anyway, back to my original point. Ascent, Haven, and Split, first three maps. These are maps that everyone who has ever played Valorant is well established on. You know everything that there is to know about these three maps, probably, but it's just a question of how good your rotations are and how you can juggle the rest of the map, obviously, to try and cause that chaos that you were talking about. Obviously, there are agents that you would like to watch, and I'm sure given two of these three maps, we will assume it is your favorite.
I want to see Yoru.
Okay, that's different.
Yeah. Okay. I'm gonna make Taeho jokes the entire day if he's
Good.
chosen, and I'm here for him. But yeah, he's a really strong agent. He's pretty usable on majority of the maps that are in the pool today. I think it's a detriment to not pick him at this point. And yeah, Yoru and Taeho are the two agents I'm actually looking forward to.
Well, it sounds like those two agents will have a chance at being selected as we move into the aforementioned agent select for map number 1 here, Ascent. The first pick of UNK, YNL on the defense, moving straight into it. And let's take a look at these compositions here as we go through the full stinger. Nice job, Alex. Appreciate your work there, as always. With that being said, do you think that these compositions, Jake, are going to be relatively mirrored, or do you think we're going to see something a little bit more unique as you see all of YNL with an instant lock-in on their composition?
Yeah, I mean, it's pretty standard on both sides and almost mirrored except for the Taeho. YNL opting into the Sova for more of a reconnaissance initiator versus the Taeho. And I'm going to assume that means we're getting into game, but also potentially means there's an error. But that was a little abnormally quick. Oh, there's just a fast lock-in according to production. So yeah, we are getting right into the action here. And there is a Taeho in the game. So unironically, while there's 4 characters that are the same for both sides, this is actually 2 very different comps, right? The Taeho wants to play very quick, while the Sova wants to take his time, make sure you get the information before you hit the sites. But it makes sense. Yapping Narwhals opted into defense on the first side, and that's how they want to play. So we'll see how they deal with this first half, leading into the second half, if that slower style of comp does become an issue for them.
And of course, with you being the color guy and of course the analyst in this duo that we've got going here, do you have a preference for which side you like better, despite how much you like Taeho?
I am extremely biased. I also did call 3 to UNK, but I actually just really like Taeho here. I think it makes sense in terms of the game, and overall it will net them a lot of positive on this attacking side.
Well, that sounds very good to me. Let's get underway into round number 1. And as you see, James taking point here with that initiation. Baypopper not quite catching him on that market spot. So James is going to work his way into lane, but it's just the ISO, and he's going to be diffed in round number 1. Bennis with the instant trade back. 4-on-4 resumes. Retirement home already taking some damage, but Flya takes down Moon, and Braz is going to be shock darted out of the round by Various. So 2-on-3 now. The Narwhals have to retake, and Bennis with another headshot leaves it all up to Skyzo, isolated on the stairs and taken down by Neru. The first round to UNK. Nice prediction so far, Jake.
Yeah, so they just play a really fast round. Yapping Narwhals are unable to keep up. That's most likely due to the fact that Vice, without like her full util and supporting elements, not the greatest at just completely stalling out comps, especially against a Taeho when you can just go so fast. And you see the minefield from the Vice actually getting shot out very early. But we see UNK just lining up for A, switching it up.
Yeah, and honestly, like you were talking about with UNK being that faster, harder hitting, and obviously you have the weapon advantage, might as well get an angle. James takes down Various in initial activity, and Braz with a double up as well on that Stinger. Baypopper up close and personal, going to be blinded by the Omen Paranoia. Everyone's out to get you. Bennis right through the wall, and so a 5-on-1 to secure the second round. You have to feel like YNL already on the ropes in this in this second round here, as Skyzer does take down James off stage. You gotta assume he's just going to be looking to do a little bit more econ damage. Braz and the whole rest of his team just waiting for Skyzo to peek into it, and eventually he will. He'll gift the kill over to Neru, farm a little bit more ult economy, but a second round to UNK already.
Yeah, so I want to see the buy. I think all the members actually did buy. There might have been one Deagle purchase, so we'll see if they actually try to go for anything of a larger buy. As the attacking side, I don't imagine it. But that extra econ can add up into an extra buy round later on, especially if they continue winning. And so this is going to be the first gun round. What are you looking to see here?
From me, I mean, I just expect this is TAC FPS 101, right? If I've said it once on the broadcast, I've said it a million times. You have the gun advantage. If you can actually win this bonus, if UNK can take this one across the line, they pretty much secure the 4th for themselves as well. Utility exchanged on B main. Moon with an instant one-tap, and that's the first man advantage for YNL that they've had in this game. Really, really nice start from the movement duelist from YNL. Obviously, these compositions being mirrored, the roles are rather similar. And you have to wait to see if UNK will make some noise on the opposite side of the map, but the Vice Wall is already in position and waiting for them to creep their way up. Skyzo alerted to the presence. The shear goes up, but it's just faked away, so UNK will have time to work the rest of the map.
Yeah, so Yapping Narwhals actually they found the opening pick and they just rotated and played a default. They're going to try to play, they should be trying to play man advantage here, just denying the UNK from just making a crazy play. But so far so good for Yapping Narwhals in this round, and they most likely will be able to secure this unless something crazy happens here, but they are walking into the Vice util all day.
Well, that aforementioned craziness could happen real soon, as you see a couple of the retirement home players, Baypopper off stage, taking off Flya. So this three-man push from UNK is finding a lot of empty space in mid, but it's a question of does YNL overreact to it. Bennis gets the first, but Baypopper trades it back. This Odin is paying dividends for sure. Koister taking down Braz, leaves it all up to the one man of retirement home. It's all up to Bennis in a 1-on-3, all of YNL on full health. Spike looking to go down. Paranoia prepped. Koister throws it, anticipating the tap. It's going to be the stick from Bennis and the shutdown for sure by YNL. Various with another one, and he gets the first one for YNL.
Yeah, so Yapping Narwhals played that great. They found the opening pick and then proceeded to play man advantage, making sure that all the kills got traded in the end and securing the kill at the end there. Again, pretty standard round. I'm kind of surprised UNK didn't try to force buy there and press their advantage. I know it's not like total like standard practice to do so, but it would be nice to see teams kind of play aggressive on that third round, especially when you have the econ to do so. Not the biggest deal though. This is going to be the actual gun round here.
Absolutely. So this is the round that if UNK actually gives this one up, the 2-2 might actually end up going the other direction. YNL could start taking some momentum off of all this. Koister up close and personal with that judge. Various getting some info on the opposite side of the world. There's a lot of mid-control emphasis that's being placed here by Retirement Home, which I actually really enjoy seeing. I think not enough collegiate teams are really putting the emphasis on mid in this map that it deserves. It really opens up both of the other sites. The question is, where do you pick your timing? Where can you find the opening? Because look at this flank wall that Bennis has placed for Retirement Home, and they're all going to rotate their way back over towards the undermanned A site. Off of this Tejo drone, the contact's going to come through. Skyzer's going to be flashed off and stunned off of the angle, which is going to allow James the space to take down Koister. Another man advantage for Retirement Home. 5-on-4 already, waiting patiently outside the smoke is Various. He peeks in a little bit early, not quite going to be taken down as he pops out of that smoke. Skyzo and company waiting to try and retake. A lot of damage down to Various, but he somehow takes down Flya anyway, equalizing the man situation. 4-on-4. James, Various trading both ways. Moon and Bennis getting a pair. Leaves it all up to Moon, and he must 1v3, and he cannot get it done. Retirement Home with a third round.
I think you said something great there. UNK is putting a lot of pressure on this mid part of the map, and Yapping Narwhals seem to be okay with letting them walk up the Raptors there. And if their Vice is playing on that A site, it's not the greatest look. The Vice is going to be overrun every single time by the Tejo, and that's exactly what we just saw happen. So we'll see if the Yapping Narwhals adapt and try to protect their Vice a little bit more, maybe provide some extra smokes or other utility to protect it. But Yapping Narwhals are going to be forced onto an eco buy here, and they are going to stack B.
So with this 4-man B stack from YNL, what do you expect to see from UNK as they probe the rest of the map?
So you actually saw it really early there. Yapping Narwhals played really aggressive on A, so I might sell it. The UNK team here, they might actually walk on to B now. We'll see if the early Silva Dart does sell like the A stack potentially. But UNK playing it slow for now, trying to get information, and that is the downside of their comp, right? When you only run the Tejo drone being invested here, it's going to see no one on A. And they are moving towards B, so they are going to be walking into the stack here. So we might just see it all out brawl.
And Moon dropped a ton of damage. The ISO ultimate going to come through. The 1v1 James versus Baypopper. He has the angle, but the spray not quite enough. So James does actually get it done after Moon and Skyzo trade back Bennis as well. So it's a 3-on-3 as the dust settles. A lot of damage was done by Moon on that CT peak, but it's not quite enough. Various has to run his way all the way back. Retirement Home swinging into the 4-man stack. And unless Various can do something special here, A big clutch demanded of the captain, and not quite enough. Braz with a 3-piece right there. A 4th round secured by UNK. 3 rounds the difference.
A great idea from Yapping Narwhals, though. Unfortunately, you are on the weaker buy, so the round doesn't go in your way. But, I mean, selling the A stack with the early Sova drone and him rushing out there into the drone fighting no one. Which, honestly, if the drone's fighting no one, I'm not entirely sure why UNK doesn't decide to hit. Maybe they were worried everyone's in wide or something. But, yeah, it almost does go the way of Yapping Narwhals. That was actually like a best case scenario for them. Just like I said, the gun's not there yet.
So, bit of a tech issue here that we're taking notice of. You might have seen our observer pan into the cheats menu there for a second. Really cool to know that they can actually assign those shields as necessary. I actually didn't know that was something you could do. With that being said, we got some technical issues popping up here. It would not be a collegiate event without at least one little hurdle.
Hey, but shout out to our production crew. They've been working hard literally all night.
Yes.
When I say all night, people stayed over.
Are we allowed to disclose that information?
You didn't hear from me.
All right, we just did, regardless of whether or not we should have. With that being said, I mean, yeah, we saw firsthand, obviously us as casters, we saw firsthand the amount of effort and the amount of care that was put into getting the stage and the arena set up. California Hall, not a small place by any means. That is a crazy, crazy place to get an event like this set up.
Yeah, I mean, quite literally, I drove up from LA yesterday. I literally parked my car, and as soon as I entered California Hall, I was put to work. I mean, I'm not complaining. I'm here to help set up, but yeah, it was a grind.
Dude, I clocked out of work and I locked in the moment I got here. Same as you, Jake. I mean, nothing else that can be said about it. Not exactly sure. I believe it's on our production side that the tech issue is coming through, so sucks a little bit for the players, obviously. UNK finding some rhythm, and this is basically a free timeout is how I view this tech pause. This is a YNL 3rd timeout, basically.
Well, you know, like everyone's just betting on Yapping Narwhals. I mean, like I said, UNK 3-2.
Fair.
The script just has to correct itself at this point. I think that's what this timeout really is. Oh wait,
The
are
script.
we live?
Oh shoot. Yeah, sorry, Jake. Just because it's a tech pause doesn't necessarily mean that we go off the air completely. I'm pretty sure everyone can still hear us.
Ooh.
So, all good. We're definitely live. We are live and on location. And honestly, I hope that in the future, maybe Moogie's VALORANT Throwdown 3. I don't know what Alex is going to title that one, but maybe the casters will be in audience next time.
What
knows?
What would the script be for that one?
I don't know. Davis probably wins again.
But that it doesn't get boring.
No,
Like,
it
when you
does.
see
It
the
doesn't
same
get
thing
boring.
season
It's
after season.
but it's a Davis event. It's your people that you're rooting for. I mean, you never get tired of your team winning, do you?
I mean,
Wow.
TSM's not around anymore. What am I really supposed
TSM
to
mentioned in
root for?
2025.
Can we just get a TSM chant in California?
What?
That'd be great. I mean, you guys are on tech pause. It's fine.
That's crazy.
I really wish I could hear them.
Couldn't we have like a different chant than TSM in 2025? Can we have anything else? I don't even care if you bring your Tejo stuff into it. That's
Has
totally
there
okay.
been an esports org that has had a nice chant since TSM?
Well, I'm not gonna
I know
show
you're a
mine
Liquid
too much.
fan, but
Let's Go Liquid is the cleanest chant in esports right now. Sorry.
yeah, because TSM's not there.
Okay.
Okay, all jokes aside, what have you thought about these first 5 rounds from these two teams?
I think this has been a showing of UNK imposing their will really on YNL and showing that they're really not afraid of, even if there are maybe bigger names or people that players to watch, right, from YNL. A lot of star players, UNK is taking the fight to them. It's not that UNK is really even working the map so much, it's just they're opting into these fights and they're winning them.
Yeah, and I think they're playing into what their comp wants to do, right? The Tejo wants to play really aggressive, have really explosive fights. And the Sova wants to play these rounds a little smaller, try to get like information out with the recon, right, with the drone. And UNK just aren't letting them do that. They're not giving them the time to actually get useful information. And on the rounds where they're on weaker buys, UNK are taking a slower approach. And we are getting notified by our production that we seem to have fixed the issue.
No,
Not yet.
We are popping
We're going
out
back
of
to our camera.
We're popping out of the transition thing where you guys are all blinded by the bright lights. The bright white lights coming off of all 3 of those projector screens, and the music that is going on. We have interrupted that to instead bring you us, and we're so back.
We are so live. And I don't get to joke about script writing anymore.
It's really unfortunate that we no longer get to do that behind the crawling graphics and the transition music and everything that production has cooked up for us. It's difficult to have a tech pause this early because it feels like there isn't too much to really break down other than the few rounds that we have had. YNL are opting into the UNK are opting into the fights that YNL are setting up for them, and UNK is coming out on top. They've had man advantages in 4 out of those 5 rounds, and they converted all 4 of those rounds. That's good Valorant right there.
You know, I do kind of remember there was something we talked about doing on a tech pause.
Was there something that we talked about doing on a tech pause?
I believe so.
Would you like to get up from your chair right now, Jake, and waltz on over?
We should double check it with our production. Alex, is this time for some pack openings?
Oh, no.
Okay, we do not have that much time.
Good.
And yeah.
For our sake, I sure hope that we don't have another tech pause that would ever necessitate us doing something like that.
Yeah, I mean, tech pauses are unfortunate.
We should have
happen
kept
in
it sealed.
Esports too. You can't go a Valorant match without a tech pause.
No, I said we should have kept it sealed. I thought you were going to play off of that.
I'm on 3 hours of sleep, man.
I'm sorry. I'll give you a clearer cue, and I'll give you a better lead next time for a joke like that.
Nah, that's on me, man. That's on me.
It's also difficult to really play-by-play a couple of these rounds because a lot of the trades are coming through. That's good scaling, right? You want to make sure that you're attacking on these splits. You want to make sure that the angles are different for both sides. UNK obviously on this B site attack that they've favored 3 out of the last 5 rounds. They've had the main aggression coming through at the same time that the mid split attacks the lane. So the lane player can't be focused on the main angle, and the CT player has to worry about market as well to try and cover each of their guys. So even if they have a third player on stairs, he's kind of isolated unless the market player makes a mistake, which we saw in the 1 round that YNL won. Yeah, but it's been pretty rough going for them in the first 5 rounds.
So I think Yapping Narwhals have kind of thought of Vice to be like, obviously you don't want to run into a Sentinel. That's been the whole like why this is a defense-sided map, the meta around Killjoy in the first place, right? But what they're kind of failing to understand, and maybe this timeout might help them, right? But they're failing to understand is when you don't actually support that Sentinel, Taeho literally walks over it, right? And we've seen that. Right, they're not actually afraid to hit the site with the Sentinel anymore. And Vice isn't actually Vice is one of the better Sentinels right now, but it's not super threatening in terms of like if you deal with a util. It's not like Killjoy.
The Vice is a body.
It's not like it's just a body at that point. Especially if you get suppressed.
I think
by the Taeho bot.
I think you would say roughly the same thing about when before Taeho and Vice we had KO and Cypher, but it was that same sort of pick where the Sentinel is, find some way to suppress their utility, and waltz on in with your 4-man stack. With that being said, I am surprised we didn't see KO here because I think it has seen with the new flash timing. That's something that we can talk about here. I think the new flash timing for the KO stuff really makes him a very appealing initiator option, and the coordination aspect of it, an underrated thing I think it mentions is when you throw the flash, it'll talk about like flashing, and then it'll like have the pop sound effect, and it makes a different noise when you throw it off the wall. All of these little things add up, I think, for a competitive setting, especially one where we are pumping crazy amounts of white noise into each player's headset so that they can't hear the crowd and everything like that. Any other bit of info? Yeah, any other bit of info. They don't want to hear my loudmouth talking.
I think they would.
Well, they would love the info.
Map packs.
They would love the information, absolutely. But if they look behind them, they lose the map.
Yeah.
And I just lost the game. It's really unfortunate. With that being said,
sorry for all of you in California who just lost the game.
Yes,
that's
apologies.
Really unfortunate.
Back to the KO thing that we're talking about. I think any amount of added information that you can get, especially on something that is as proactive as KO Flash is, because now you're on a CSGO, CS2 style flash timer of when that thing is going to pop off the wall. I think it's really interesting. And the underhand flash comes out even quicker now, but it blinds for a shorter duration. There's a lot more nuance to this agent than there previously was, and I was really excited to see it on Ascent, but it looks like I'll probably have to wait until... it's not getting run anytime soon.
So here's the thing, right? Vice is the only Sentinel right now where you actually don't have to be next to your util.
Well,
right?
Cypher, but
Okay, well, outside
Cypher,
but
Cypher's like his
obviously-
own. He's his own tier, you know.
Yeah,
So-
and they serve two different purposes. I think a lot of people opted Device just because of how hard she can stop potential engages, especially with the wall combined with the slow grenades. I always forget the name of them. The Razor Vines. And so that alone is a very like appealing premise to the character, and also why KO probably wasn't picked. Right? You can actually dodge the knife. The ult obviously unavoidable, but if you're playing a character, if you're not playing a character because of one character's ult, that just feels weird. It's just one round.
Yeah, well, it could be a couple rounds depending on how well the individual is performing, right? Obviously, there's
Right.
farming ult economy.
Right,
I'm I'm disappointed actually. I figured with teams at this level, I hate playing the map, but I actually very much enjoy watching Fracture, and I actually really thought we were going to see some of that here today.
That's definitely one of my favorite maps. There's a lot of different ways you can play both the defense and the offense, but it's also one of the more complex maps, and
is.
teams might not be interested in investing time into practicing it.
And it is very unorthodox, right? It is
Yes.
it's the Vertigo, for lack of better wording. It's the CS2 Vertigo of Valorant. Obviously, it's the map that you either are really, really ridiculously good at it, and so you'll like force the other team to ban it all the time, or you have no idea how to play it. They have no idea how to play
No
it.
idea.
You don't want to play that map then. Like, yeah, if you just leave it all up to individual gunplay, that's not a good situation to be in a team setting. I don't think so. Very good of these teams, obviously, to recognize that. I'm just a little bit disappointed that we, as as casters and everyone else who's in California Hall right now as fans, don't get to watch something with more tactical depth to it than something that might have, you know.
But Valorant was supposed to be about the precise gunplay.
Yeah, that
Right?
is
We had this conversation right before we started the stream.
precise gunplay is definitely the name of a game or something that was related to Valorant at some point, I'm sure. I think
someone at Riot said, "Hey, precise gunplay looks like bringing out your iPad, clicking twice, and then doing 180 damage to those areas on the map."
Can you demonstrate what that looks like for us right now?
Yeah, so
I
I've
think
got-
we have enough time. So you've got your
Yeah,
you've
so
got
I've
your
got my
in front
iPad
of
here
us.
to take notes on
Yes.
the map. Yeah, so Teo, precise gunplay for Teo. 3 kills.
Missiles away.
3 kills.
Bonk.
Oh, and he also has his ult.
Oh, that's pretty cool too.
Yeah. And we're cutting back, which means we are back to the action, ladies and gentlemen.
This is so much cooler than having to talk about Tejo being an iPad kid. I was ready to demonstrate Brimstone for you guys, but I'm so thankful I don't have to. Round
Yeah.
5, taking a much different pace here. Braz holding this this interesting, maybe solo queue-esque sort of jet angle moon with this up close and personal one in mid, trying to take down Flyer on the opposite side of the smoke. But Flyer playing Fridge, and he has the ability to teleport himself out of there as the smoke fades, taking an increasingly more aggressive angle is Moon, but he's going to get himself out of there at only the cost of his dash, and the Tejo drone is not going to spot Koister. So all of the information that is gathered leads Retirement home to make their way back towards mid, where James and Moon just traded lives there. So 4-on-4, Jake, a minute left. How do you play this out?
Yeah, or UNK has the right move here. They're immediately going towards B. They smell something up on A. They see no Vice there, right? And this seems to be Yapping Narwhal's strategy, and they just want to leave the Vice alone, and that's been their downfall, right? And so seeing no Vice util on A, they're immediately booking it over to B, as this is the isolated player. They're dealing with the util, and they're just going to hit the site.
And with all of the site pressure that Braz was exerting back towards A main, and with how fast these UNK hits have been as James takes down Various immediately on CT, Skyzo fighting for his life, gets the first on Naru, not quite going to be able to take down James, who's on pace for the ace before Bennett shuts down Baypopper, all up to the 1 health Koister. Braz holding this main line. It should be impossible for Koister to make his way out of spawn without being spotted. Braz not quite able to hit the first shot, but he will hit it on the follow-up. A 5th round for UNK. That timeout did not phase them.
Yeah, and so actually one thing I do want to talk about is this ISO pick, actually. Both teams opting into ISO, and it's not normally a character you see. Normally we see Jet here. Obviously both teams have the Jet as well, but ISO is the new pick here. And I think it has a lot to do with the fact that it changed how his wall works. It goes a little bit slower so you can actually push up behind it. And UNK is actually using it very well, and we'll see an A hit from them here.
Well, UNK, with all of this pressure, right? They've been so quick on these 5-man execs, and Moon and Various are going to be shoved back immediately by that paranoia. Maybe caught by those rockets, but not quite. Another flash. Braz going to flash his way in on site, and James with a pair already. But the blind is perfect from Koister, but the kills do not follow. Bay Popper is the only one from YNL who's able to find a single kill. But it isn't just a consolation prize as Neru plants the spike and Retirement Home gets their way up into heaven. Skyzo has a Bucky up close and personal, not quite close enough. Braz with another one would it would have to be up to Bay Popper. I stumbled over my words there. UNK is not stumbling at all. A 6th round already for them in this half.
Yeah, an explosive round. And they are taking advantage of their gun advantages. And here we are with the first timeout for Yapping Narwhals, I believe.
This would be Various calling the timeout. So right after the tech pause, we've got a 1-minute tack coming in. YNL trying their best to salvage this half. You see the AWP and the Odin coming through from their side. I assume Moon's going to be on a very aggressive line, and Bay Popper is going to have a wallbang angle of some sort. But with the removal of the B main wallbang angle, where do you position this Odin?
I mean, it does. I mean, he will most likely be on B as well, or still. And he'll probably most likely play backside as you can spam through it. I can't imagine you play it anywhere else, though I'm more than welcome to be proven wrong. My main issue is that you have the op, you have this, but the UNK has been forcing the Vice. So if you're going to be putting Jet on one line, Vice on the other, Yapping Narwhals are just going to still fumble if UNK decides to hit the Vice site.
And it's interesting to think about, like you were talking about, the aggression, showing both of your pieces on opposite sides of the map. It gives a lot more information to this Retirement Home composition that might not otherwise be able to find it without sacrificing players. That's the way that this UNK roster is rolling. Outside of the Tejo utility off the drone or something like that, the only information you're actually finding is when your people walk straight in there.
Yeah, and so here we actually do see the switch up. So they've placed one Razor Vine on B to help protect the Jet if she has to fall back so that she doesn't get rushed. The Vice is still going to play on A though. And so UNK playing it slow. They're most likely going to try to find where
you
this
and
Vice
me.
is playing. Oh, but we just need ISO ult.
That is a great kidnap, and Skyzo is going to be instantly taken down by James. James is on a heater right now for sure. Definitely in double digits already. Various going to find a great timing to take down 2 more, and maybe have a chance at the 3rd. A lot of damage down onto Benes. A very doable retake. YNL 3-on-3 here.
Spike planted.
You need this round coming out of that timeout to try and salvage this half. Moon peering his way in on the off, taking his sweet time there with the concuss ready for a tree over there, waiting for a little bit more of a play to come through. Braz has not been forced out of this under angle yet, and as main gets smoked, the Heaven players have to flood out. There's one Jenny, there's one under, there's one main. Do they know the exact positions of each player? They have contact onto Neru. Bay Popper hits the off shot, but Neru and Braz combine for a pair, and the last player for Narwhals, Bay Popper, 1 HP, forced out by those rockets. Off shot not connecting. A 7th round for UNK, even after the timeout.
Yeah, the iPad kid forces the op to reposition as we will get a replay of the timing Various had. I was almost winning the round there. Unfortunately, no more. Yeah, I mean, you are retaking it off. It's just not going to happen, and that is the one downside of the weapon. UNK getting a little fortunate with finding the Vice so early on with that ISO ult, but that is what the character's made for.
And that was the perfect target to hit, right? You could not have asked for a better player to be isolated there than the Vice in that situation where you have that 5-man hit. It is interesting to see the way that Retirement Home is attacking mid. The smoke is being placed for bottom mid, and they're attacking through Cat instead where Various is on the Sova. I'm very surprised it doesn't go the opposite direction. Maybe they were wary to the fact that YNL could have had an op there, or maybe it's just the way that they decide to approach it, because it's not like there was a low angle from Tiles and a high player from Top Cat both walking in to try and fight the Cat player. It was kind of just what it was.
Yeah, so, okay, great kill for being
Benes, yeah.
Benes.
Last place.
Beans. Someone said Beans in pre-game.
UNK is pushing up mid here, and they're just gonna end B here. It's almost over here. The positioning is so good. They actually have so much mid control. They're close to the fight. They're still on the rotation. Happening. Yep, Fly is gonna take it down. And this, yeah, and the gun advantage.
One enemy remaining. Flawless.
Yeah, it's looking a little brutal.
That was a crisp, a pretty crisp, maybe not quite 180, right? But it was probably a 140, a big rotation necessary. Obviously, nice mechanical play there. Hit the headshot, transition back over onto the other one immediately after that teleport. And so Flya cleaning up the round, like you said, it is a very brutal half so far. An 8th for retirement home, up 8-1 already. How can YNL really claw this half back? You gotta figure their economy is in shambles, and you have to find your way back in against this UNK group that is really just finding out a little bit of info, baiting out a little bit of util, and then 5 hitting.
But they're not really changing anything in their setup, right? The Vice is still just anchored on a site. They're playing away from their and you see the spike is on the right side again. The UNK's Vice is playing back just in case there's that B push, and they're holding the map, right? Look at Yapping Narwhals right now. Look how so far back they're pushed right now because they're potentially afraid of someone pushing up mid. They are stacking on A as they fear for a mid push. That's what's been happening to them, right? They've been just walking up cat, and there's no mid presence, so they have to be careful. And there's the pick, right? There's the opening pick, and now you have to reinvest into B. So Yapping Narwhals are just clueless despite having the Sova pick.
Well, I wouldn't necessarily say it's clueless. I think that they're either being caught on timings, and obviously, Braz and whoever who's the Jet again for? It's Moon. It's Moon is on Jet for YNL. Maybe there's a bit of an awkward timing. Maybe it was a Phantom button. Obviously, getting the 140. James running straight through that smoke to take down Cloister. Another man advantage for retirement home. It feels like hyperbole to say they've had all but one, but that's really all it's been. And they've been closing out these rounds at an alarming rate. If you're a YNL fan, planting in the corner is Neru. So as the spike goes down, obviously, and YNL thinks about saving this. I mean, Skyzo's in position to try and give this one a go anyway, maybe trying to hold all of the UNK players on site and try and get some more economy damage that way, but UNK being on a 7-round streak here, or sorry, a 6-round streak, right? It's been a long time since YNL has had a chance in these rounds. James is doing everything he can to shut the lights out here early. Baypopper spotted out by that jiggle from Daru with some utility out, and the delayed double swing will be enough for Venice to take him down, and a 9th round for UNK already sets them on great pace to close out map 1.
Yeah, when I say clueless, I don't make a jab at their intelligence. I literally mean the fact that Yapping Narwhals has no information after that first pick, right? They're already forced so far back into their own spawn, they have no idea what's happening on any part of the map, right? And that is the main issue that Yapping Narwhals are having. I think at this point, maybe switch it up. Show some early util from the Sova. Try to gather where UNK is trying to start off this round and play from there. But yeah, I mean, look, the tail rockets are literally forcing them back. It's just going to be an ult tour for James.
Well, the utility, right, it's nice to have those rechargeables that you can use to take as much space as you can. And when you don't have something that actually gives you information like that, Neru, another man advantage for retirement home. And on the smoke fade, Venice finds Various as well. Another 2-man advantage for retirement home. It feels like they've had 4 or 5 of those. Let's make sure they can close out the same way they have in previous rounds. The ISO ult, not quite going to connect there. Cloister doing a nice job of dodging that. Baypopper gets the first before James trades him right back, so another 4-on-2 situation. Cloister going to walk through after those vines, has a chance to take down Flya, and he does. Taking down his opposite number. 2-on-3, but both Narwhals are 1 HP, and Raz swings in, he's going to find both, putting retirement home on double digits in record time.
Yeah, I believe that was another eco round for Yapping Narwhals. A little unfortunate with the 2 kills happening at those timings, but not much you could do on that weaker buy. I mean, max creds for literally almost all of UNK. So they're going to be buy. Oh, this is the last round of the half, but they've hit max creds, right? No interesting buys. There are 3 ults on the side of Yapping Narwhals. Hopefully they use them very well here. I can't imagine a world where you don't use the ISO ult to delay a push here. And I think UNK will just try to find where this Vice is again. It's been working.
And with YNL, obviously, Baypopper being the player to watch, right? When you think of Davis, you think of Baypopper and his ability to win these duels. As he kidnaps the one player in mid, and he has the opportunity to take down Flya with the Odin, a very interesting choice for the ISO, but I suppose if you can't headshot him out of the round, he's putting out a lot of damage. Cloister taking down James puts a 2-man advantage in the favor of YNL. So finally, a little bit of fight coming back from them. Maybe their attack side will be a little bit different from what we've seen from them defensively. But again, this 3-man sack that you've been talking about and highlighting in Tree here, they're so concerned about the idea of a mid push. Moon is backed up as far as possible. He's on B stairs. He's holding patiently. There's a smoke to get him out into CT, and he's just going to hold that cross line. Braz taking down Skyzo. Various not quite with the information or the ability to trade it yet, and Neru sandwiches him. 3-on-3 now, and things start to get a little bit dicey for YNL because UNK has all the control of sight. They do have 2 players on exceedingly low HP. Baypopper going to work his way all the way back. Koister has the opportunity. He could drop down if he wanted to. The Vine's not quite going to find his position, so he can just wait patiently. Hold the paranoia. Wait for Neru to finish sticking this plant. Moon is not quite in position yet. He's being guarded well by Braz. And as that swing comes in on that jiggle, he knows Moon takes down his opposite number. 3-on-2 now. YNL must win this if they want to make a competitive half, or at the very least, you know, get one more round out of it. They need to put themselves in that position. Moon will oblige as he takes down Neru, and the headshot not quite going to come through. Baypopper with another kill on that Odin. So a second round finally for YNL. 2-10 the score at the half. Is this how you thought that this map 1 was going to go?
Before seeing the comps,
Switching sides.
no. After seeing the comps, I can see it. But, I mean, Baypopper got a kill there in the ISO, and then another one on the site retake. So maybe you could use this momentum going forward. And these are the rounds Yapping Narwhals, of course, needs to win, right? It starts with the pistol. Whenever you're looking to make a 10-2 comeback, it's the pistol and the bonus. You need both of those.
Getting the bonus might be a tall task. We definitely want to stick to 1 round at a time. YNL opting for triple shields here on this attack. Maybe, you know, quad shields is what it's looking like, actually. So 4 classics trying to combat this ghost buy coming through from retirement home. The Ghost and the Sheriff, actually, for Braz. And as he's perched up on this very aggressive angle, you gotta assume the Jet Dash is going to be prepped and ready. He's going to swing at a moment's notice. High Dart comes through, gives the information, but Braz hits the 1 dig anyway. So UNK, another man advantage on the first round of Defender side. That Paranoia is not going to find anything as Tiles is smoked off. So now UNK has all this room to play with. They took all of mid control. They're going to give it all back up. Skyzo has himself burrowed in here, finds Menace, but is not going to have the opportunity to actually take him out until he swings a little bit deeper into trees. Baited into the fight, a lot of damage coming back, and he's getting ping-pong sandwiched between 3 different angles here as he tries to fight every player possible, leading his teammates towards the abandoned B site. But Koister caught on the swing, but James, a rare whiff from him in this game. Koister giving YNL a bit of a lifeline before Neru shuts him out of the round 2. 1 up close and personal. Various gets the first. Baypopper has his back, though. So a little bit of that star power that we were talking about. Has the dink and the instant kill on CT. And now UNK. Neru, 2 bullets the difference. Has to clutch, but YNL, both of their members are extremely low. Forcing out Covey with those rockets. Various into the open. Spike planted. Baypopper, 1 bullet. Neru, 2 bullets. No ISO shield, no rockets. It's just going to come down to timing. When does Neru decide to make his move? He waltzes on towards the stairs, taking as much time as he could possibly need. Baypopper going to sense this with great anticipation. He's going to work his way all the way up. Clears out lane, falls back, just keeps biding his time. Neru has to be second-guessing himself at this point. Tap on the bomb. Baypopper not going to peek yet. Still knows that he's not on at this point. The internal timer ticking. Neru looking to stick. And Baypopper gets it done. A 3K for him. And the 3rd round for YNL. That pistol, like you were talking about, Jake, a must win. Well, they just got it done.
Yep. And a great round from Baypopper. And the momentum potentially carrying forward a little bit. And you want to carry this momentum forward. But UNK did actually play this round pretty well, right? I mean, look at it. They're literally attacking on the defensive half, and that's what their comp is designed to do. It's just a little misplayed. They didn't really recognize how fast Yapping Narwhals could walk up B here, and that is their ultimate downfall. But overall, just a great round for both sides.
I really liked UNK's idea there. Obviously, you have the deagle on round 1, the surprising damage that you can have in top mid, and then obviously the smokes and the utility to get your player out, to get Braz out, without him even having to dash.
Yeah.
So the Jet saving their key util, you know, their signature move right there.
Yep.
That is a big deal for UNK. And if they continue to do plays like that where they gain that man advantage, that's the first round UNK hasn't converted with that man advantage, as Braz found that opening kill. But trades got a little bit messy. It's fair to say that there were some whiffs from both sides there, ultimately ending in YNL's favor. this shorty up close and personal, if Moon isn't careful, Flya could get a pretty quick, pretty significant weapon upgrade.
Yeah, so UNK isn't really fishing for too much information right now. And ultimately, Yapping Narwhals are probably just going to lead into this A hit. We actually see the 3-stack falling back. They're not really okay, yeah, they're going to end A. There's no way they don't. Yes, it is into a vice. It's okay. You have the gun advantage. Just trade it off. It's always good. So the rotation should be coming through now.
30 seconds left.
And so, yeah, okay, there's the rotations. And, yep, okay. Vice is dead.
Yeah, there's not too much to talk about, right? There's nothing for me to play-by-play. When YNL deduces correctly, you go into, it's a 4-1 site split, and you hit, and you find the one. Great job, guys. Neru trying to make it interesting, though, with that right click. Bay Popper wallbanging him back with the stinger. Not necessarily something you see super often, but it's a lot of damage coming through. This ISO is farming early. Flyer with an upgrade, but it's not a super significant one, as Various tries to cover from main. Moon, I think, has done enough to drain out UNK's hopes here. Retirement home. Raz would have to do something spectacular here with this Bulldog, I'm pretty sure. Is it a stinger? No, that's a stinger. Yeah, he swings out.
There's the Bulldog.
There you go. That's,
so,
that's
in production, if we could see the guns here, yeah, that is exactly what I want to see. I want to see if Yapping Narwhals try to buy into this round. Maybe upgrade that Bulldog. Most likely not, but this is a really important round. You can't afford to just give over free rounds like bonuses when you're trying to claw your way back. 4-11 is a lot scarier than being potentially 5-10, right? 10 rounds, manageable. 11, little less so, especially when UNK still has 2 timeouts.
And if it's
or
5...
one. I don't know how for doing
No,
2
they do carry over. UNK could still use both of them if they felt like it. The 5-10 at this point, and with that early ISO not finding anyone, Raz takes down his opposite number, but Various and Bay Popper trade them right back. The man advantage secured, and Neru's pushed through the smoke a little bit ill-advised. Retirement home, gambling a little bit with those pushes. Let's see if Koister looks for anything more, but you gotta assume YNL is going to do their absolute best to safeguard this lead that they've built for themselves. Drone coming through while Bay Popper sticks down the plant. Going to find both of the players in CT. Nice paranoia is going to force both of them back. The teleport into the corner is going to be spotted by Various, and the wide swing from Bay Popper, another 3-piece for him. 5-10 for YNL, assuming they're going to pick up their 6th here. This could be a game anyway.
Oh, it is more than a game. When you win the bonus here, it's basically 6-10, like you said. But also, your ults are going to be up for these later gun rounds. So you have the util to work around those. So UNK being put on a light buy here. We'll see if they can make some magic happen.
Too obvious.
And we do see some interesting things here. So the B site here is only the ISO and the Teo, and on the other side is the Vice and the Jet. So they might be trying to protect the Jet here if he wants to go for it. No, he's just gonna back off. I wanted to see UNK play a little bit aggressive on the light buy rounds, maybe show some aggression. It seems like they're opting into what Yapping Narwhals did on the defensive half, is just play in the spawn, potentially wait for lurkers. Yapping Narwhals opting to play a very slow round. Spike is literally on the floor as they decide what site to hit.
I mean, and you don't have to do anything more, right? That's the difference in compositions that you mentioned earlier that's really showing up here. You can wait for that Sova recon dart to come back. You don't have to hit immediately off of it the same way that you are forced to do so with the the Tahoe utility, which is much more committal. That's what you were talking about in right, Jake? That's what you meant in terms of how these compositions function. Forcing Bennis off this line with this drone is pretty nice, getting a little bit more information. I'm not sure if they spotted Braz, though, who could put a wrench in the works for sure with this stinger up close. If not cleared out, Bennis has to be looking for this dart if it comes through. But I think YNL is anticipating that the rotate might have come through. Maybe the numbers are looking like 3-2, maybe it's 4-1. And it looks like they've guessed correctly. That smoke coming in is going to signal
20 seconds.
Yeah, to UNK that they think it's going to be a split. These rockets are going to be nicely stalled, so it's going to be all up to the site player. UNK must hold here.
10 seconds.
Wall banged out of the round. 10 seconds, there's plenty of time as long as the spike makes it there, and it will. Koister is going to get it down with about a second to spare. So UNK really playing the limits there. I'm sorry, YNL playing the limits of the time there. Various knowing his limits with those shock darts, and he finds a 2-piece there. UNK, 2-on-4. Flya finds the first, to put it into a 2-on-4, but he takes so much damage for it. They have to be exceedingly
player
precise
standing.
here. And as Skyzo wallbangs fly, a Cloister one-taps Braz, a 6th round. That's the conversion that we were talking about, and suddenly this half becomes a lot more manageable.
But I can't help but feel like James maybe just a little over-eager jumping out like that. You gotta play time there, right? Just sit in the back of sight, kill the planter, right? Like, try to play your life a little bit longer. You had to hold on. Jumping out, not the best choice, in my opinion. But 6-10, it's slowly happening.
But it is also worth noting, those jumps out of the smoke, obviously, James probably had like 14, all 14 of his kills,
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure, were in the first half, and it was off of the back of doing stuff like that. I mean, unconventional timings that you're trying to catch the YNL players off of. You were talking about maybe if YNL are the perceived favorites, Unk's got to throw something a little bit different at him. Various throwing a bit of a different Sova lineup there, we'll say, with the utility. Venice finds the first. That's nicely done by the Vice to take down his opposite number and escape, preserving the man advantage. But as YNL has the site control, Various could go for a super late lurk here. All of UNK is moving towards the 2 points of the map. They're not actually looking for any main wrap. So Venice very, very chunked down. That drone's not going to find too much more. He's going to be smoked off. The ISO wall and shield popped. Bay Popper, Odin again taking down James. Cloister in the moon, combining for another pair of them. Nice information of basically flawless post plant by YNL. They lost one on the entry, but they cleaned up beautifully off the back of that recon.
So you did mention that it was a little weird for Various to be ulting like that, but it actually works in their favor. You've noticed UNK actually fully rotated, right? And that lets Yapping Narwhals almost walk onto B, right? So, yes, while a little unconventional on the Sova ult there, draws the rotations from UNK and it's allowing Yapping Narwhals the free B site, and they hold true.
I think part of it is also obviously more so than just the information that you would get from tagging someone with the Hunter's Fury. You're also hearing, because you're on that close side of the A main wall, you can hear if they're running around in tree or in at the door, right?
Yep.
So you know vaguely, oh, there's two people here. There's probably also a site anchor or someone playing somewhere near heaven. You gotta assume that there's three there. YNL deduce it correctly, move over to that undermanned B site and swing right through again. So 7-10 after this was a 2-10 half in favor of retirement home. Interesting swing there from Braz. The knives a little bit unfortunate, but that's about as much as you can ask for on a life-high round like this. The reswing coming in from Flya a little bit too late to support his brother, his fallen brother. So the paranoia comes in, the ISO Vuln and Suppress comes in, the wall to shield. Moon using both of his smokes to get himself into sight. James hiding in the smoke, kicking out at the wrong time. Moon has it covered. So each of these coin flip plays that we talked about James making, in the first half they were coming up heads. Benes and Neru taking off a couple of their own. Cloister, one more the difference. Benes with a second, a chance to get the third. He does, but Skyzo closes it out anyway. Very, very messy. Well played by Benes to take down 3 with just the dig. But in the end, it's an 8th for YNL.
And it's not going to matter that he killed 4, sadly, other than the ult points, which are very nice. The econ for Yapping Narwhals is extremely good as we get a replay of these digs. I mean, great shots, right? He almost has the 4th, actually, if he didn't have to reload. But, okay, I want to see UNK play with the Tejo a little bit more here. Tejo seems to be this character that's just kind of like off to the side for them. Play around his util a little earlier in the rounds here. I mean, you just see like the Tejo rockets there. They're not really getting much out of them.
I think a big part of that, though, is usually when you think of Tejo and utility combinations, what's the other agent that you usually pair it with?
Breach.
It's Breach. You need to have something, or previously, you know, people were theory crafting Deadlock, maybe. You need something, another piece of utility that can realistically hold the other team in place.
Yeah.
Does this UNK roster really have that much stopping power outside of the Vice?
No,
not really.
But you can still swing off of them. You can still set up like paranoia. So there are other things you can do, and you can get information off of them, right? Force Yapping Narwhals off angles so you can take the angle yourself, right? But you see, UNK is also just forced back like Yapping Narwhals often were, right? And so we see Yapping Narwhals lighting up here, and UNK is still unsure. There's no rotations yet. Now there are after the retail.
You and me.
As you see an ISO ult, this will be interesting.
It was nicely dodged though, and Ben is taking the moon. Oh, sorry, he did not actually dodge it. Baypopper instant laser with that Odin. He's been so proficient with that heavy machine gun. James with a headshot onto Varys, but Skyzo trading him right back means these two players who are burrowed into backside. This is a great survival smoke, giving them so much room to work with. Braz is able to take down Skyzo with a bit of a weird swing there in backside. There gets the first. Baypopper must clutch. 12 seconds, but I think the teleport has done enough. Baypopper does not have the time left in the round. The best he could hope for is a pair of exits, but Flya's burrowed and Braz has his back. An 11th round for UNK, 2 rounds away from picking up map number 1.
And the Armageddon was invested, though it didn't really net anything. The spike just gets left alone on site there, and that ultimately is how Yapping Narwhals fail. I'm not sure what was holding them back. We didn't really get to see much of the util that was being used on B main, but something was holding back those two players, and it left the spike stranded on site. And okay, we will most likely see the same strat from Yapping Narwhals here. They're just going to play the round really slow, and there's no adaptation from UNK either. Teo's being played on A to support the Omen. There's probably going to be early missiles. So nothing really out of the ordinary.
And both these teams are being patient. It's interesting to see UNK rotating back to that 2-1-2 that wasn't doing them any favors earlier. It's going to shift more into a 3-2 as YNL putting an emphasis on mid in this round, but they don't have the spike, so all the information that they're getting here is really just telling UNK, hey, we have all of this space, what are you guys going to do about it? And it looks like their answer is, despite them winning that round, UNK is still on some light weaponry. YNL, with that big win streak, having the opportunity to buy up round after round. Even if they lost this one, they'd be able to buy up on the map point and still try and take us the distance, send us to overtime. Moon with this op, interesting to see him so far ahead of the rest of the team, right? With this op, I mean, it is a jet, it is self-reliant, but with that being said, you generally want to see something from the op if you're trying to entry with it. And as the rest of his team gathers over here to hit A, Flya has a great idea of that when this is coming, has the paranoia out, throws out the smoke instead, and the silence is going to come through at a great timing, but Baypopper wasn't quite ready for the swing. So Flya getting a second one, the wallbang, and the damage down onto Moon. Great anchor from Flya, and as Skyzo is trapped in this ISO ult, it's actually his domain. Skyzo takes down James instead. Various with an opportunity, but not quite, because Neru took down Skyzo. Braz secures the round again. Map point 12-8, UNK in the lead.
Match point.
Flya taking them the full distance there. 3 great kills. A bit lucky on the last one, but I mean it secures the round, and you're not gonna complain, right? If you win a round that takes you to 12, right? Some interesting things did happen though. UNK used the drone on the tree, found no one, and no rotations were made. So I'm not entirely sure. Like, you kind of knew they were pressuring mid. You see no one tree, and you kind of get the feeling like, hey, Yapping Narwhals were selling B early. They backed off entirely. Maybe feels something out, get some information on either B main or A main. None of it happens, and Flya gets picked up. He had a heat check.
He did have a heat check. It's an understandable one, I would say, and YNL going to accelerate off the back of that. They know it's probably only 2 more, and as they hear that dash back from Braz, does he reswing into this angle? He has the op. It is precious cargo. He's going to think a little bit better of it. They were going to be forced off of this door angle as well. Moon taking a lot of damage in that corner, but as the Steel Garden comes in, Moon gets the headshot on Neru before that anyway. So that 5-on-3 man advantage for the Narwhals is going to stall out UNK as much as possible. The Narwhals, YNL, they need 4 more rounds in a row to make this go the distance, right? If it goes to overtime in map number 1, Moon up close and personal before he gets taken down by Venice, who's on an absolute heater. Various with a pair back, though, and Baypopper secures the round. So a 9th round for YNL. That's the first of 4 that they need. Obviously, the comeback, you have to think of this 1 round at a time, but that was a pretty clean round win by them.
And you got to look at ults now, right? So the main thing to look at here is Yapping Narwhals has 1 ult, UNK has none. But there are 2 that are coming up, right? So 4 away for the Teho, and 3 away for the Omen and the Jet. Omen and Jet ults, not the biggest, can be used. Teho, obviously the bigger, so we'll see if they try to get some ult orbs on him. And if he finds some kills, maybe he can get access to Armageddon and sneak around the way.
So the first time you were talking about, you know, a little bit lucky from Flya to find all of that damage. The second time, a little bit of a heat check, but now this is the full-on. We are going back to A. Various taking down Flya again has been the pain point here for the A attack. Naru gets the first, but he's traded back instantly by Moon. So 3-on-4, retirement home. Man disadvantage, retake required. There's a big flank coming through on the opposite side of the map, but Bay Popper is fighting back through the main angle they know. A nice shock dart coming through from Various. All the information they could possibly want onto Braz's location. So are they wise to this flank? Do they know that James is lurking all the way around? He has the first, preps up for the second fight, wins that one too, but Various has James's back. So 2-on-1 required. Braz busted a pair of headshots. Various gives him the angle and gives him a bullet real quick. A 10th round for YNL. 2 more rounds to overtime.
We might be taking the distance because this round should be on the easier side for Yapping Narwhals. I mean, look at the light buy coming through here. They also have the ISO ult, which is basically a free kill against a light buy, right? So this is very much looking like 11-12.
Well, I would say very much looking so, but also it was looking like it'd basically be 11-11 earlier if Flya doesn't hit that massive 3K, just pure anchor. It's just him on site. He has to go massive, and he delivers. So UNK obviously still trusting that their individuals can do stuff with these light buy weapons. YNL going to need to dig deep here and make sure that they don't give up any unnecessary deaths.
Yeah.
Obviously, economy not a huge deal, right? But you don't want to give any orbs over to UNK.
And let's talk about this round real quick. Yapping Narwhals opting to play really slow. They don't want to take any like B-main aggression, right? So they have the Vice wall trapped or tripped there. And they are just stacking together. They're going to trade off each other here, and that's their goal. Now, if I'm UNK here, you're praying for one or just one kill for each of these players.
Nice flash timing. James turns it well, but Moon dashes forward. Various has the next kill onto Venice. The CT peek comes through. Braz hits the one tap on the Guardian, dashes back onto site. Has the swing from stairs, but gets kidnapped by the ISO ult. Does Bay Popper have it in him one more time with this Odin? Braz, nice flick, but not quite good enough. Another laser coming through from that Odin. Once it gets rolling, it's difficult to stop, and that's what YNL have looked like here on this second half. Revitalized for sure. Bay Popper, a third coming through with that Odin. The weapon of choice for sure for YNL. Unconventional, but it has them within one round of overtime after starting this map down 2-10.
And Bay Popper is at the head of this Yapping Narwhals comp, right? Look at him, top fragging. And he really has rode the momentum, right? I said it yourself. When you win that last round, you have a lot of momentum going into the second half, and that is exactly what Yapping Narwhals are using. And we gotta ask ourselves again, what ults do we have? We are one away from Armageddon, and it looks like UNK are willing to fight for this.
Naru and Flya, also worth noting, they're on regen shield and light shield respectively. So the phantom headshots or wall bangs or anything like that, any amount of damage that you get down on these retirement home players, going to be a little bit extra. Obviously, Bay Popper camped out here with this Odin. A little bit of vac maybe on all that damage he gets there through the smoke. Moon going to be posted on this line, waiting for someone, maybe, just maybe, for Braz to take this angle. But as Retirement Home have taken all that damage, they go forth, they get the orb, they fall back, reinforce this B site that has been under siege so far. But it is worth noting the spike is on the opposite side of the world for YNL, and Moon finds Braz. That peek that he was hoping for finally comes to fruition. James sneaking his way into the smoke. Does he peek out the edge of it? Is he looking for a timing? Various. Maybe not quite prepared for this push that James has. On the other side of the map, meanwhile, the Omen ult dropping into Wine. And does Moon know? Does he think to clear this? There's an opportunity to find Koister, who has the spike. Back turns to him, but the spray goes super wide from Flya. Moon with the updraft and the headshot. Bennis equalizes it. 3-on-3 damage done. Either way, you're right. The spike is down. Bennis has full eyes on it. The entirety of YNL is here. The entirety of UNK is here. You must hit into this. Bennis has the flash ready. Dart going to come through. Razor Vines, not quite, but Bay Popper and Skyzo combined for it. We are going the distance in map number 1. We are going to overtime.
And really well played by Yapping Narwhals. They understand that they are one off Armageddon, and they do everything in their power to stop it. Bay Popper with the Odin, preventing the Armageddon from being collected. So all of this early investment from UNK, trying to get the orb, and it not paying off, I mean, it was almost well played, right? Flya almost got into wide there, unscathed, unnoticed, and the spray on the... I mean, I can't hit that.
So obviously, there's a reason that the two of us are talking about it and not playing the game, right? This is a higher level of mechanical skill than either of us really. Maybe even the two of us combined could even have, even to sniff the bottom of the leaderboard here. With that being said, you know, kills aside, let's talk strategy. We'll talk timeouts. Let's talk tack pauses here. We had the tech earlier that functioned as a YNL timeout. We had the actual YNL timeout a few rounds later, and now after we've seen them come all the way back down 2-10 and, you know, respond with a 10-2 half of their own, no response timeout from UNK at all. It's been every timeout has been all YNL all the time.
Yeah, I can't imagine why. But all right, if you are the side of Yapping Narwhals, calling this timeout's good. You need a change of pace, right? Your defending half has never worked. Well, it worked twice, but even then it was very shaky at times, right? You want to switch it up, right? But they're not. They're still going to send Vice to her lonesome.
This is a little bit different, though, because you assume Baypopper on this Odin, yet again, is going to take a much more aggressive line on mid. You see the pings coming down from both sides. You have ideas for where both of these two teams want to work. UNK's attack was phenomenal. They did such a great job with these 5-man hits. The moment they have a man advantage, they pounce. They aren't thinking about, you know, second guessing, oh, should we still hit here? Will the rotate come through in time? They are just going with it. And Skyzo is going to have to just anchor here. He has to hold this line in tree. Smoke across is going to fake like Raz might have made it, so it might give bad information over to Skyzo. But right as we said it, this whole rotation comes through. 2 players are going to stay here for YNL. The drone's not going to find anything. James has to win this duel on CT. Baypopper gets the first. Dash into the wall, but Koister has the trade. So a 4-on-3 man advantage for the Narwhals. Really, really nice for them. A huge, huge change in pace from how they were playing the CT half in regulation. Neru's going to get the spike down. Interesting plant. Look at the location. It's off and to the side. Not quite the normal angle that you're used to. Maybe perhaps worried about that stairs pressure coming in. You did know that 2 people were in CT. Do you know that 3 are there and that only 1 is coming from Market? Rockets are going to flush out a couple of players. Various has to make it happen here. Working his way up, gets peeked out from stairs, but has his back. Sorry, Skyzo has him covered. Various going to run his way all the way up in the backside, up to Brass, has to anchor, doesn't quite get it. Koister, good enough. Bennis, the top frag, the whole half for UNK. Shut down by Koister, showing up big time in overtime. 13-12, map point for the Narwhals.
Yeah, I mean, showing up when it really matters, right? You're finally taking that defensive half. And a lot of it's just due to the fact that I think UNK played it a little too quick, right? When they show a lot of mid-aggression, usually it means immediate sight hit after, right? And on these overtime rounds when the opponent basically knows your playbook, switch it up a little bit, right? You had no information after that mid play. You just forced him back, right? At that point, just freeze on the rounds. Give yourself some time. You know people are rotating. You can hear all the footsteps. But we see UNK just stacking mid here.
This is a bit of a super gamble here. You have ridiculously aggressive lines, and Moon giving the round starting kill first blood here on Jameis. He has to watch from the sidelines. He has to watch the rest of his team play a 4-on-5. Giving over these man disadvantages has been the bane of Retirement Home's defense. The Narwhal's been very, very patient with this slower, Sova-oriented composition. Moon going to swing in. Neru, instant headshot. Really, really great trade. Various doesn't quite have it covered. So as we move into this 2-on-2 and YNL gear up for the 4-man hit onto A site, how do you want to see UNK take us to a second overtime?
And they are supporting the Vice. That is the main thing here, right? They're putting some smokes down. It's going to be hard to hit into this Vice site.
And
there it is. That is found a kill, but Baypopper trades him to the box. Here it is.
Flya went massive the last time he was anchoring on A. Skyzo shuts him out before it can get too crazy, though. 2v2, 40 seconds left. Neru with the concuss still. No more util. The rockets have already been used. Various is going to be able to get that spike down. 2 off from the Sova ult, so it's not going to matter. Spike out. Skyzo, a little bit rough, but he takes down Neru, and it's all up to Braz. He must 1-on-2 yet again. He was put in this position in regulation. He drops down, gets Skyzo, and is shut out by Various. 14-12, Narwhals, map number 1.
And that is what you can expect from the team that we expected to be here, right? 10-2, rough first half, and they completely turn it on its face and win the defensive round and take as 14-12.
So maybe it was a bit of a warm-up, we'll say. I'm not going to suggest anything about how these players are interacting with each other in server. Obviously, we have the highest of competitive integrity and honor guidelines here at Moogie's Valorant Throwdown. With that being said, a tale of two halves, I would definitely say, in terms of not just mechanical ability, but also just the thought process for which both teams were going at the attack half. Both these teams succeeding way more when they have the opportunity and the agency to be as proactive as they were.
And I think I wanted to see UNK play attack on this defensive half, right? I think that's something both teams kind of lacked in on their defensive sides, right? They weren't willing to kind of like play aggressive, right? Get some early intel. Like they're just throwing out util, expecting, oh yeah, they'll back off. Like, you know, you have to get something out of it, right? You can't just be using these cooldowns and doing nothing with it, because it's on the attackers to actually make things happen, right? They have the liberty of when the rounds happen. So hopefully that's something we see moving forward, is this adaptation of playing defense, right?
Well, if we're talking about playing defense, we might have to wait another map, because we're moving on from Ascent, obviously the first of the classics here. We're taking you on a history lesson here for Valorant. Welcome to the Valorant History Channel. With that being said, that's a reference, if ever I've heard one. With that being said, we're moving on to Haven next map. That is not going to be a defender-sided map in the slightest, I don't think. Obviously, big 3-site map. You've got so many avenues to attack. How does UNK bounce back on YNL's pick now of Haven?
How does UNK bounce back? I mean, honestly, there's nothing to really bounce back from. You showed a great attack half, right? You just fell through.
True.
Brush it off, right? Nothing to worry about. Just show up, right? Show something new, or maybe just show something you're really confident in, right? Just play to your strengths, right? Don't play the Yapping Narwhals game where maybe they try to just take you and out-aim you. Play your own game.
I think play your own game and, you know, just rely on yourself and in the teammates and the strategies that got you to this point. That's really the best thing that you can suggest. Obviously, 10-2 halves going both way. 2-0 in the first OT leads the Yapping Narwhals to a 1-0 series lead. We're going to head to a short break. When we come back with map number 2, Haven, I promise you will not want to miss it. Jake, I think we're going to be taking a quick break from us as a duo. Obviously, you got to rest your voice a little bit. But when we come back, we will be right back with some more Moogie's Valorant Throwdown action. Do not touch that dial. Do not change channels. We'll be right back with you.
The script always corrects itself.
Let's say you're deep in a show, or a game, or the game, on a train, at home, at work. Okay, maybe not at work. Point is, at Xfinity, we're constantly engineering new ways to get the entertainment you love to you faster and easier than ever. That's what I do. Is that Love Island?
I got it,
Let's go to see the stars and the moon. I'd fly far into space as long as I am with you. The light in my bright eyes when you're near. The fluttering, I feel it mine just when you are here. I can't explain this kind of love. It pulls me to you, I want it, I can't get enough. So share this precious life with me. Just take my hand and let's enjoy the things that we'll see.
Gone. No more.
One enemy remaining. Flawless.
Watch this.
Spike down mid.
Here.
Show me a target. One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining. Spike planted. Last player standing. Not ready yet. One enemy remaining. Spike down A.
Welcome back, everyone. Thank you for bearing with us during that quick intermission. We'd like to take a moment to thank all of our sponsors, of course. I cannot wait to plug every last one of them. Xfinity, Fifine, you'll see us using their mics right in front of us, obviously. Zotac, MSI, Valhalla, and Esports for lending us the computers that all the competitors are using to play on stage right now. Asus, ROG, Genji now, big things coming through with them with that Practitioner Abroad. That is really, really cool. I wish I were a current student so I could take full advantage of that. And with that being said, they've given us enough budget, as we were talking about in, pregame of the analyst desk, we'll say, to have a new caster here. Maddie, would you like to introduce yourself for everyone?
Hi, everyone. I'm Maddie. As Takashi said, I'm excited to be here and hope you all got to witness game 1 because I did in the hall and that was amazing. What do you think?
I was shocked, actually. I really did think that after that 10-2 start, and obviously with UNK being up 12-8, I really did think they were going to be able to close out the map there, take away their map pick to get things started, set the tone for the series, but YNL, a pretty convincing comeback victory. Very interesting to see the clash in styles, right? The tale of two halves, obviously not just limited, of course, to the attack-sided nature of it. Attacking teams won 20 of the 24 rounds in regulation. And as we take a look here at the LAN Finals matchups, do you have players to watch based on that map that you just saw, Maddie?
Yeah, I think, as you can see, YNL has a lot of finalists and champions on their team, so they have a huge returning roster. But on the other side, I will say that I really enjoyed watching Flya play on the Omen. I think he had a lot of hero plays, and I think he's definitely a player to watch out for. But I think, as we were saying, lots of returning champions and finalists actually playing against each other, so I wonder if they have any thoughts for us. But we unfortunately can't get them up on the caster's desk. We'll just have to wait and see how their gameplay plays out when they play against each other.
Well, maybe pending, any other hiccups coming through here, I really do hope, as I continue to knock on wood here, that everything continues to run on schedule. We have no more tech issues 2025. That would be really sick here. Big shout out, obviously, to Alex and Alex doing all of the production work behind the scenes, making stuff happen earlier when you might have noticed, you the viewers at home and in California Hall, might have noticed the stream a little bit stuttering behind the commentary that Jake and I were trying to deliver to you. Got things fixed up in record time using a pretty, very interesting assortment of cables and utilities, we'll say. I have no idea how it all works, but there's a reason that I'm in front of you here talking behind the mic and not either playing the game or working the broadcast. I'm just words, man.
Yeah, for sure. And I think on the bright side, I think the majority of the action happened after the stuttering. So we got to see the 10-2 half that UNK had, and then the consequential comeback that YNL had, which was amazing. You guys should go and watch the VOD. But what did you think after that game?
I think YNL have a good chance. As much as I want this to be a banger, that kind of comeback stays with you. And
sure.
Blowing that kind of a 10-2 lead in the fashion, obviously having the opportunity to, obviously I said 10-2, and then it moved into 12-8. But in between that, there was also 11-5 or 11-6 or something along those lines. That is a substantial round lead. That's at least 3 bicycles. So, I mean, losing in that kind of fashion stays with bad teams. Do I think either of these teams are bad? No, there are finalists. I think these are great teams. These are the best that we could have realistically asked for at Moogie's VALORANT Throwdown. With that being said, UNK have to bounce back here. If they go down 0-2, I'm worried YNL runs away with it and goes 3-0 and sends us home real early.
Yeah, and this is YNL's map as well on Haven. So they're going to be at a map advantage. They know how to play Haven. They chose it for a reason. And as we saw on Ascent as well, UNK really wasn't able to deal with the Odin and the Op, especially, on defense, I think. So, sorry.
You're good.
Yeah,
You're good.
I would say that Haven as well is a map where you really want to be utilizing the Odin and the Op. And if you don't have an answer for it, it's going to be really tough.
Yeah, and obviously with all these unorthodox, you're used to it just being 5-out pistols on round 1, but for the most part, obviously it's going to be subs on 2 if you need them, and then for as much as you can afford them, it's 5-out rifles, right? Like, you're not realistically assuming that everyone is going to be buying judges. Not everyone's going to be running ops and stuff like that. So with that being said, I mean, difficult to find a universe, right, where these unconventional weapons, most notably Baypopper's Odin, where he had almost 30 kills using very, very preferentially just the Odin. So as both teams are getting ready, we don't got to worry about economy here on the desk. We just have to worry about getting ourselves underway here for map number 2, YNL's map pick of Haven. UNK starting on their dominant attack side for sure. So how do you think this map's going to go, Maddie? Do you have a prediction for who takes this map? What agents do you want to see? Give me everything you can think of. Next 90 seconds are yours.
Yeah, I really think that, we saw the Vice come out from both teams. I think it's either going to be Vice or Cypher. That seems to be the preference for most teams right now. The ISO as well will be used by both teams, which I find pretty surprising, but in general, but not after map 1 where they both use ISO. And the most surprising thing to me is that there's no Jet. Both teams have opted for Yoru, which I think is a really good entry duelist as well. Flash, TP, you really can't do anything, especially if they TP past all of the Cypher util. So I'm really excited to see what kind of plays they'll cook up here.
And so, Jake, I'm sorry, buddy. You left a whole game too soon. You wanted Taeho, you wanted Yoru. Well, you're going to get it in map number 2. UNK running back both of those picks that we were talking about. This YNL composition is very aggressive. We have the Yoru that you were talking about, the ISO reprising his role for both teams, but also the Clove as the smoke agent of choice for YNL. This is a very, very aggressive combat-focused lineup for them. You gotta assume that these retakes and these attacks are going to be explosive in nature for sure. Interesting to see, again, the difference in initiators. It's the Sova for YNL, very, very tried and true sort of thing, versus UNK's new age sort of Taeho thing. They need to make space and they need to make stuff happen off the back of all those rockets and off the drones. How would you attack the pistol round there, Maddie?
I feel like with the Taeho, you're gonna have a really easy time taking away the Cypher util. If he's not standing close enough to his trips, they're just gone. Especially since Sova shock darts, you do have to be close or you have to have lineups. So it looks like it's going to be more of a default this round. They're going to be putting heavy pressure towards grass, which is not surprising to me, especially since Garage util is very lax in the beginning rounds.
But this is that aggression that we're talking about, and this Baypopper draws first blood for this map. He's in position to maybe get the second. Nice survival smoke granted by the Clove, the teleport on site. 5-on-4 here, Koister. 5-on-3, but fenestrates it right back. The right clicks are coming up close and personal. So much damage pouring in from Koister, and the Moon is going to close it out. That's a first round to YNL.
Wow, and that's one of the things that Clove does have over Omen is the huge overheal, and that allowed Koister to just hold back the entire push, get some right clicks in, and get a 3K to finish off the round.
Yeah, so much damage. Sometimes, you forget that the Classic can put out that much, but it is worth noting, every one of those bullets, 26 usually. You right-click, you're putting out 78 up close and personal shotgun style. Any one of those hits the head, a couple of those came through from Koister, so much damage up close.
Yeah, and that's going to be just enough for him to get a Phantom up on this round, and if he can keep that, that's going to be really huge and able to stop the push. Another Garage push, though.
And UNK is just going to march their way right in. The Force Buy is going to be contained handily. Baypopper, Skyzo, and Koister chiming in. A whole bunch of damage down onto the Omen for retirement home. Flya running away with his tail tucked between his legs. Skyzo shuts him out. Moon takes down Neru after getting one the other direction. YNL, a very quick 2-0 start.
Yeah, it's great to see that they're really utilizing all of their super fast push util, as we said before. The Clove, the Yor, and the ISO just kind of able to hold off these pushes really well. Even though they do have, or UNK has the Taeho, I feel like they haven't had the best chance to use it, and it looks like they're going to be on another eco here since they force bought.
Yep, it was the full force, right? You saw the Stinger rush, all the aggression from James, but when your push falls flat and you get taken down by that low buy for Various and also the rifles coming through for the rest of YNL, it sets the Narwhals up in such a dominant economic position. You have so much money to play around with. You have the crossfires here on B. This is part of why it's so difficult to push into some places. You have to actually pressure YNL. What was UNK doing in map number 1? They were moving YNL players away from the point of attack and finding ways to shove their whole team as a unit into that slot. That's sort of what they're trying to do here with Elias Omen. Various gets the first on the entry. Moon has him covered, and he doubles up on it too. James going to have to run away here. And as he recovers the Guardian only, he's shut down by the Moon one more time. So Flyer would have to go huge, and Koister shuts him out of the round for sure. A flawless third round for the Narwhals already.
Yeah, especially with that save they had going on there. You can't really expect much more, but this is the round that they're going to want to start getting their momentum up, especially since it's 3-0. If they do lose another round, that's going to be looking at least a 5-0, I would assume.
Here.
Koister and the Moon doing a really great job of working with their teammates to stop these pushes.
So the Narwhals probably just going to gear up towards more of that A aggression, right? UNK was showing it on the first one. They feel like they know the setup, so now YNL is going to bring over a third person. Those rockets are going to force them out of that long cubby. Moon going to waltz his way down, acting like a fake clone, but Various has the trade on Neru, so it is still 4-on-4. YNL with the positional advantage. UNK with a little bit more flexibility to play with. These even trades coming through for the attacker's side often favor the attacker's side, because you dictate the pace of how the rest of the game is played. With that being said, YNL has shifted all their players over here, but UNK has not rotated either, opting for the hold re-hit. Koister with a jumping across Bay Popper, acting as his distraction, gets a pair of them down in sewers. He's going to keep walking around. This Yoru teleport is in danger. And as all of Retirement Home, they remain towards long. They have to wait. They have to cross into this angle. Bennis would have to go huge here on this double hold. Can he find this angle? He sees both of them. Bay Popper takes him down. James going to flash his way in. Gets the first. Knows that Koister's in the corner. Gets the second too. Will the res come in? It looks like not. And it looks like Various has the pincer maneuver. And so Retirement Home closed out of that round for sure. A fourth round to the Narwhals.
Yeah, I think the thing that is really ruining UNK is that, one, their aggressive push is getting stopped so easily by YNL's team play, and the fact that they are pushing together and trading super well. You know, these double holds are so huge as well to pick off the UNK players.
That's some nice free camming, Alex. Very, very nice work. I love seeing these cinematic shots. Haven, a beautiful map when you aren't, you know, struggling to find which of the 5 points of attack you actually want to go down. That being said, Various very, very set on holding this A line as best he can, but it's just him this time. They've rotated the rest of his friends over towards the B and C sites, anticipating a bit of a faster push on this light buy that you were talking about, Maddie. So with this little information that you're going to get from the Tejo drone, it's going to spot Various. He's going to be revealed, suppressed. Oh well, his recon dart's already out there. You break the wire. You signal to Bay Popper that you can be here. He swings in with the Odin. He gets the first, preps himself up for the second, so the deep shot can't get him done. And this Odin, interestingly enough, it doesn't seem like it would be the weapon of choice for someone like ISO, a very precision-based duelist type. But when you're just holding M1 and you just spray control off, it's like you're in Kovacs all over again and you get an invulnerability.
Yeah, I definitely agree, as well as the fact that the Odin is a very heavy weapon, so it's hard to entry, but if you have Yoru flash TPing in and you have ISO following up, or just holding these angles, especially on defense, it's going to be really easy to take advantage of that.
And Moon is making sure that they don't take advantage of Koister on the back of that smoke. He's wise to Neru's tricks, but Neru hits the headshot anyway. Moon hops up into the corner, is suppressed, so, sorry, concussed. Neru hits the headshot. Skyzo trades one right back, and a fifth round for YNL. Perfect on the defender half so far. A stark contrast to game one.
Yeah, but as we saw, UNK also started pretty perfectly on the... sorry.
on the attack side.
On the attack side,
yes,
yeah. On the last map, so it could just as easily be turned around, you know, don't count them out.
Absolutely not. And it is worth noting, obviously, these rounds don't look super competitive because so many of these UNK players are being forced to entry in uncomfortable positions. I mean, Braz is getting caught out with the teammate in front of him. James is going a little bit early. Braz gets shot up next to him. Flya getting wall-banged out in garage that one time, or maybe shot up in long in this covey area, or sorry, this main area when Various gets the information down. That wire's going to be broken immediately. Placed a little bit late. Braz is going to fake the tap, see if he can get some more information. It's just a clone is always going to be able to bait out there. And Braz is down to one bullet already. Retirement Home really not coming out looking so hot in these early exchanges.
Yeah, I think especially since that they are taking these early exchanges and losing, that's going to be really hard for them to push anywhere else since ISO is their secondary entry. Although it does look like they're going back towards A, which seems to be a fan favorite of theirs. They're going to take down Brazera on the cross, and your ult is going to come out. Cypher knows exactly where they are, and they're going to highlight everyone on A. And it looks like YNL is so ready for this.
It's a great dimensional drift to clear out that short angle. It can be so obnoxious. Flya takes down his opposite Smoker, but Koister is going to res himself back into the round. Can't res yourself, Sage? Well, this healer sure can. Might be a little bit more selfish, but he has to peek out through the smoke. Flya in the 1v1. He does take down Koister again. Armageddon's going to force out the CT push. Tons of damage, forces Various out into the open so Bennis can take him down. And so now Baypopper just holding this Odin line. James going to do a bit of damage back to him. It looks like UNK have done enough to run out the time, and with this man advantage, they will be able to pick up their first round of the half.
Yeah, that's what you love to see. Although there was a lot of ults invested, that's going to be a pretty costly round for both teams. Almost reset all the ults. But YNL does still have the advantage of their massive econ, so it won't be a huge hit overall.
And that's very good of you to point out, obviously. So Raz, someone who was popping off earlier in the last map, he had probably 20, 22 of them. He's held to 0-6 right now as he is forced to hard entry to try and allow James the room to work up on this more dynamic Yoru, we'll call it. That being said, UNK finding a nice soft spot there to be able to breach into YNL's A site. You were talking about it being a favorite of theirs. If they gear up to hit it again, they're going to find 3 Narwhals waiting.
Yeah, but I do want to note that both ISOs are on 6 out of 7, so I wonder if they'll be investing those during this round. I think both teams are willing to invest the ults if they need to, as shown by the last round, but it will be a lot harder for the defenders to take advantage of these orbs unless they push down C, because, you know, UNK really hasn't been touching that C side at all.
I'm not sure how much I love that smoke that UNK threw, and I say that as it allows Various to creep into that long covey, get the flash so that James can't actually trade it, and so Various single-handedly off the smoke that UNK threw for him to try and get this long control. He's able to play into the covey, play it as slow as he wants. Skyzo's wise to that lurk from Flya, so now UNK, with only 2 players left, YNL knows exactly where these 2 players are. Baypopper doesn't have to move a muscle. And honestly, if he did, he could have just barrel stuffed that Odin straight up sewers and seen what he could have done with it. But UNK, I'm not sure how much I like that tactical decision. Putting the Omen smoke that deep down the angle as opposed to Cypher Cage Cross and just doing it that way. You know, popping up out of your smoke with the Yoru flash or something along those lines. A little bit risky. James, nice flash, going to force Koister off the angle. There's the cage being used now, the information, but James runs headfirst into that smoke. Ben is going to trade it back. Skyzo takes down his opposite number. 6-1 YNL.
Yeah, I think it's important to note that even though UNK has been going A every single time, they haven't been ruining any of the Cypher utils set either garage, B, or C. So I think it's pretty easy for YNL to guess where they're going and where they're ending. I think if they want to do more of a default, they should be, you know, teasing out more of this util, especially with the Teho missiles, because, you know, Cypher can't be on top of all of his trips at the same time and he can't recall them. It does look like they're doing more of a C push here. I'm excited to see whether they'll push all the way down. Camera's gonna swap people out, so they won't end up pushing. And it looks like, wow, Naru with the important pick on Baypopper. That's gonna be the Odin down, which has been so crucial to stopping these pushes. But they don't see Varys pushed up. We'll be taking the 1 and getting another, and maybe a third. No, Jamie's is able to trade it out finally.
So as we, sorry, go ahead. Go ahead, Maddie.
But that's going to be drawing rotates over to A, which allows Cypher to work up garage, standing on top of this trip, which we wanted to see as well. More works, more teasing out the util.
And when you're in this 3-on-3 scenario, the only thing that's a little bit concerning is Retirement Home very low on health. This Yoru and this Teho have both sacrificed a ton of their health in order to get these even trades in this gun disadvantage position. But YNL were so scared about all the pressure that UNK threw at them. They've juggled this map, they've read it successfully, and so there's an open plant for them, free for UNK. They're going to get at least 10 seconds, and as the neural theft comes in, the wire will get broken. You already knew where they were going to be anyway. So there's no one in position to actually make use of that Cypher ultimate. Dimensional Drift's going to pop in there, so we're going to see if Moon can spot out all the information. Spots 2, 1 in covey, 1 front sight. Koister gets the other one that was unknown. Here's the flash and the pop out, and it's the shorty to get the kill. Venice would have to clutch, and he does very well to get the first 2. Skyzo would need a headshot, and Venice serves him one instead. 3 for him, and a second round for UNK.
Wow, so beautiful coming out from Benas. especially being able to read all of those rotates from C to A with his crucial position in Garage just sitting on the Cypher trip. Honestly, I think Venus definitely pushed out this round for them, not just through his kills, but also through his positioning.
He had so much space, right? And when you hear how rushed the rotate is, and obviously the player is rotating back, either back from Garage or in spawn, from the line that he's at, you can hear the faintest of footsteps if they are running. So, great information. Nice highlighting that out. It looks like UNK are going to gear up for a fast hit. Hunter's Fury is going to come in. Those Taeho rockets are going to come through as well. Nice damage by Various. Cross maps James out of the round for sure. Braz forced into the 1v1. Can he get Koister? Yes, he does. First kill. Braz is on the board. Moon takes down Neru immediately. Moon looking for the second one. Baypopper gets 2 more of them through the smoke on his Odin. Has a chance to get the third. Braz, they know his position. He had the kidnap earlier. Moon's going to peek him first. Skyzo looking to combine with Moln. Suppressed and taken down. And the 7th round for the Narwhals means they've won this half already.
Yeah. The other thing that I really love about YNL is that they're so good at using their util and getting the max amount of usage out of each piece of util. I mean,
That goes there.
from the drone to the dart, I feel like those are pretty easy, you know, self-explanatory, as you would say. But I think they've also been using the ISO util really well, especially since the vulnerable also got added as suppress, which is going to be really crucial to stopping these pushes even more so than it used to.
And it is very interesting, right, to think about the ISO ultimate as that engaged tool. I mean, you don't think of it the same way that you might think of like a breach ultimate or a KJ thing that clears out the site completely. But if you know that there's only 2 or 3 people there, as Various finds a nice kill onto Venice, not quite watching, gets the second. Does he have the third in him? Yes, he does. Looking for the 4th and the 5th. Ace for Various. Nicely played by the captain.
Wow, and we are definitely going to get that on a replay, I hope, because that was beautifully played. Various sneaking up A-long when Venice was totally not looking at it. And, I mean, they just ran into his crosshair. I don't know what else to say.
I heard the chat sound effect in the background there real quick. I can only hope that's Jarvis clipped that. I'm sure Alexstra did. 1st, 2nd, 3rd, 4th, and the 5th. Spray a little bit labored at the end. Those taps, though, in the middle were beautiful from Various.
Yeah, he was locked in on that angle, and I'm excited to see what else he does during this game. It looks like they're expecting the A push, though, because the entirety of UNK is towards A. Baypopper able to stop the push with the Odin yet again, but he will take some significant damage for it, and it's going to be down to a 3v3. Cypher knows exactly where they are, and that's going to read that they're not entirely all towards A. So I think that's just going to be a hit. Best running in as the Sentinel, going to catch the Moon, lacking just a little bit. Baypopper falling asleep on the Odin, and it's going to be down to a 1v3. Skyzo alone.
Spike planted.
This would be the clutch of the event, it would be safe to say, if Skyzo can actually make this 1v3 happen. He finds the first one to Venice, the second, and almost the third. Neru needed that headshot. He wished for it desperately, and it was granted. A 3rd round for UNK. Off the back of that Various ace, they go right back to the point of attack. UNK unfazed by YNL's attack.
Wow, that was almost so beautiful. I saw the vision. I think the only thing that I would have said is that him getting tagged by the Taeho drone actually hurt him a lot because it revealed where he was. Even though he did get the headshot and the 180 flick, that was enough for to finish off the round.
Yeah, very nice by Skyzo. I mean, you're really seeing the mechanical ability of all these players coming into finals here. Various stepping up big time after a map 1 where, if we're being honest, from a kill standpoint, Various was a bit of an afterthought. The rest of his team were really stepping up to find those kills. Dimensional drift from James is going to sprint right into the backside. They're not quite going to catch that Logs player though. So James works his way all the way into the back, teleports all the way back to T-spawn. And now you're going to gear up UNK with all of this aggression they've shown. They pulled 3 players to the opposite side of the map. Here comes the fast hit. Baypopper gets the first anyway with the Odin, looking for a little bit more through that smoke, not quite going to find it. But look how far ahead Braz is of this play. Does he peek out through the smoke? Yes, and he's going to find Skyzo reloading. Drops right back into cover afterwards. Nice pick to equalize. A whole bunch more damage coming through from Baypopper. Fly is looking a lot worse for wear. Dropping down into sight. Yoru is. Here comes Bay Popper, looking for the ultimate as well. Kidnaps one more. Neru, can you hit another headshot here? You would need a pair of them. The double tap, a little bit too much. The Phantom 140s him. Bay Popper still looking good this round. Defenders win. Koister and Bay Popper looking for the last one. Flya cleaned up by Koister. So a death after the round finishes to 9-3 half. Very, very dominant by the Narwhals.
Yeah, and especially on that round, Bay Popper, although he did get the first 2 kills, him catching the Taeho so that Taeho could not use his ult for the post point was absolutely huge. I think that is definitely the person that you want to be catching. If I was Taeho, I would be standing back more because you know that Isa is going to have that ult and he's going to want to use it on the last round.
Very, very nice free camming, Alex. I love these cinematic shots. I mean, look at... But this is another reason why I like Sova. If you take a look at the overhead of all these maps, look at all the surfaces you have to bounce these darts off of. There's so much room for creativity. Obviously, it's tried and true. Everyone has their cross-map lineup from C to A and vice versa. That flash coming through from mid isn't quite going to find anything, so I get to ramble on a little bit. As I say that, YNL going to march straight down onto B. Bay Popper with the insert already. And so now they're going to attack in the garage. James is going to be wall banged out. Nicely tracked by Bay Popper. Flya trades back Moon. Do they know about Koister's position? Braz knows about Various, but Bay Popper, Bennis, and Flya are going to trade a pair back. Nice right click from Koister. He would need to repeat what he did in that pistol round on the first half. He would need another 3-piece. No smoke, another 10 seconds. Seems to know that there's a player long. Does he know exactly the position of the second one? The Taeho for UNK, working his way up through CT. Koister, taking his time. Playing it patient. Here's the rotation on C long. Does Koister hold for this swing, or does he try and beat the timing? It looks like he will try and beat it. The smoke on C giving a little bit more of a sound cue, but it's not even going to be spotted by that cam. So it's just a question of when does this timing come through. Koister working his way back towards A. Little does he know it is undefended, but it will set him up into the clutch. Where would you plant this spike in this 1v2?
Honestly, I think I would plant it below Heaven and try and push to get a more advanced position because you know, I mean, he already seems to know that Cypher's long, especially since Cypher Yuta was on C, but he didn't end up fighting C, which means that he was probably in a position where he wasn't able to trade his teammates. And I think that Koister is going to take more of a passive position and probably hope to maybe get one and then quickly jump back into his smoke. The drone is not going to catch him, and that's going to be huge. Picking off Venos with a headshot, and it's going to be a 1v1. That was a great dodge from Koister, and he knows that Neru has worked his way in, but that headshot makes things a little bit risky. Koister clutch! Wow, we've had some great individual plays from the Narwhals. Ice in his veins. Koister finds the headshot, and another pistol for the Narwhals. Wow, beautifully played. I think those shields from Koister actually really came into play. With that overheal, you can just go classic light shields with the smoke and an overheal on Clove, and I think that's what really helped him. It allowed him to survive that headshot. Just a clean tap. Obviously, 2 bullets left in the chamber there. No room for error for Koister. No time for caution. Very, very nicely played, and it puts them in great position to take this 11th round for them and put themselves in that same position that UNK found themselves in. The only question is, do UNK have it within themselves? Can they dig deep, rally to make this still a competitive game? This round, compulsory, maybe not necessarily doable. All comes down to where you can find these gunfights. Neru just going to jump spot. It's the full investment too. You see the stinger for Neru, so you know their economy is on a broke buy for sure. James is going to be droned out of this corner, going to have to blink out instead, so Neru's going to be forced into the defense, and he does take down Moon. Ready for the second, but there's no one there. Nice survival smoke to try and cut the distance here. This is the only way you can take these fights with these light weapons. You need to close the distance. Braz is doing a great job of that. Bay Popper tries his best to equalize. Koister caught on the reload by James. Why is Various trying to plant the spike while the whole rest of his team is dying? Paranoia is going to come through, just going to force the plant off, but Various finds himself the opening. They know the players are short. Various doing himself a great job here, but would need to be all 4, and James takes him down, so that 4 spy comes through for UNK with their ability to survival smoke and cut those distances. Yeah, Koister giving over that Phantom to James actually pretty much lost them the round, I would say. That was really great timing from James, swinging out of the smoke after he hears Koister reload, and it's going to be a timeout from Bay Popper on the side of YNL. Probably talking about their strats, I mean, they are up 10-4, but they don't want to see UNK honestly twist their strategy on them from the first map, see a comeback, even though I'm sure the fans would love to see that. But how do you feel about this game so far, Takeshi?
I feel like this is I'm going to say the exact same thing I said about UNK after the first half of map number 1. YNL are just taking the fight to them. It doesn't matter where they are willing to take these fights. But it is interesting to see on a map like Haven that I think it's traditionally a little bit attacker-sided. We've actually seen the defense come to play in crucial rounds for sure. I mean, obviously that's easy for me to say when YNL is up 9-3 at the end of the half. But UNK really digging deep on that force buy. That was a round that they desperately needed, and they got it at the exact time they needed. So they have all the guns. YNL are on pistols. If YNL managed to wrestle this round right back, I think the map's over.
Yeah, I definitely agree, especially since you don't want your enemy sitting at 11. That's pretty much the time where you're starting to worry for yourself. And I think one of the big things that they made a mistake on the last round was just rushing A when they really didn't have to. You know, rushing into the stinger that they knew was there. They do have a Yor, they could just TP out and rotate pretty easily. And it looks like they will play more of a default this round, which I definitely like. Drawing out the rotates onto C. And it looks like A is going to be completely free. I love this default. And they're going to be working up A. And it's going to be totally clear.
I like the mid-smoke as well to sell a little bit more of that pressure because you know that there's always going to be garage pressure from the attacker side ahead of those defensive wires. The places that UNK have set them up, they're not actually in positions where anyone's going to be playing in... They're kill trips, right? But they're not necessarily giving too much information. So as all of UNK is going to be held back on site, they have to wait until the smoke fades. Concuss into the smoke. Nice paranoia. Dink comes through, so the trades are working for YNL, but all the kills are coming back for UNK. I say, as things get a little bit messy at the end, the reload, if it wasn't there, maybe one fewer right click leads to one more kill there for YNL, but that is the 5th round for UNK. A nice clean retake for them. They waited out the utility and then they pounced on the play.
Yeah, that was a pretty painful round for UNK, but they did get the important guns. They have an Outlaw and the 2 Vandal and Phantom. On the other side though, they're going to have just enough econ. Baypopper with his signature Odin is going to come out, and I'm excited to see what he's going to do with it, especially on attack. He was doing really well on attack, on Ascent, not so much on defense, but, you know, attack is where we saw him shine, so...
This feels to me like the same sort of play that we saw earlier from UNK. You gotta assume it's going to be the 4-1 split, Cypher Cage, fake cross, so you sell all the information. Obviously showing a lot of pressure here, maybe not necessarily what you want to do, as Skyzo does take down Braz. So another man advantage to YNL. Going to be caught jumping, but Flya not quite able to hit that instant headshot. So you know at the very least that there are 3 players here. Wire triggered, TP backside, Moon taken down immediately by Bennis. Going to dodge the kidnap very expertly, but it is going to sell out Flya instead. Baypopper seems wise to it, but Flya wins it out anyway. And Bennis with a pair more, a 3K for him, closes out the round for UNK. What was a 5-on-4 for YNL became a 4-0 clean win for UNK.
Yeah, and suddenly a 10-3. It's suddenly a 10-6, and I am starting to think, you know, no Caster's Curse or anything, but this is like a pretty familiar. I don't know about you, Takeshi.
It does look very familiar indeed, and if we take a look at some of the scoreboard here, you'll see some familiar faces here at the top. You have Bennis once again leading UNK 15-11. I mean, these stingers here for YNL, they gotta close gaps. Can they work some of that magic, that eco round magic as Flya gets the opening pick on Moon? Can they work some of that close range magic that UNK were able to find? It looks like they're going to look for an explode off the back of this Varia start, but no one's breaking the wire for him. So the spike goes down immediately. Information gathered for UNK. Braz wins another 1v1 inside of that ISO ult. And as the paranoia comes through, YNL feeling like the world's out to get them. UNK just looking to put the finishing touches on this round, and they pick up their 7th. That's a nice 3-round streak for them off the back of that round they had no business winning.
Yeah, and I'm so excited to see a competitive game because I love Valorant. It is so exciting for me to watch this, and I hope that our viewers too as well in the chat. We got a 250-bit donation. Thank you so much. I hope you're enjoying all the content that we're giving.
I love selling out.
And we're having a great time here. I hope all of our viewers in the California Hall as well. I heard a lot of cheering when I was there earlier. And I hope that you guys are enjoying this map just as much as we are.
I sure hope that by map number 3, if we aren't there already, I hope we're filled up to capacity. I might do some crowd work too and some of the pregame stuff. I can't hear you, but I sure hope that the rest of our staff are getting their eardrums blasted by just how loud and how much everyone's enjoying it. You know, this is the peak of Moogie's Valorant Throwdown performance. It does not get better than this.
Yeah.
So, yeah, go ahead.
You know, it wouldn't be without our sponsors.
Oh my god.
Our amazing new venue in the California Hall, UC Davis. Esports at UC Davis is one of our sponsors. They've been such a great help putting on these events. Everyone here has been working so hard for the past 6 weeks, putting on Moogie's Valorant Throwdown. And it's just a culmination of, you know, just the best KLEG esports that you could ever see. So enjoy it while you can, folks, because we're having a great time.
Well, don't necessarily say enjoy it while you can, because we are hoping, I mean, I don't know if I'm spoiling Alex's plans by saying this, but, you know, he was talking to me about next year already as soon as this one's over. But with that being said, you know, we're just getting started here, for sure. And YNL are getting started on this attack. A full hit coming through. Various gets the first, traded back by James. Baypopper finds another one. So now, UNK, Flya in the back of sight. All the pressure on him now to clutch, and Skyzo shuts him down. Koister with another instant kill. Braz able to get the first, not able to get the reset though, so Team Ace coming through for YNL. Good recovery for them, and 11th round. And once again, like you were saying, Maddie, very, very similar to map number 1. 2 rounds the difference between this series being 2-0 in YNL's favor.
Yeah, the pressure's on for sure, but, you know, if anyone can do it, it's these teams. UNK knows how YNL plays. I'm sure they've already gotten a feel for them. And that's why they were able to get more of these rounds so that it's actually competitive. 11-7. I want to see an overtime into an UNK win. Let's get it, guys.
An overtime into an UNK win would be something that a lot of us casters were talking about behind the desk for sure. And, you know, just while we were in pregame and stuff like that for sure. So what does UNK need to do? What do we need to see from them in order to convince us that this map can go 13-11 by the end of it?
I mean, we definitely need this round just to start off. I think they've been doing a really good job of, you know,
Who's next?
For example, Jamie's has already pushed up C. They have so much pressure. The Dimensional Drift is going to come out on A, but Cypher's already ready for it. Yor will be able to bypass all of it, but it will be the rest of his team that will have a lot of trouble getting into the site.
So, one thing this is just a personal thing. I feel like Moon should be pinging out exactly where those wires are, because look, Venice is finding kills off of information that Moon had already gathered for them. Maybe it wasn't communicated super clearly, but that's utility that you need to break, and that's a man advantage you cannot be giving over to UNK if you're trying to close out this game. Various and Koister ready for this peak. Nice shock dart going to find damage onto the first, but it's just going to take down the shield from Braz. Wide swing into the angle. Various and Fly are going to exchange kills. Nice trade coming back from UNK. Jump into the window. Koister gets the first. Swings coming through. Koister gets a second. Baypopper combines, tries to spray transfer back up into heaven, but Jameis is disconnected from the play, and as Koister shuts him out of the round, we are 1 round away from a YNL 2-0 start in this best of 5.
Yeah, and as you were saying, YNL 2-0 is not what you want to see if you're an UNK fan, you know. 1 map away from taking the entire series. We did see that YNL has a lot of finalists and champions, so they're very familiar with this kind of pressure. But I think UNK has been doing a really great job. I think they will have a lot of ults lined up. They just need to get their act together, get the comms up, as you were saying. I think, especially on the retake, you know, I think some of those ults could have been invested in, and they would have had a lot of an easier time pushing out.
Interesting to see the ISO push wall there coming out to secure the orb for YNL. You gotta figure that with the rechargeable smoke or with the Cypher cages, you could just cage cross and then use the smoke, but I say Braz wants all the smoke. He wins that ISO against Baypopper, takes down the opposite superstar. That's the kind of firepower that you need to see from UNK. We saw this 12-7 scoreline basically mirrored. It was 12-8 the other direction in the last map. There's so much symmetry, so much parallelism going on here that it's difficult not to continue mentioning it. But once again, YNL finding an undermanned A site. There are players in fast positions to rotate. Nice survival smoke is going to simulate there being a player back site, but Various is going to get that spike planted early if he's not denied by those rockets. Braz with another one. Koister going to late res himself into this one.
This is how
But UNK, with this Armageddon, going to stall out this plant for an eternity. Koister has to dance around the site, and there's nothing more he can do. A triple kill for James, all up to Moon, and they all know where he is. Flawless for UNK. 12-8 scoreline, opposite direction. Let's see if the miracle run is alive.
I want to see all of our UNK fans in chat cheering them on because, I mean, what more can you ask for? Flawless round. You did invest the Taeho ults, but you have a bunch of people on the other side. Also, you know, no ults left. It's going to be pretty hard. Maybe you're going to get the Sova ult on Various, but, you know, 1 out of 7 on Yoru, 1 out of 7 on ISO, and 1 out of 8 on Clove. You're going to not have those entry ults that you want to see if you're on YNL.
And as we move into what could be the possible final round, I say is Jameson Flya going to combine for 2 opening kills. Very nicely done. The Narwhals on a bit of a light vi here, so perhaps I got a little bit ahead of myself. With that being said, Paranoia is going to come through. You don't want to push into that Judge. Don't give Koister an avenue back into this round. Any chance you give to the Narwhals, it feels like they have been taking Retirement Home, putting up a great fight for them so far. Again, not to be overstated, they had a massive 12-8 lead in the first game. The first map of this best of 5 finals here at California Hall. Picnic Day, UC Davis, the biggest LAN event ever. James trying to make a name for himself on this big stage here for sure as he takes down Various. Koister watches as the Rockets fly by, hits the clone, so Braz has a free kill on him afterwards, and the Guardian not quite coming through. James with another triple kill. 9-12 off the back of that flawless. 3 rounds the difference. Yeah. Do you believe, Maddie?
I do. You know, I love seeing competitive Valorant, but also the use of the Yoru clone. Every Judge player's worst nightmare is judging the clone. But I think you just can't take that risk, and it seems like, you know, Koister thought the same. But that round was a little bit of a throwaway. They still have the pressures on. 12-9. They have another bye. But Flya with the op, I would love to see what he's going to do with this.
So YNL, if you're in this position, they have a bye round here, obviously. 3 rounds left to play. You've got to figure this bye, eco, bye. So if you're UNK, this is the first test you have to pass. And Flya does with flying colors, pun fully intended. Baypopper shut out once again. This ISO not finding as much value against the off as you might have expected, but it just means they weren't expecting it. Braz wants no distractions. He wants to take down Koister the old-fashioned way. One-on-one, not quite going to get it. Koister disadvantaged, wins it anyway with a pair of headshots. Nicely done. Braz moving ahead of that wall. A little bit different of an approach here from that ISO. But it does set us back into a 4-on-4. No instant headshot removal necessary. This is old-fashioned 4-on-4 Valorant. Moving back towards that C site, trying to make a 4-man hit of it. There's no one home. It's just Benes. He's just going to try and take a little bit more information towards Garage, holding what's more considered a one-and-done angle. Flood Smoke's going to come in so they can break that trip. Does the Moon know? Does he have information on it? Yes, he does, but it's one of those very difficult to break ones. Teleport into back sight. Cypher cam spotted. Nice break on that util. So Moon, decayed out. Neural Theft's going to come in. Various planting the spike down as UNK know where everyone on YNL is. They're pinned in backside. A lot of damage down on Moon in backside for sure. Swings out to try and get a little bit more. James wallbangs him out. Look at this double hold on Logs though. As Venus gets one more, the flood comes through. UNK with a very clean retake. Look at all the kills off the util, and they move to double digits themselves. Up to 10 now. 2 rounds the difference. An eco conversion here, and one more test, the final hurdle you have to expect for them. The difference between taking us to overtime.
Yeah, and again, the use of the Yoru clone to catch out both players and Logs. Beautiful. Also has the ult online now for retake. I think, actually, I was going to say that Benes maybe could have used the Cypher ult a little bit earlier because it had been pretty quiet and they were angled towards A. But I'm surprised that UNK was very confident with their retake. They retook so decisively, and it's going to be another eco round for YNL. Going to be a pretty difficult round to close out, but they do still have time.
And importantly to note, it's a double op setup, so just when you thought you knew where Flya's op is going to be, you peek straight into it on the opposite side of the map. Great repositioning. TAC FPS 101 from Retirement Home. Very, very nice adjustment from them. Flya even going to have the presence of mind to break that drone. Re-peek on the Skyzo, maybe a little bit over eager. Neru has the one tap though. The instant headshot off of that ADS. Nice break on the recon dart. Skyzo knows his position, but Neru has the gun advantage. Skyzo has to drop back right now. Swinging into the open is Braz. Gets the first, but traded back by Various. It's messy right now. James has it covered. Bay Popper would have needed a couple of headshots there, but Neru closes it out. That was the half buy. Here is the final for UNK right now in the grand finals. 11-12. 4-round run to get us to this point. They need this to push us to OT to try and take us over the line.
Yeah, I'm a believer. I mean, as I was saying earlier, I really wanted UNK to find a counter to the Odin and the op, and the counter was buying their own op, and also forcing Bay Popper off of the Odin, not just because he has no econ left, but also because he needs to be with his team in order to entry, and still they're losing these crucial rounds, not able to close it out.
Bay Popper swinging out way ahead of those rockets, but look at the damage that's already down to him. That double tap not lasting nearly long enough. The prep's going to come in from backside for Braz. So as this hit comes in, nice survival smoke. Might be a little bit early. The Narwhals having the option to cut noise, re-hit. It looks like instead they're just going to drift their way in. Omen ult's going to be used as well. James is going to gain all the information in his last round and a half. No reason to save these ultimates. Look at how much information he's gaining off of this drift. Sees the entire team. No lurkers detected. Drops all the way back into heaven. Could have gotten a little bit dicey there if there was a player there. Smoke faded. A little bit awkward on that timing, but you'll take it if you're an UNK fan. 5-on-5. Full cut noise. When does UNK rotate?
Yeah, I think at this point they are able to rotate because they saw everyone. They still have the Cypher cam watching C long, so they'll have very early info. They have the trip. They also have Omen in garage set up perfectly, and that basically gives them the entirety of their team to go A site.
And it's the old cut noise and re-hit, and the only kill that's coming back for YNL is Cloister. Braz got a pair of them. James is going to chime in as well, looking for a little bit extra on that tap on that orb. Various would have to resurrect some of that form, would have needed the ace, and he's not going to find it. Predictions come true. 12 apiece. We are going to overtime on map number 2.
Wow, beautiful comeback from UNK. I would expect nothing less because this is competitive Valorant. These are our 2 grand finalist teams at Moogie's Valorant Throwdown, and I am, for one, so excited to see what happens. Again, hoping for an UNK win in the overtime because that would make truly an amazing story to tell.
It would be another very, very great comeback in the history of not just these two teams, but obviously Moogie's Valorant Throwdown Picnic Day debut. The first map, absolute banger. 10-2 halves both ways, overtime on map number 1 going to YNL. 12 apiece. Another super dominant 12-7 lead for YNL. UNK clawing it back 5 rounds in a row, taking us the distance on map number 2. Could you have asked for a better start to this event?
Honestly, no. I mean, I never would have thought it, but I guess 10-2 curse is a thing. They are so ready for Moon to push out various overheating, or Neru overheating just a little, but quickly traded back. And that's going to be a main control taken so easily. Jamie's left alone outside of A with the spike.
I got the spike.
And yeah, if I was him, I would definitely go and rotate. Fly already in.
Oh, this is a timing.
site.
Look at the backside player. Cloister has no idea that Flya can be this close, and he gets shut down instantly. Does Flya know where the Cypher is? No, he doesn't. Skyzo, very, very nice awareness. James going to be stuck by that wire. He would need a 1-on-3. Tap, plant, nothing. So he moves into backside. Noze has all the CT information. Teleport. Does YNL know it's a fake? Do they know that it's real? 12 apiece. 1v3 required for James. But like you were talking about, that A main control taken so easily by YNL, that adjustment. Who had been fighting that A main control for so long? It was Moon and it was Various, but this time they inserted Bay Popper as well. Got him into that corner on his signature Odin, and like you were talking about, he's just going to swing out. Hunter's Fury leads him right into Bay Popper. Map point yet again for YNL, but this time only one chance to get it done.
Yeah, and I love how YNL is taking these really fast early engages because with the Odin, with the Cypher Util just holding down these angles, you know, it's going to be really hard for UNK to make anything happen. And that's going to be super crucial for the rest of the round because as you saw, they were down a man. Flya got a really big timing, but unfortunately he was just not ready for the other Cypher anchor in garage.
And Flya might have thought that he caught the only player left on that site. And he was right, but he was not ready. Is Baypopper ready for this peek? Various wasn't quite, but Baypopper has his trade. Do they know about this mid wraparound? So if Baypopper runs through this wire, Benes has to try and not get run down. This wrap is coming through from Garage. Baypopper's wise to James' tricks anyway. The teleport in the backside off of that blind. Moon's ready. 4 on 2. This has to be the round for them, you think. Baypopper, one more. Flya trades it the opposite direction. Neru kidnapped, and they know his exact location. Baypopper doesn't have to do anything. His teammates are already standing there, but he closes it out with a 4K anyway. Another time win for the Narwhals. 2-0 in this best of 5.
Wow, and YNL fans, I expect, will be celebrating. As we said, Baypopper on the attack Odin, domain expansioning the last guy, and it will be a clean game for the most part. You know, they had a little bit of a hiccups, but they were able to bring it back, and that'll bring us to map 3. So, are you still saying 3-1 YNL? How are you feeling?
No, I'm still just in shock from the domain expansion. That's more so just me personally. Obviously, I didn't think that was something that we were going to be referencing today. I didn't think we were going to get 4 ISOs across these two maps, of course. With that being said, 2-0 to YNL, a little bit counter maybe to what we were predicting backstage perhaps, but these have been close games. You can't ask for anything more competitive than OT in both of the first 2 maps with the comebacks that these two teams are staging. This is unbelievable stuff here. I'm so glad that we have a chance to cast it.
Yeah, and I think even though it is 2-0 YNL, I wouldn't count UNK out. They've been doing really well. They've been putting up a good fight, and I think if it is going to be a 3-0 stomp, at least we got to see, double overtimes.
True.
And lots of ISOs.
Honestly, wouldn't be surprised if we move over to split and we got 2 more ISOs and 1 more overtime. But that's something for you, the fans, to think about, you, the audience, to think about, us as casters to think about. For right now, we're going to head into the break. YNL 2-0 UNK. Is this the best script in Picnic Day history, or will YNL close it out? Only time will tell when we come back.
I think the most memorable moment, for me, was the first day when we got to meet everybody and tour all of the different facilities. It was the first taste that we got of what Genji was going to have us do for the next couple of weeks, and just a preview of the learning. And I just remember being so excited on that day for all of the work and people that I was going to meet over that time.
One enemy remaining. Last player standing. enemy remaining. Spike down A. Ace.
Is there no one left?
Not enough. No distractions. I'm going out.
Last player standing. One enemy remaining.
Ladies live.
Spike down A. Last player standing. Flawless. One enemy remaining.
Cage trigger.
Last player standing.
It's you and
Spike
me.
planted.
Hey everyone, and welcome back to Moogie's VALORANT Throwdown Map 3. We're here at the California Hall at UC Davis, and I'm here with Jake, who you might remember from the first map. We love Jake, and we're so glad that he's back. How are you feeling?
Feeling good. Map 2 was another certified banger.
Yeah, another OT, but this time YNL came back. Maybe they're just really good at OT, but currently it is 2-0 Yapping Narwhals against Retirement Home or UNK. And I am hoping that we get more than 3 maps, but map 3 is split. It is UNK's map choice, so they probably have practiced on it a lot, I hope. And I mean, I heard that you're a Tejo fan. So what are you thinking?
I may be a Teo merchant. I do believe he will make an appearance here, and I hope he does. He is very dominant on this map. As you probably know, as a lot of people probably know. Yeah, so I think both teams will probably pick him up. And I have said, the script always does correct itself. So I think it's time for UNK to win a game.
Yeah, I do too. And if you guys have been enjoying this awesome gameplay, these PCs are provided by our sponsor, Valorant Esports Training. Any parents out there in the audience, if your kid is watching these games and they really want to be a Valorant player, we also have a ton of other games, but they have a center up in Folsom where you can go and check them out. We also have our sponsors, MSI, Zotac, and Asus ROG, who sell amazing parts for your PCs if you're looking to upgrade and get that insane PC where you can frag out and be just as good as these players.
Yeah, I have a motherboard from them, and honestly, it works great for my computer. So
yeah, and the other thing that sounds great is your voice right now. These are Fifine mics. We're using them right now for our casting. If you want to pick yours up, you want to get into vlogging, you want to get into streaming, definitely recommend picking these up. And finally, one of our other sponsors is Gen G. They currently have a practicum abroad where they send people over to Seoul, which is a huge career opportunity. If you're a current student, I would definitely check that out, and I will definitely be checking that out later.
I mean, you get to see LCK, you get to see all the VCT Pacific. That sounds,
yeah,
I wouldn't complain.
There's nothing more that I could ask for. And finally, if you want to know what Wi-Fi all of the winning gamers play on, it's Xfinity, who is also one of our sponsors. They've been gracious enough to help us out with this huge event. We've worked super hard on it. Our casters and our staff have been working for 6 weeks straight now, at least. You know, thanks to Alex and Alex for their amazing work on production, who you guys can't see, but they are right here behind the camera doing their best to give you all of the amazing gunplay that you see on the screen.
And not just our two lovely Alexes in production who's just giving a wave. All of the staff there at California, we appreciate all your efforts.
Yeah, Esports at UC Davis, if you're here, I would definitely recommend checking them out. You know, they're the ones that help us run this event. Here at the California Hall, you know, we've never done this before. It's picnic day. We brought a whole crowd out there. We got a bunch of people in the chat, and we really appreciate all of your love.
Yeah. Now, is there any time on which we are good to start this map? Player in bathroom.
Oh,
my favorite sentence. Yep. It's almost better than a tech pause.
Yeah, you know, when duty calls, duty calls. I don't know what else to say, but
I don't even know how to riff off that. But anyways, we're going into Split. What do you expect to see from this map?
I mean, with Split, I expect that there will be at least one Vice, at least one Cypher, maybe 2 Vices, maybe 2 Cyphers. But I think, obviously, Raze is a very dominant duelist on this map, Omen as well as the meta pick. But we did see the Clove work to some degree in the last game on Haven, a very unorthodox pick, as the people would say. You know, Clove is not something that you see commonly in competitive, but it looks like we will get into our game soon. The player has returned, and we are about to get some precise gunplay up on the screen. But before that, we're going to get into Agent Select, which we were just talking about, you know. Jake, you have any thoughts?
Yeah, you said most of the good picks. I will include my own of Teo. Teo Merchant. But also, I might want to see Viper. She's really good on this map. The wall provides a lot of utility. It used to be a stable pick. I don't see why that would change unless teams are like going to be opting into a really, really aggressive kind of like style. A Viper, great at slowing down rounds and allowing you to kind of like mix things up by just putting up a wall, right? So we'll see the style these two teams kind of pick when we see their agent select, which hopefully is soon. Look at my producer.
Talking about the Viper pick, actually, I think while I would love to see a Viper, it seems like both of these teams are very, very aggressive. You know, we saw the Yoru ISO for both teams, the Clove, the Taeho, instead of the Sova on the other team.
Yeah.
So I think even though Viper would be amazing to see, I feel like my guess is that the teams would not go for it. And it looks like we already have Moon walking in a Yoru. It looks very similar to their comp on Haven. You know, you got the ISO, the Clove, the Yoru, while on the other side, look, it's a Viper.
And there's Taeho on both sides. The Merchant is very happy today. But yeah, two very different style comps. YNL opting into the more faster rounds and UNK wanting to be slowing him down a little bit almost, especially with Sage and Viper paired off. The Clove, I'm going to be honest, not a big fan. I would have liked to see Omen instead. Because I can't really see why you would opt into Clove over an Omen. But Yoru being locked in, which is interesting for both teams actually, going to be the only flashes both teams have access to.
Yeah, I will say the most important thing that we saw on the Clove was pistol round of Haven, where instead of, you know, maybe having a blind, maybe having a TP, Clove was able to get that overheal off and get, I mean, Koister did a great job of holding down Seaside. He got a 3k off of the overheal, which is one of the biggest things you have over Omen. But it actually looks like UNK will be going for a Cypher instead of the double duelist. I think, as you were saying, another strength of Viper is that it acts like a sentinel. Along with the double smokes. So instead of just having Clove smokes, which are super, super short, as we all know, you will have more of that utility to play around, especially through mid.
Yeah. But we'll see how these two teams end up playing. We always talk about how we'd like to see this, but that is oftentimes not how they actually end up playing them. So as we load into the map here, what are your main expectations for this pistol?
Yeah, I mean, I think with pistol, there's only a few things that people really do. You know, you either go mid, you either go A, or you either go B. I feel like it's pretty simple, and I think the fact that UNK is on the defense means that they will have the Viper they are on attack, and they will have the chance to use this lurk wall to their advantage. But I think on pistol, a lot of the times you don't really want to reveal your strats too fast, so I don't expect that they will be using the wall to its greatest potential, basically.
Yeah, I mean, but it's okay to throw out the wall, right? And get some conditioning down, right? Like, give an idea of like how you're gonna be using it. It doesn't mean you have to use it every single round like this. Like, look, they're just pushing mid, ignoring the wall placement for now. But that can turn into an A pinch on these players in the ropes. But we see Yapping Narwhals holding Male very tightly.
Yeah, just holding steady, using the smokes as a great way to block off these sightlines. It looks like B main is going to get into a little bit of a duel. Flya taken down to 25 HP and doesn't have overheal to work with, so he will have to play safe probably for the rest of the round. But that is a lot of people in A Heaven. And it seems like they're very aware. Benos totally blinded. He will attempt to get traded out. Brazzera taking lots of damage. And it will be Jamie's on the flank through ropes. And that's going to be everyone in A Heaven taken down. That's going to be a free A site.
Player standing.
Flya waiting for the rotate, but quickly traded out by Various. And it will be... okay. I don't know if there's any rules against that, but...
I've been seeing it in VCT a lot, so it must be okay, right?
Yeah, surely.
Yeah, so this should be wrapped up. Various in a very low HP predicament of a 1v3. Jamie's will take him out. So...
Queen 3k.
Yeah.
I love the pressure that they had through mid. When they re-hit towards A, again, as you were saying, all of the people in ropes were completely pinched. And, you know, I think they used their smokes to a great advantage.
The one thing that I think UNK overlooked was the camera actually saw over the wall. And if you notice, the Viper for UNK actually walked all the way up the ramp, but got spotted by the camera. That's why they flashed out and they had an idea of where they were.
Okay.
But yes, the pinch from the male came through, and that is ultimately what nested the win this round. And we see Retirement Home spreading out again. Nice, good default here. They're going to play with the Viper wall. This is going to be a lot of conditioning moving forward on these attacking rounds.
Yeah, as much as I'd like to see some fast rounds with Viper, yeah, you're, as you were saying, definitely want to slow it down. Flya about to peek into so many people. And he's not going to get any as Coaster takes him down with a headshot classic. And that's going to be a Guardian down. Essential for the upcoming round. And using that Guardian, Various getting a headshot on here. We've got these agent diffs coming out. And that's going to be Spike left in spawn as well.
Yeah, that Spike is not there. Someone has to collect that Spike. I'm not really sure why we're peeking 1v1. Fight going the way of Skyzo, and I mean, yeah, this is falling apart really fast for UNK.
Yeah, I don't know what to say. I guess YNL is really practiced on the classics and not on Spike holding, I guess.
Yeah, who needs guns? Just use your free pistol.
Yeah, exactly. You know, classic is totally broken.
Okay, so word on the street from our producers is that there will be a tech pause. Someone froze, and we will roll back the round. I think that is why we just see Jamie's here spraying with the potato, doing some aim training with the classic. But if this round is kind of like an idea... Oh, okay, I think we do have an idea of who froze, as we see Bizarra getting a nice look at the texture on that wall.
Whoa, whoa, whoa!
Hopefully we don't see just people peeking B main like that for fun next round. Maybe this was just a... You know, someone froze, I'm gonna do something stupid, and acknowledged. And yes, this will be a tech pause, we apologize. But yeah, so I believe production, is the round being rolled back for sure?
Yes, we're back at round 2.
Okay, so UNK is gonna get another chance at this, assuming that was a legitimate try, and not just them fooling around.
Yeah.
And the default idea is, in my opinion, I like it. When you're on the better buy, you don't want to be rushing things around. You don't want to be overeager. You want to, well, overeager, and then we see the guy peek B main. But you want to take it slow. Find out where the defenders are. Make sure you have gun advantage when you do end up taking that fight.
Yeah, I definitely agree. I think, well, defaulting is nice and all. I would almost agree that UNK is not as good when... Okay, no. I didn't. Not that they're a bad team, but I think. But I think UNK definitely messed up, as you were saying. Solo peeking B main. I think YNL did a great job of holding together. They had one person jump spotting on default, and they had two people lined up B main prepared for this peek. So while it's great and all that UNK is taking their time, not solo rushing places where they shouldn't be, they're also not being as aware of the fact that YNL knows that they have better guns, and so they're doubling up.
We still see the Yoru hanging out in spawn here.
Yeah, and hopefully we can get that fixed soon.
There's some signs of life.
Okay.
Side walking. All right, I think we should be good. Production isn't giving me any down or any bad... no words, so we are good to go. Default coming through here from Retirement Home. You love to see it. Gonna hopefully play this round slow like they didn't do last time. And I wonder if there's gonna be any adaptation from Yapping Narwhals.
Yeah, I think maybe it's a little bit unfair of rolling it back. Like, yes, he did freeze, but that also gives you a good idea of who's playing where, especially on this round. So I do expect that UNK will adapt by, again, not peeking B main, because, that would be silly, surely. Missiles are going to come out, and Flya will take some damage off of Coister, but he will not fall quite yet. It's going to be a great push down mid. Jamie's catching the first, barely losing to the second. Various is going to pick up a stinger for his troubles, and that will be a free B site, but Lots in heaven waiting to retake.
Yeah, but UNK is playing this a little too slowly. The trades will come through. Flya taking down Coister. Okay, Bettis will take down Bay Popper, and Yapping Narwhals, likely out of this round with the Cypher being the late. But that was almost a little too slow. The Yapping Narwhals were able to peek out of heaven there. I wasn't sure if there was a smoke or not there. I couldn't quite see it on the map, but that was almost not great.
Yeah, I do love this adaptation though, as I was saying, like working together, because the default worked not the best in the round that they froze. They took that learnings, said, you know, let's work together, let's literally just rush our site, and, you know, worked out. So.
Yeah, after James gets swing on and hears the footsteps of multiple players, I'm a little surprised why UNK didn't jump on it, opting to use the Tejo drone to scout the entire site. I get you being careful on the eco, but you knew where most of the players were. So worst comes to worst, you just trade 1 for 1. But we're on to the bonus here for UNK. Winning this would be huge, obviously, for them. And they seem to be stacking towards one site, trying to maybe just create a man advantage.
Yeah, Baypopper's got his signature Odin, although we did see him drop it last map in the second half because it wasn't working as well. Did eventually work out, and it will be just an A rush, I think. Not so much taking advantage of the lurk walls.
Yeah,
Fly taking down Baypopper on A heaven, but
they're gonna run into the Cypher util on the site though. The Buddha Tower flashing out. We'll find none as Benes taking down the Buddha Tower.
Vulnerable from the Viper Orb is going to take him down. And it will be a last player standing. Varus alone with just a Phantom. Not looking too hot.
Yeah, he's most likely... Okay.
Wow, and
Jamies takes him down with the free classic. We love it here. But yeah, I mean, great round from UNK. They sold a little bit with the... what's it called? Brazzera walking mid and using the util. I believe Yapping Narwhals did react a little bit to it. But overall, just a really fast take and dealing with the Cypher util properly. It was just overall very clean, actually. And that's the bonus for them. So now UCD, or not UCD, why did I say UCD? They're both UCD. Yapping Narwhals on the light by here.
Yeah, I think... Honestly, I was pretty confused because they got the site a little too fast for my liking, especially when you have Cypher there. So something must have gone wrong either with the setup or with how, you know, they handled it, playing off of the trips. But it will be back to a slow default. I'm surprised that they chose to go this direction, seeing as, you know, as we said, the round that got re-rolled didn't turn out so well, but they have all the time in the world.
Now, something moving forward, if this match goes like the 4th map and the 5th map, this is what both teams do when they have gun advantage. And it's very standard. I'd really like to see Yapping Narwhals, maybe if they go down on another light by, play a little aggressive and try to like pick off this default, right? Force their hand and make Retirement Home react to you. But we will see Retirement Home just group up here and they're going to hit the site.
Yeah, we'll just barely catch the last person on site, and Twister has nowhere left to go. They're gonna have people on site, but it won't exactly matter.
It's taking a
They're
while.
flooding into the site. No smoke up in heaven. That's gonna be a full flash from the Yorclone. It's gonna be so essential to them taking the site. They will get the plant. Not quite down. And it will be a last player standing. Baypopper alone. They know exactly where he is, but it's so winnable. He only has a stinger to his name. He knows exactly where he is. Naru deciding to stick to plant with 10 seconds left. He's going to walk out, and it will be a clutch for Baypopper, and YNL gets their first round on the board.
Yeah, so that is the one downside to defaulting and taking a long time, right? Is you give the chance for Naru to come with the rockets and deny you the plant. So all the rotations for Yapping Narwhal come in, and it's just a 5-on-5. Right, and the flashes come through. You called it. Like, it is a full flash from the Euroclone. Yapping Narwhals take it down, right? And so, like I said, yes, you can take advantage of these like early defaults earlier in the round, but Yapping Narwhals did great there.
Yeah, it's so interesting here that we see Varus holding out his Armageddon. Will decide not to use it. Brazzera just solo going up a heaven, getting his 2. But Varus walking out will pick him off in a trade.
Yeah,
but
great early kills. He's lurking. Benes actually has an idea. Skizzo is... Okay, Trades are going even right now. It is a 1-on-2 though. UNK should be able to get the spike down. We'll see if Koister goes for the backstab. A nice snake bite. There it is. I'm so bad at names. A nice snake bite to deny it there, and both players will make it to site. This should be the spike going down.
Yeah, and spike goes down. We do have the Clove ult for UNK to use. They're both going to play site. And honestly, all you really have to do is play off each other, and surely the round is won if they play Crossfire.
One enemy
It
remaining.
looks like it will not be Crossfire. Flya choosing to not risk it, will break out the Clove ult, taking the first engage, and will res with the Vandal headshot to the face. Another round for UNK.
Interesting, it's not a double swing off the Clove ult though.
Yeah.
That could have gone bad. Good for UNK that it doesn't, and good for us, the viewers, as this is getting closer and closer to a game 4. But we gotta look at ults real quick. Yapping Narwhals has 3, UNK has 2. The 2 ults though are big. I mean, having access to the Yoru ult and the Armageddon, that is in itself a means for destruction. On the flip side though, Yapping Narwhals does have access to their own Armageddon as well as the ISO ult.
I would love to see an Armageddon right here in A main, but of course I don't think they know. Babe Popper getting spammed for free through the smoke. Naru taking him down, and Various picking up his place, but it's going to be a rotate.
And
He
they
won't have
will
anyone
hear
else.
this rotation, so we will see Koister lurk into this mail room.
Yeah, and they're so aware. We see everyone coming over to mid and B, getting on site.
And I wonder if this is very telling of UNK's strategy, as we see Flya just taking a wide sweep.
It's down to a 2v4. They still have the Armageddon to work with. I don't expect that they'll invest it. They will try and save it for the actual buy round.
Last player standing.
Yeah, and they're just holding for their teammates. Amazing trades coming in. Koister taken down by Naru again.
Yeah, I mean, it's looking a little familiar to those who watched map 1 as well, as we see a timeout coming from the Yapping Narwhals. But like I said, like I was saying before, Flya just swayed through that smoke. I wonder if this is a little too telling of UNK's overall strategy, right? We see them get the opening pick A and immediately just book it to B. A lot of these kind of like early advantage rounds or the default rounds, they are just ending B. Not even through mid. And I think that's the biggest thing their comp is like good at, but they're not really utilizing, is getting early mid pressure and using that to take B.
Yeah, I think it's so interesting that they really don't seem to respect Skyzo at all. I don't know what it is. Maybe he's, again, not playing off his trips, or the hitting power of UNK is just too strong with the Yori flash TP bend backside, the drone that comes out. You can use the missiles to easily cordon off the Cypher util, but I think if YNL wants to bring this back, they are going to have to make an adjustment, and they have in the past few maps, so I definitely would not count them out yet.
Yeah, so Yapping Narwhals now has access to 4 ultimates, and almost a 5th if this club gets an orb or a kill. On the flip side, UNK actually almost has access to Viper's Pit off 1 orb as well. So we'll see an early fight here. Yapping Narwhals in the back of A, but that's just going to be walled off. So we'll see if they spam through the smoke to try to fight for this orb.
Yeah, this is a huge read, though, coming out from Yapping Narwhals. They have 4 stacked towards A. Very similar to UNK's setup, which is also 4 towards A. But they do have the Viper wall to work with. I'm glad that they are playing outside of the wall on ramps, which is definitely a great way to counter the Viper util.
Who's next? Your ult gonna be invested. I was actually just gonna call it that. I believe they should just invest their ults here, and we'll see if the Armageddon closely follows.
Yeah. The other Yorju is just gonna TP out. Armageddon's also invested, and that will not be a hit. The domain expansion is gonna miss completely, as your ult or your TP's right out, even though they completely completely cleared out A. That will be another Armageddon invested, and that will be Skyzo living the Armageddon as well, still on site. And as you said, another B hit. Who would have known?
But Yapping Narwhals are on top of it this time because it's been very obvious from UNK. Look at it. I mean, Moon, Bay Popper taking down Flya Beans, or Beanaz.
player standing.
And there it is. And yeah, so it was very telling. And Yapping was called a timeout and immediately capitalized on the fact that UNK are just running B. So we'll see if UNK kind of understand this. And okay, well, maybe we shouldn't end B every single round, switch it up from time to time, but they are going to start A as they're going to place their Viper wall. We'll see if they actually try to adapt here.
Yeah, I would like to see some, cut sound and rehits, or maybe play through mid a little bit more, because that lurk on pistol round worked out really well, but then they stopped doing it. And again, as you were saying, the rehit B, I think another thing that's really telling is that for some reason they didn't have smokes be heaven.
Yeah.
And maybe the close smoke ran out, they hit it a little bit too early, but I think they definitely need to make that adjustment.
Well, their biggest issue is the timing on which they're doing this, right? They're investing close smokes early on this A site, and if they immediately book it to B, the close smoke timer is too long for you to actually have one for heaven. So you either have to save one or you have to fully wait, which means booking it over and having that timing is just gone.
Yeah, and again, as you were saying, the timing also seems like they lost it a little bit, because now everyone's moving off of B. They've been way too quiet. They did have the chance to get onto A right here, but now look, everyone's rotated over. They still have your image, but they do have the TP in backside.
But they feel comfortable doing this because Yapping Narwhals actually has their Teo put up all the way into B main. And so they know no one's come through B main. There's been no attention on mid. They kind of have an idea, but they are slowly moving back, saying like, okay, maybe they're just freezing. But they did have the right read because nothing's been happening on other sides of the map.
Yeah, that's actually kind of crazy that they waited so long that people rotated, and then they waited so long that people rotated back.
Yep.
But it will be just a straight A hits. They will get the site for pretty much free. No damage, or very little damage taken off. Dimensional Drift is engaged by Moon. Will spot out at least the Viper. And no one is looking at Elbow, apparently. And Brazier taking down one. And it will be Flya falling at the end. Another round for YNL.
Yeah, I'm a little confused why UNK doesn't decide to invest the Viper's Pit themselves. I felt like it was just a good spot to place it. Maybe they're afraid that your ult, which it did come through, just to scout it out. But it's totally okay to like just use it. You're not gonna always have like the situation to end up using it. That was just a really good one to have it. So maybe it doesn't cost it, maybe it does. We'll see in this round if they end up using it. But we will most likely see a default just from the early start point.
Yeah, I would have liked to see more util invested to try and stall the people behind the URL. Or as well, again, like the snake bite, the missiles, I think maybe were invested a little bit too early. But again, it's back to the default. Various will spot out one person, take a little bit, actually no damage, which is good for his health.
So they actually are splitting B here. And the Viper is pushed up A. He's looking for the chamber, and Brazier finds the Moon here.
Yeah, great headshot. That's going to be a your diff and a man down for YNL.
And there's your pause on the round. A drone going to be invested for some information. They acknowledge the ISO falling back onto B, and I don't know how aware they are of the three players on B here, but they are moving towards A.
Yeah, I love this setup though. Again, as we were saying, playing through mid, the Cypher is even going to have to back up. Oh, Skyzo actually taking down Venos. That's going to be huge. Flya just eagling B main, taking down two, and it will be Bay Popper alone on the site with his Odin. That's going to draw over some rotates, and it's a free A site.
Flya single-handedly taking down this round for retirement home. Literally, yeah, like you said, drawing everyone over, and this is a free A site. We'll see if Yapping Narwhals do decide to save
30
here.
seconds left.
Yeah, and we love to see it. I mean, UNK pulling people around the map, that's going to be one of their greatest strengths. And, how they did in this, they started 10-2 on Ascent by doing just that.
Yeah, and I honestly can't help but feel like they ended up Yapping Narwhals ended up rotating a little preemptively there on the B hit after Flya got 2, because they usually end up B, and they saw, oh, 2 kills? Well, might as well end B. It does work out in their favor, and I'm glad UNK do decide, or they do realize, like, hey, we just go away. As James does give one away. Not the end of the world, though. We'll see if they do try to prevent these 2 players from saving.
Yeah, that Odin's going to be pretty expensive, but it doesn't look like they're going to be able to get anything else off of this round. UNK taking down their sixth round. And I think, I mean, this is just as easily could have gone really badly
Yes.
for
Yes, it could.
UNK, you know, relying on your Clove to just ego peek B main and kill 2 is not something that you should really be relying on, but it did end up working. Again, I don't know if that's going to be their plan for the rest of the round, but I think if you are going to have anyone peek B main, it should be your secondary smokes.
Yeah, but Flya, well, that is kind of close shot, right? Because if she dies, she'll still place some smokes.
Yeah.
So maybe that is their idea. Flya, that's not the first time he's done it. And we see the early mid aggression. Euro TPing into Veil and fights early onto these stairs here. But no kills going either way. The Viper not pushed up on A yet, so that is something they can play around with. We'll see if she eventually does decide to make her move. Drone being scouted out and eventually taken down. As we see Flya yet again just aggressively pushing up, but will get caught.
My turn.
And again, as we were saying, Jessup could have easily gone so badly, and it does go so badly. Flya taken down, only able to use their smokes on the B site. And again, it seems like they're ending B, even though last time ending A was their plan. Maybe they wanted to change things up, but it won't go as well because they didn't get the picks that they needed.
Yeah, so we'll talk about this later. Bena's taking one down. Brazzera finding Cloister. This is most likely going to be the spike going down.
30 seconds left. Spike planted.
Wow, amazing flash coming out. The Moon will take down the planter, and it will be down to a 1v1. Baypopper is so low. Brazzera does have the dimensional drift to work with. He's not quite sure where they are, but he knows that he is going to be CT side. I believe Baypopper already shot someone.
He does have the ult if he does decide to use it, playing inside the smoke here. Odin versus
so
Vandal.
Close. He hears him!
Ships in the night. They're dodging each other.
Oh my god!
I'm confused as to
and Baypopper
why.
takes it with time left on the clock.
I'm shocked. I'm speechless. They had a staring contest and Baypopper just called his bluff.
Yeah, I think. Yeah, I think the Odin is probably one of the worst guns to do that in front of, because you could simply just spray, and there is that animation where Yor comes out of his ult and he's just so helpless. I mean, as we saw, Brazzera just kind of looked at him. Didn't even get his gun out in time. Baypopper able to get the 3rd kill and the defuse.
Yeah,
That's
I don't
gonna be a
know
crucial
about
round
coming out of
going over the
dimensional
YNL.
drift in front of the guy. At least go to a smoke, hide yourself.
Yeah.
But the biggest thing there, Viper didn't walk up along that wall into A, and that's why they end up deciding to go B. So that's going to be UNK's game plan. And we see Venus dropping early.
Oh, Trigger disciplining the clone this time, and Cloister will get an opening pick, as well as Various taking down more people on the mid. And it will be Brazzera taken down by Cloister yet again with the 3K. Also helped out by the Tejo missiles from Various. So great teamwork from Cloister and Various.
Yeah, so I'm interested to see if that judge was like a spur of the moment pick, or because they knew Flya just loves to swing through that smoke.
Yeah, I love the adaptation, because I think in one of the other maps, maybe it was the first map on Ascent, where Cloister did not trigger discipline the clone, and he shot the clone and he died for it.
Yeah.
And so I really like the adaptation. You know, at least he learned from his mistakes.
No, it was good. It was good. So we will see an A stack coming through. Most likely going to walk up along this wall here. The Euro 2P will go deep.
Yeah, and I
Let's see
also
if they kill it, though.
like the adaptation they made towards mid. They have Various spotting it out. It will be some eco guns, you know. Or, well, not eco, but like the best they could buy with this limited buy. Various taking down one, taking down the drone. He knows that there's at least one more mid. Doesn't quite know that Cypher's there yet. We do also have Benos sneaking up with the Viper wall yet again. They will have the cam, but Brazzera on the other side of the map.
I know exactly.
Taking down one. Jamie's right behind him, taking down Various.
And these
And it
two
will be-
Yapping Narwhals players, they're just now rotating. We'll see if the spike goes down. Armageddon, Cloister holds his ground. 2.
Almost the
and
hero
almost
play.
the 3rd. But now it's a 2-on-2. These two players will fight the Viper. Tejo drones and the Snipe will deny it.
Spike planted.
Yeah, I'm not a big fan of layering the util there. I know maybe they didn't communicate it properly, but now they don't have the snake bite and they don't have the missiles. This guy's alone. Will be taken down by Neru with a great headshot.
Yeah, missiles would have came back in time to get like a later defusal there. So it's not the biggest like issue using them that early, but definitely very close.
Yeah, especially since both Benos and Neru were both 1 HP, so it could have been really bad. But
yes,
fortunately, Neru clutches it out, and it's going to be the closest half that we've seen this entire series. 7-5 in favor of retirement home. So, you know, it's a competitive game.
The script has to correct itself, and there will be a tech pause.
We love tech pauses.
We need to start opening card packs, man.
Yeah, where? You know, I'm sure our players
is actually
would really appreciate the chance.
He's actually getting them.
Oh wow, he is pulling them out.
If we have an idea of what this tech pause is for, maybe it'll give us an idea of how much time we have.
Scrolling.
Oh, that looks. We can't see the look on our faces, but we might be drooling over that. That Pokemon
some IRL
151.
gotcha. I don't know about you guys, but
since we can see the crowd a little bit. Those in the crowd go crazy for Pokemon 151 packs.
Wave to us. Okay.
There's some
We're waving back, but you guys can't see us.
All right. So, assuming this tech pause doesn't take long and we get back, what are we looking for? Both sides. Why don't you start with Yapping Narwhals? I'll maybe defend UNK because I predicted UNK 3-2. All right, so they got a reverse sweep here. What are you looking for Yapping Narwhals to do on this attacking half?
Yeah, I think the biggest thing is probably going to be hitting after the Viper gas. What's up? Oh, guys, we're opening card packs.
Oh my gosh.
Get excited. But anyways.
Real life gotcha, guys.
I know.
What has this come to?
With Yapping Narwhals, though, they will have to wait out both the Viper gas and the Clove Smokes, which is pretty easy to do. I think they're going to have to form their entire hit around it, especially with the vulnerable, and they also have Tail missiles for either the plant denial or the hit denial. Seeing as their comps are very, very similar, I think Yapping Narwhals does have the advantage of having the Odin now on attack, which is Baypopper's specialty, as we all know.
Signature weapon.
I know, signature weapon. So hopefully they'll be able to do more with that. I think they're going to specialize in these fast hits. Hopefully we're going to see...
It doesn't get better than this.
Hopefully we're going to see these insane hits coming out from Teho, Yoru, ISO, Clove.
Insane hits?
Yeah, and as well as these amazing card packs provided to us by Matt.
Matt, yes. Oh, we're zooming in. Okay.
Oh.
Wait, why don't we do card pack battles? Easier enough.
Okay. So you open one, I open one.
How this works?
Oh, okay. How does this work?
Actually, you can pick your 3 here.
Okay.
It's a game like this. You pick your 3.
Okay, I'll pick yours just because you took.
Are we aware of how long this tech pause is going to be? No. Okay. Are we starting?
Do one. Okay.
All right.
Prod
pack
says
battle.
Do one. How do we do this?
We'll do highest HP.
Highest HP. Okay. What if I just have a better card than you? Period.
You might.
I am. Oh my god, my muscles are cramping.
Easiest way for those at home: pinch in the middle.
Okay, he's an expert.
Pinch in the middle and pull. No, I went to a card fair and
they taught you the proper etiquette for opening.
I'm buying a deck, and this guy was like, "Yo, if you ever need to open a pack,
okay,
middle pull."
Do you move the cards like forward? So that you get
Alex, I'm not super familiar. Is it 1 in the back or 2 in the back?
Energy in the back. Code card, then energy, and then the last one is the.
Okay, so I remove the energy, and then that's it.
And then it's just that from front to back now.
Okay.
Okay.
Ready?
Front to back. Okay.
All right. Gotta show it to the camera.
Oh, they started.
Oh, they start. Oh.
Well, okay.
We'll get back to
We'll
this
get back to
later.
you guys later.
All right, as we get back into the action, I completely agree, though. And I want to see UNK slow down the game on the side of the Viper. So hopefully we see that here. But Yapping Narwhals pushing the pace here.
Yeah, it will be just a straight hit. Actually, almost no denial. They just run like straight through the Cypher util and the Viper util, and it will be a 5-on-5 retake with very minimal damage taken by both teams. Venos taking down one, but Bay Popper quickly trading it back in screens, and they will have the entirety of screens to work with as well. That's going to be making it really hard for UNK to retake.
Yeah, but they have a really awkward position here. Bay Popper obviously swinging out. That'll help a lot, but UNK in a better position overall.
Well, amazing headshots coming out from Berserk Classic, and that's going to be a defuse. Hoister unable to stop it. Nero taking him down with another classic headshot. I think, yeah, this map, you know, has really shown us how powerful the classic is.
Yeah, so Yapping Narwhals pushed hard into screens there, and that was I agree with that play. But then they spread too thin. I think when you push there, just move everyone to heaven eventually.
I definitely agree.
Don't leave those 2 players on site alone, because UNK has a better position when they start retaking those 2 players, because the screens players will be cut off by either a smoke or if someone's holding it already.
Yeah, and as we saw, UNK was, even though they traded Venos for one more person in screens, they were able to take all of main because they pushed into screens. So, you know, I think they just played the trade-off a lot better.
Yeah. But we see Yapping Narwhals flipping script going on the other side here. We'll see if they kind of just poke the prod here, because they do have the better weapons. And they are going to make their way over to A.
And it will just be an entire rotate. I don't think UNK is quite knowledgeable about this. Or, I don't think they know yet, because they're so used to defaults. But it will be Bay Popper jumping across, getting headshot. We'll take Venos down to 59 HP. Getting another one through the wall, though, and that's going to hurt them so much. Oh, the wall came down just as he was taking the orb, so maybe getting on another one, but it doesn't matter. Running up ramps, and it will be amazing trades. Bay Popper taking down a couple with his classic as well as the moon, but he will be alone, no gun to speak of, and it will be just a full push down ramps.
They do have the spike, yeah.
I mean, he could domain expansion them, but I seriously doubt they will. They are vulnerable, doesn't matter, double holding. Berserk taking him down finally with the Guardian. But that will be a costly round.
Yeah, so UNK do get to 9. Not going to complain there, but it is, like you said, very costly. Losing, I think, I forgot if they invested another Guardian. I think it was 2 Guardians, so they lose one Guardians. Of them. So we'll see how they decide to play this round. I would like to see them play a little bit more aggressively now that you're on the weaker buy. Yapping Narwhals, I would like you to play a little slower this time. Show something different. And we see a mid stack here. It'll be a mid 4v4 actually.
Wow. Over there. And they have the clone pushing out B main. No one shoots the clone. They're probably just assuming that B main's totally clear, and we're gonna have the Yoru rotate over immediately.
Oh, sorry, that was the Yoru clone. The moon taking down James though, and these Yapping Narwhals players are not going to move. Armageddon, or ISO ult being invested here. Bay Popper.
Oh, Ares versus Odin, and the Odin wins. Varus taking down 2 more, and the moon finishing it off by killing Brazzero with a headshot, even though he takes down 2 with them. So.
You can see how big of a tail merchant I am. I see a rectangle on the map, and I immediately assume it's Armageddon. But instead, it was Bay Popper ult coming through. Not the notable one, though, because Varus does take down 2 while he's inside the domain expansion. And that will almost be Armageddon. So we'll see. That might start to snowball them some rounds. We see if they get an orb here and maybe even the plant down, they immediately have access to Armageddon.
Wow, and thank you, Alex, for that beautiful view of domain expansion once you're dead. It looks like a giant black hole, which I'm sure that is a lovely sight for the enemy to see once they're dead.
And Yapping Narwhals pressing the matter again into mid here. Interesting response from UNK though. They're actually force-stacking A. I understand the Yoru TP is on A, but there is 4 on this B site right now.
Yeah, I think they're giving up mid for free. As you were saying, they have the Cypher util over on A with Viper kind of just jiggle spotting it. They have Cypher on B as
Cypher's
well.
On B. It's the one off the map.
They have double Cypher trips on either sites.
Portal
but
closed.
You know, YNL seems to have read this. They're going through mid, but it seems like they're kind of stuck. They don't really know what to do. Maybe waiting out the time.
I believe they're waiting for missiles to come back up as we see him hovering the iPad. He will use the the missiles will be used to force the person off the angle. Varus finds the kill.
So they will still have the site to themselves. Brazzera taking down 1 with the Outlaw.
Yeah, but that's an immediate recall over. I wonder what the
30
information
seconds
gained was, but it's kind of a red herring.
Yeah.
Yes, Cypher is in heaven, but there are 3 players here for UNK as Skyzo finds the kill on Daenerys.
We'll get one with the vulnerable. Rosera taking down another with the outlaw. And Spike's on site. They still have the Cypher trip to work with, actually. Rosera accidentally tripping himself. Or, sorry, flashing himself. Skyzo just wants to get this point down, and he will not. It will be a last man standing. Of course, they're unable to get the spike down in time. Rosera coming out of his ult and not saving a gun.
Yeah, but I mean,
But
UNK gets the. I mean, it's
I don't
just
know if that's the
tied.
best choice, though, because look at their econ.
Yeah.
It's not. It's really not good.
I mean, yeah, but you get to 10. I
Yeah.
think that at the end of the day is a little bit more important because you'll have Viper's Pit on the next buy round. You have actually, he's opting into a Phantom. I don't totally agree with this. Maybe
Yeah.
they're gonna try to fight early for Viper's Pit, which I can kind of see it. But you're also happy just to have like a Judge or a Spectre when you're in Viper's Pit, right?
Yeah.
Everyone's on 1 HP anyways.
Yeah, these are some
Totally,
crazy buys, though, and it will be the Outlaw holding down mid. Rosera pushing down so far so that he sees Moon, takes him down with some shots. Skyzo trading a little bit in a main, but it's not enough to get any kill. Various pushing down. Stinger takes down Manos, but is quickly traded out by Flya, who drops down into sight. And Coister again.
Spike down B.
The Teo clone merchant.
It is
or not
getting
Teo.
a little
Teo
muddy.
clone merchant.
It is getting very muddy here. Both teams seem to kind of just be walking up and, yeah, not really using the proper util to clear angles. But we see Skyzo walking up here. We'll see if he can make the hero play. They do have Spike down. Various holding the flank.
Yeah, very aggressive angle. Also smoked off, so all he has to do is hold the smoke. And it looks like they've got all angles covered.
They do.
Teo holding spawn, Cole holding B main.
But on the flip side, because they have every angle covered, every angle's isolated.
30
Exactly. And it seems like they're pretty aware of the male push because they haven't seen anything yet.
And they should have heard him drop. I'm surprised they didn't.
You could silent drop if you're close enough.
It must have been what happened. But no, Various is pulling over. They will be
Yeah.
holding this fight together because time is low.
Guys are taking this 1v1. Makes it. Jimmy's taken down, but there's 4 seconds on the clock and it won't be enough to get the bomb down. He will just choose to save. And
We'll
both
see.
teams are on a pretty bad buy.
I'll see if they try to take his gun out, though.
Wow, this is an amazing shot. Thank you, Alex. I've never seen this before.
They will not.
And that is the great thing about having an amazing observer. You get to see shots of the map that you physically cannot see when you're actually playing the game. So thank you.
I'm
to our
going to
production.
shout out Alex right now because he is not only free camming for us, but he's
Yeah.
also doing player change FOVs or POVs all on his own.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's switching up into. He's just the GOAT. He's just the GOAT. That's all I can say. All Alexes are GOATs. But we see Yapping Narwhals going for an aggressive B hit. The Viper's been being invested in mid, but it's not going to come to any use. The Moon is Sour taking down Flya, and that will be the site for Yapping Narwhals unless some guns can come out of heaven here.
Yeah, the Viper ult will hold down mid, but it doesn't look like anyone's really
Spike
there
planted.
to take advantage. I mean, it's a 5v4 retake on site. YNL, this is one of the best looks that they've had all match. They've got the site on lockdown. They've got one person in main. It is planned for main.
But they're taking too long. UNK is taking way too long on this retake. You have to deal with Armageddon and missiles again. There's the missiles, but Baby Popper's prize too. This round is over.
Babe Popper dropping 3. He does get traded out, but it's not enough. Of course, they're taking down the last person, Benos.
Yep, very
That
clean
will be
round.
their 7th round.
Yeah, I mean, that's going to be almost 4 ults for Yapping Narwhals and only 1 for Retirement Home. I can't imagine why you'd open early Viper's ult. Okay, Yapping Narwhals have been pressuring mid a lot, but maybe because they had Viper's ult, Yapping Narwhals just decide we're going to rush B. Because we've been investing so much pressure into the mid, let's change it up. And it pays off in the end as we see a split stack here. going to be showing early aggression with the drone on B, but it's
Domain
completely
expansion.
bot. The bluff is bot. Nair gets taken down with only a classic, and Flya is soon to follow, facing 4.
It's so interesting that they chose to go with the domain expansion on an eco. I think they would have won it anyways. Flya desperately trying his best to hold it down. He's also got his Viper to help him. We've got the Sardines packed into B main. I'll take the orb for free since they can't really contest it at all. It looks like they're getting ready to gear up for a hit. They will be aware that someone's probably going to be close with maybe a Judge or a Stinger. The Stinger will take down one, but it's not enough. Kobold is also invested, but only has the Stinger. And UNK is desperately trying to flood onto a site. And UNK takes it with the Thrifty, gets the 12. And we got some teabagging coming out from Flya.
The script always corrects itself.
Flya
As
did an
UNK
amazing job.
Yeah, I mean, okay. I'm going to be a little bit of a pessimist here.
Okay.
That really should not be how you play this round.
Yeah.
Okay? You found the opening pick with the ISO ult, which I'm actually okay with, right? You're playing from behind, you need rounds, right? Getting 1 round win is worth 1 ult. Walking up and investing Cypher ult like that, just reinvest around the map, you know, default a little bit, find a pick with your better weapons, play the round a little slower. You don't just have to reinvest a full hit after taking no other points on the map. And we see a trade of kills, so it's not the end of the world, but losing Armageddon and losing your ult. So this most likely will be Yapping Narwhals round.
And it will be picks around the map, just taken for free. Jamie's going to kill the planter, but Bay Popper taking him down with him.
Yeah, so that was a very fast round. We didn't really get to see much of it. But UNK now at 12. They should have a buy here. Actually, they don't. Only 3 of them have buys. They still have 3 ults.
Yeah.
Armageddon is available for both teams, so we'll see how they try to trade him out. I would like them to just use it here. It's okay if it finds like little value, because if you force the other team to use Armageddon yourselves, that's worth. Okay, don't give the other team a chance to have a better Armageddon.
Yeah, for sure. I feel like we haven't been seeing Armageddon a lot this game. We have been seeing a lot of Yoru ults, a lot of ISO ults, maybe a couple Clove ults, but I think the really big thing is that I haven't seen a lot of Cypher ults that have gotten a lot of value, and Armageddon.
Okay, kill traded out, so Skyzo doesn't get away with murder there.
Yeah, back to a 4v4. We still have the Dimensional Drift up for usage. Nair gonna get a headshot, but it's not enough. Moon dropping down for free into hell, but does get traded out by Flya, so it's not entirely good. TP's out for
a little
free.
money.
And suddenly it's down to a 2v3. They do still have the Armageddon. Jamie's mistakenly swinging and losing that fight. Bay Popper with the essential headshot. And Brazier will be playing with his toys.
Can we just watch
Spawn.
that? Yeah. The crowd loves that, I'm assuming. But he most likely will just look for exits here, as Yapping Narwhals will take this. 9-12. No Armageddons again invested. And I can't help but feel like but teams aren't trying to like use their ults. Like they're more like, oh, we have an ult just in case. And I want teams to actually like make their plays around what util they have, including their ults.
Yeah, I think in defense, as a Taeho player, I think it's pretty hard to use Taeho ult on the exec. I mean, that's why you have, you know, the ISO ult and the UR ult, so that you don't have to use it on the exec. And there haven't been many post-plant situations where you've been able to use it, you know, maybe on A a couple times, but these B retakes, like, they're just outgunning them. You know, they don't really have to use any sort of ult usage. You know, the Viper ult has only been used once mid. Yeah.
I can't remember if UNK actually called a timeout on the second map.
UNK has never called a timeout. It's always been Bay
So this
Popper
is
timeout.
their first timeout.
One. Yes.
And I want to bring up, actually, like going back to what you just said about the Viper ult. Viper ult was actually only used once on their attacking half too. Remember how I mentioned like they could have used it very early on and probably had a second one. Same thing is happening here.
Yeah.
Where you just gotta use your ults. They'll come back up as like you die, as you plant the spike, as stuff happens in the game. If you try to look for like perfect scenarios, you're gonna end up like losing an extra ult that you have on later rounds, where it probably looks just as good.
Yeah, no, for sure. And I think that's definitely been the problem with tail holds as well.
Yes.
They're just looking for the perfect opportunity with these post-win situations. Having it in your back pocket is nice and all, but at some point it's like, you're at 12, for example. You might as well just let it rip and
create an advantage with it. And
Yeah.
I think that's what I want to see here. You have 3 ults from UNK. There's not going to be another ult too soon that you can rely on, and that's actually going to like win you a round. Combine these Yoru and Teho ults, maybe on like a retake, right? Be willing to give up a site here.
yeah. And I also think that, many times when YNL was, pinned in B main, they definitely could have let the Armageddon rip, and I'm surprised that they haven't yet.
Yeah, so a lot of early investment into mid again. Nothing out of the ordinary. It's just another default. UNK placing the Yoru TP onto A just in case they need to back up that Viper, but playing heavily into this B heaven, B site kind of position. So, okay, he does take the TP this time, possibly fearing an A hit eventually, but they're just grouped in B main again.
I love B. But I think it's like, I don't blame them for wanting B because they're stacking both the Viper util and the Cypher util on A, which is going to be a really hard exec for YNL, and it looks like they will just straight up go B yet again. Moon is Sour going to spot out everyone on the site. Will Shorty won, but does get traded out by Jamie's. Instant neutral theft will come out, and that will reveal everyone running away.
Yeah, but UNK actually has all the information here. They know where these Yapping Narwhals players are rotating, and Skyzo just gets picked. But we gotta take a look at ults. There are 2 ults available for Yapping Narwhals. It's effectively a 4v3, 4v4.
And 10 seconds on the time, they do need to plant the spike if they want any chance of winning this round, and it...
Time.
All he has to do is get him off, and it will be the 3rd map to retirement home. UNK is back in the game. Are you excited?
Like I said, the script always finds a way to correct itself. So, UNK get the 3-1, or 3-2. But right now it is 2-1. I don't know what I'm saying.
If it was 3-1,
it's been a long 2 days. Okay, but yes, UNK is getting there, and that was a really strong showing. It's the first map where there actually hasn't been an overtime.
Yeah, and I think this slower pace...
You want us to finish the pack?
Okay. We are being asked to finish back, but the slower pace has really been working for them. I think the Viper was a really good adjustment because they were trying to play these super aggressive comps earlier, even matching YNL in pace, but it really wasn't working out for them. They weren't quite able to get it right, but now I really like the adjustment they made, and I hope to see it on Pearl, which is also another very lurk-heavy, play-slow map.
Yeah. All right. Hold them up. Let's do it.
No, this is your second, so I need to move one.
Oh, okay.
Licky tongue.
Staryu.
Okay.
Oh, we're getting the zoom in too. Charmander.
Okay.
Oh, is that a Sphero?
Pidgey?
Okay, I got a Sphero. Oh, we got the birds on the same draw.
Yeah. Okay.
What is this? Duog.
Rapidash.
All right. We're approaching hit territory.
Nidorina.
Hitmonchan.
Okay.
Seeking.
Raticate.
All right. It's close.
Venomoth. Hollow.
Oh, I got the Raticate now. Oh, I got a 4. That's a Pikachu 4.
Whoa. Okay.
I hope it does. That's actually a nice one.
Oh.
Yeah, that's a nice.
Is that a secret rare?
Alex
think it
terminology.
Wait,
Illustration rare. Yeah. I can't read it. Well, that's a nice one though.
Oh yeah, it's
there's a stack of sleeves though. Okay, last card. Yeah.
I got a Wigglytuff
Wigglytuff
EX.
EX. Okay, so 2 hits actually.
But I think I win the highest HP one. Yeah.
Wigglytuff EX.
That's pretty good hits, dude. American packs have so many cards. I opened Japanese packs and they have like 5 cards. This one has like I feel like my gacha hit has been success, like satisfied.
Your dopamine rush is satiated.
I know.
All right.
Anyways.
I imagine our producers want us to cut it to a break so they can get some water.
get your dopamine rush
We'll be
when we come back.
We will be back for Game 4. Thank you for watching. Hope we see you soon.
Our experience at Valorant's been great. It's my son's favorite thing to do. I mean, my son looks forward to this all week.
There was other programs we did on the computer, but that's a completely different experience taking them out. Even though it's something that they can do at home, it's just different.
If you put it outside, it feels just like a baseball or football game.
For him, it's like being in the Little League World Series every week.
Enemy remaining. Spike down B. Ten seconds left. Clutch.
Overhead. My ult's ready.
Last player standing. Spike down B. Last player standing. Last player standing.
Like I never left! My ult is ready.
I'll handle this. I'm back.
Drop in a smoke. Tiny.
One enemy remaining.
Destabilizing.
And me.
remaining.
Our spike is down. Well,
One enemy remaining. Last player standing.
I'll handle this.
10 seconds left.
Like I never left!
One enemy remaining.
Welcome back, everybody. We have 2 fresh faces on the desk. My name is Alex. His name is also Alex. We are the production Alexes. We figured it'd be kind of fun to do another pack battle really quick before map 4. Takeshi and Maddie will be actually casting the map for you guys. My voice is far more than shot today. There's no way I'm making it through an entire map. But we have another 2 packs of 151.
Look at the cut on this pack. Is that a good sign or a bad sign? Isn't that goofy?
I'm sure the factory is just...
Okay, here we go. So highest HP wins?
I think we're just doing highest HP.
Okay.
I'm down.
Should I peel it so I can reseal it and sell it to somebody else after?
Yeah, if you don't get the value that you want, we'll resell it.
Ooh, dang, that was a nice peel. Look at that. Look at that's a good
Mine came
peel.
out pretty clean too. Not too bad.
Boom, that's how you do it.
All right, code card and
All right.
energy comes out.
Code card, you ready? It's dark energy. Dang it. Okay.
I got water.
All right, that's a bad, it's a bad sign. All right.
It's a bad sign. All right.
We got Pikachu.
All right. I can't even read my cards.
You're a Poliwhirl.
Okay, cool.
Farfetch'd.
I think this is a Weedle.
That's a
Is that-
Kakuna.
oh, it's
Come
a
on, bro.
Kakuna. Dude, I'm...
You got a Poliwag. I got something old amber.
Oh.
Antique old amber.
Interesting.
Because
Okay.
regular old amber isn't antique enough, apparently.
Cool. All right.
Ponyta, nice.
Okay, not bad.
Pidgeotto.
How are we doing on HP? I think my highest so far is 70.
I think you're losing then.
Oh, no, I have a 90. I have a 90. Poliwhirl's 90.
Okay.
All right, cool. Next card.
That.
Oh, that's a trainer card.
Ooh,
Doesn't
Victory
count.
Bell. Okay, 150. Okay. The
Oh,
Magneton.
90 though.
Big air balloon. Cool. Very cool.
Okay, next card.
Primeape. All right, not
Oh,
bad.
Weedle, 170. Ooh.
Oh, okay.
Uh-oh.
All right. How many more do we got? I always
I think
lose count.
we have 4 more cards, or this is like including this one. I think
Okay,
it's
we
4.
got a Geodude.
I think it's reverse hollows next, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
I have an Onyx, 120.
Psyduck.
Nat. Okay, and the hit. Oh.
Electrode.
Wait. Okay. So what was your max?
I think I lost. I got a 150. You had a
My
1.
Nidoqueen is a 170. Yeah, I think this is the
Dang.
winner. All right.
I'll have to try again next time.
That was fun. All right, Takeshi and Maddie, take the desk.
It's been an honor.
And hey everyone, I'm pretty sure you can still hear us. Welcome back. Thank you, Alex and Alex. No, we changed the graphic. I was going to say from Alex and Alex to Alex and Alex. We were about to have an absolutely phenomenal broadcast here. Welcome back. For those of you who were not watching, I had the chance to actually step into the audience for a second. Crazy, crazy attendance here at California Hall. Unbelievable atmosphere. I'm so happy. On behalf of, obviously, everyone here who's working on production for Esports at Davis, producing Moogie's VALORANT Throwdown, unbelievable atmosphere, great energy in California Hall. It's everything you could ever ask for, to be honest, from this event. With that being said, if you were not here with us watching game number 3, why are we still here, Maddie? Who won game number 3?
I wonder why. Well, your favorite underdogs, UNK, actually brought it back in splits, you know. I don't think anyone else thought that they would do it, but they managed to get their act together. It was a little bit of a scrappy map, but I am glad to see them still in the game, and we move on to Pearl next. How are you feeling about Pearl?
This is my favorite map in the pool. I can't
Really?
lie. But only
I hate
because,
Pearl.
okay, literal side, just a side tangent for me. The only the only agent I ever, did well on is just Smokes. And so when I was the vest, it was Prime Astra, 5 stars, low pull cooldown, and Harbor on release. It was literally my entire job to throw smoke walls, okay? I'm sorry. I enjoy Pearl. That long angle feels like Dust 2. It's very Counter-Strike for me. I mean, I just really enjoy it. I'm sorry that you don't like it as much, Maddie. But with any luck, we'll take it to Lotus, which I assume you like a lot more.
I do love Lotus.
Okay,
because
much
I'm an
better.
initiator player, and I like playing Gecko.
Well,
Gecko's
there you
my
go.
favorite
We've got Smokes, we've got Initiator, we've got Tejo. Jake's chilling over in the back right now. He's resting his voice up a little bit.
I'll
Maybe
be the
he'll come back.
Tejo
Yeah, maybe he'll come back
merchant.
for game 5 if we actually make it that far. Talk to me a little bit. What did you like that you saw from UNK? What were the adjustments that you saw that really made this a series, and kept it going, obviously?
Yeah, so when we casted the other couple of games, I think UNK was definitely trying to match YNL in tempo. They were picking comps that were very, very aggressive. But I think the biggest thing that Jake and I talked about was the fact that on Split, they actually chose Viper, which is not something that we expected because Viper is a much slower agent, works very well with defaults, but I think UNK played really well around it. And, you know, I'm excited to see what they'll play here because Pearl, again, you know, as you were saying, Astra, maybe even a Viper, you know, pulling it out. But I think Pearl is also a very default-heavy, lurk-heavy map. And so,
What are we opening? I have never. Okay.
Oh, these ones are light.
From Alex and Alex. Apparently, we're also opening some stuff. So we got some Pokemon Trick or Trade stuff. I can genuinely say this is the first pack of cards I will have opened in a very long time. Do not gamble, children. This is not for any of you in the audience, for any of you watching from home, anyone in this room even. My words ring true. Do not gamble.
And you heard that loud and clear because of our sponsor, Flyfine, with these amazing microphones that we've been using the entire time.
That's incredible.
Thanks to them for sponsoring this event, and we couldn't have done it without you.
There is a white line on the back of this pack that made me think it was perforated, but I'm actually just stupid. It's kind of unfortunate. Okay, I will try my best to open this thing without actually doing this. You know, last year, we actually ended up doing something similar, except instead of unpacking Pokemon cards, Alex Ling and I cracked Red Bulls. And that was fantastic.
Wait, how does that work? Do you chug it?
No. We cracked Red Bulls just straight into the mic. He's like, oh yeah, that's what the pop filter is for. And it was absolutely perfect. Okay.
So how does this
I'm peeking. I see a hollow already in the back.
Oh, me too.
Do you have one? Okay.
Yeah, okay.
I got a Hundur.
We match.
We both have a Hundur? Okay. Moving on to the next one.
Okay.
What do you got? I can't even tell what I have. Is this like an Ogre Pond of some sort?
Monkey Dory.
Mine is a teal mask Ogre Pond. That's pretty neat.
Never heard of this Pokemon, but
it's got the stamp on the side.
Okay,
Dude,
ready?
This
is the new gen, right?
I'm cooked after anything that after anything that comes after Unova. Kind of fried.
Wait, low-key me too. Except I know Sun and Moon.
And
up until Sun and Moon.
Graveyard.
I have Gorgeist. See, I know Gorgeist.
Very cool.
I know this guy.
So, unfortunately, I don't think we really pulled anything that cool. But hey, the sparkles are cool. The holographic effect is cool. Being part of the experience, you know. Man, I hate gambling. Professor Oak's words ring true. There's a time and place for everything, but maybe not right now. With that being said, I'll take the packs, put them off to the side real quick. And hopefully, UNK will be able to unpack what YNL have been throwing at them all day long. I had the opportunity to talk to some people who are in the arena, and honestly, given the ranks, obviously, because we saw the graphic earlier, and if you just take a look at, accolades and ranks and everything, you would assume that this would be a pretty easy series for YNL. UNK obviously determined to make that not the case, despite the fact that this is a 2-1. The most convincing victory of the three was actually UNK's.
Yeah, I definitely agree. You know, they didn't even go to overtime.
No, they didn't.
I don't think anyone else was expecting it, but as you were saying, I wonder if the fact that there are 2024 finalists, there are 2024 champions on either team, you know, YNL does have more of them, but UNK, you know, not to be counted out, they still have their head in the game, and I'm excited to see, you know, what they do on Pearl.
Absolutely. So I think we need just a few more minutes, obviously. We had some, Alex and Alex were telling us that we had some tech stuff. What's up? We're good? He's not responding to me. It's all good. I upset him earlier. I gave him too much to work on earlier. I was over-promising on his behalf. 100% my bad. We're good. I had the miscue. Alex has it going. Thank you from Alex and Alex. We are sending you to map number 4. We are going into Pearl. YNL with everything to play for. This is their chance, obviously, on their last map pick of this series here to close out 3-1 and try and send us home. Well, not really send us home, but close out this series a little earlier than anticipated.
Yeah, and it looks like we've got some Taeho hovers as well as the Vice, which, you know, okay, Jake is very, very happy about the Taeho, which I am also happy about the Taeho.
And this Yoru.
But I think the Fade is a very standard pick. The Vice is a very standard pick, especially on Pearl, where, you know, there's these big choke points. The wall is also going to be pretty essential to holding down these sites. Again, the Yoru, though, countering the Vice util, very easily able to TP past it without triggering the wall and get those lurks going throughout the round. I think it's pretty interesting that they did decide to go with a Clove again. I think Clove has been working well for both teams, but I think even on Split, you know, the fact that the Clove smokes are very short was definitely detrimental to the team. So I'm excited to see, you know, what type of adjustments they'll make during this round. And we're in the game. Double initiator on the side of UNK, while YNL will be going with the double duelist that they've been rocking the entire time. ISO, Yoru, and actually there is no Astra on the side of UNK. So how are you feeling about that, Takeshi, as an Astra enjoyer?
I mean, it makes me very sad, but this is very in line with UNK's MO, right? Their whole point is they want to be aggressive, they want to be able to skirmish, and so the Clove fits very well for them. They were very, very aggressive in that last map, and it was able, it paid off for them, obviously. They're still in this series.
Yeah, but I will say they were playing a lot slower on split. But it doesn't look like they're playing slow now. They are so ready to take the entirety of B main, pushing back YNL towards mid, where Jamie's is ready to hear them pushing, keeping that space, droning them out. He will get suppressed, but it doesn't matter. He's already gotten all the info he needs. Vice able to keep down the A site so far. They will hear all of these rotates down towards Art. And UNK will be slow towards the rotate, but Benos doesn't need to move. He's pretty much chilling on this site, and all he has to do is wait. He will get spotted out by the dog, though. That's going to be a crucial mistake. And it looks like their tempo has slowed down. Neru getting 3-man by Varus, taking down the headshot. And that will be a free rotate towards B. Pretty essential pick, even though it's a 4v4.
And so this is where that global utility really comes into play, right? You have this flood smoke for your players to work with coming out of bottom link or banana, as some people like to refer to it when we're talking Counter-Strike, and that's a couple of shots coming back the way of Flya, and it's all up to YNL's, it's all up to the controller, it's up to Koister. Can he put together a 4-piece here? The answer is no. UNK strike first blood for them, 1-0, trying to keep their hopes alive.
Yeah, well, I will say that UNK was playing a lot slower on split. I think Fly's been doing really well on the Clove. It's been enabling him, on Haven or on Ascent. I think he was playing Omen, and it wasn't matching his playstyle as well. Even though he had the TPs, he was taking those aggressive fights, and he was getting those picks, so I'm glad that he's on something that, enables him more this time around.
And you were talking about UNK not taking it slow at all. I mean, that aggression up B main is not necessarily something we see a lot of. Usually on B, you play a lot more passive. You play the jump spot at the corner. You have a survival smoke at, the choke. But for the most part, I mean, UNK doing well to respect the pressure that YNL are putting forth on them. It was pretty nice having you on play-by-play for a sec, but I think I might swap back into it as James gets right back to business. Neru combining for a pair, and so does Braz. He chimes in as well. It's all up to Skyzo now to try and do some econ damage. Outlaw shot rings out near his head. Braz takes his head clean off, and that's the second round for UNK.
Yeah, great flawless. You want to keep all of those guns. UNK wants this second game so badly, and I'm excited to see them get it. Not caster cursing, though.
Okay, well, I mean, so far it sounds like it's been a bit of a caster blessing. I mean, you've been championing UNK since the moment you stepped on the desk. They're up 2-0 here, trying to make this a 2-all series. And I mean, as far as best of fives go, being down 2-0, rallying, and being able to take away a relatively strong Game 3, especially in the context of this series, UNK have to be feeling pretty good right now. They have to feel like they're in the driver's seat, especially if they're able to take away this bonus. Flya's up on this aggressive angle with the Outlaw, knowing full well that he has smokes ready for him. First shot rings out wide. Various takes him down, but look at that collateral damage. Both of YNL's players are super low, cleaned up by Braz across the map. So Spike goes down B main. You have all the info you could ever ask for. YNL forced to regroup back over towards the B site, and that's where they're going to move 3 players to retirement home are. UNK going to bring their whole squad over. YNL prepping the ISO. Get ready to fight. Popping that smoke. Oh, sorry. Popping the clone through the smoke. Pretty impressive shooting there, but not necessarily on the target you wanted to hit. 3-on-2 as you see James Tejo moving back towards mid. Gotta wait for Braz to make contact. Gotta figure that Neru is going to swing off it, playing this close Jenny angle. Skyzo ready for the first. Koister's going to be the tip of the spear, though. This Astra moving in first, a little bit suspect, you might think. Shots ring out. You hear all 3 of them. Tether going a little bit early. Not necessarily going to catch anyone, but it is going to signal James rotate over. First smoke goes down. Second smoke likely to follow. The wall is established, but Neru has a sub, and you're allowing him to close the distance. One more piece of util. Dismiss smoke to try and walk in at the close angle. Koister not quite found out yet. Looking at the back hall, hearing Neru. Braz gets a 3rd right now, and the flash. Looking for the 4th. He hits that shot. Can he get the ace? The question is yes. The answer, sorry, is yes. Ace for Braz, and he's matching Baypopper's performance from a little bit ago.
Yeah, and honestly, once I saw him positioned in that B hall corner, they really have no util to get him out. The instant that everybody walked through, he was able to get that first opening pick, flash, get the second, and from there it was history. And that's what I love to see, you know. UNK has been doing a really great job of playing off each other, and if they want to win this game, that's really what they're going to need to do. Especially with the Yoru ult up for the taking here. Able to easily get these retakes if they use it correctly. They won't need it right now. While YNL kind of slows down the pace in mid and A.
Well, so far YNL's been trying on pace, right? And so far that pace is not fitting. It's not quite my tempo if you're YNL's captain for Skyzo. So you need to pivot a little bit more here. I like this mid re-explore. You've seen how vulnerable the Vice setup is if you take this art control. But the shear over here, obviously, has actually been moved over to art side. The Tejo Rockets taking up a lot of time. James with another opening kill. A fourth for UNK. Things are looking really good for them. Koister is in an advanced position, but he has a stinger and the spike. So this is a precarious situation to be in here. James would have to do something monumental, we'll say. Koister gets the first. Very nice. Neru having to back up now. Forced out by the utility. Recovers for the first. Not quite for the second, so Moon's still going to make a round out of this one. Benas wise to various tricks. 1 HP, but he gets it done anyway. 2 on 2 as they move over to the well-defended B site, pushing into this clove smoke. Moon just going to jump spot, not knowing where Braz is. Back up to his same old tricks, and back hall has the first couple shots ring out. Flashes. Dimensional drift enabled. Looking for cloves. Setting up Flya, trying to get him some space. Walks back into CT. Moon takes down his opposite number. Flya gets the first. Can he get the second one? He's just trying to stall out Koister. Patience is the name of the game. Koister taking a whole bunch of damage. Jumping right click for Flya. It puts UNK way ahead 4-0.
Yeah, beautiful use of util as well. You know, even though it did get a little bit hairy, Brazzera did not actually get any of the kills, but I love how Flya swung off of him, was able to get those running body shots, able to close off the rounds, and snag a 4th round for retirement home. But I will say, I think that round actually did start out pretty well for YNL. They noticed that UNK does not tend to put a lot of util towards art. That is one of the holes that we've been seeing throughout the rounds, and they did take advantage of it. They unfortunately did have eco guns, but I do like the adjustment that they made eventually. But now it looks like just a straight B hit. The Moon is Sour is going to close and check out the site for his team. He won't actually see anything because the Yoru TP gets taken out. Jamie's falling to various, looking through the Astral before it pops. Flya tapping Baypopper after he attempts to swing through the wall, and that will be a free plant for
YNL, yeah, and you just gotta be patient here as you try and attempt this retake. Neru's gonna get shotgun to the back immediately. Judge, not quite jury. Benes gonna chime in of his own though. That's a pair back for him. YNL, man disadvantage now. Nice flash by Skyzo, but he's not gonna swing off of it. Holding for Benes. The first peek goes super wide. Koister running headshot. Late res coming in for Flya. Pull on the first one. Instant headshot for Flya. Back-to-back 3Ks for this guy. 5-0 for UNK. What a nice start for them.
Yeah, I would say a little bit of a misplay or miscommunication from YNL because they were swinging independently. They still had the Astra suck up, and you know, they swung beforehand. It was very unfortunate that Skyzo wasn't, or Various and the Moon and Sour weren't able to get Benos as he pushed back site. So losing that site control was pretty crucial to their eventual loss, I think. And now we have a timeout coming out from Skyzo. YNL desperately trying to regain their foothold and maybe not give up this last map because, as you said, map 5 is Lotus. This is YNL's last chance with a map of their choosing. So what are you thinking so far?
I think this is a good timeout usage. Obviously, I like seeing the fact that YNL is conscious about, hey, we have all these timeouts, we have the advantage in the series, let's make sure that we don't squander it for sure, because we know from being competitive players ourselves, or at least being in the space, momentum is the realest thing ever, and it gets in people's heads. It's a mental game as much as it is a mechanics game. And now, if you're down 0-5 in another map after you were... So you're up 2-0. You actually get beat 2-1. and now you're down 0-5 in the map that might potentially make it 2-2. You want to slow this down as much as you can. Take as much time as you can if you're YNL. Try and recover a little bit. Get your individuals enabled again. You see Koister, Moon, and Various all sitting at 3 and 5. Baypopper is over right now. If they can get him on the board, YNL can start stacking rounds in a hurry, and this is the attack side of Pearl. If the attackers start going, it's very difficult for the defense to actually try and stop it. James is going to be at the point of attack here. He's going to drone, but he's going to get silenced right out of it. The tether is going to be exchanged on both sides, but all of this link control is going back towards YNL. Look at this damage coming back both ways. All the information possible is being gathered by YNL as Moon takes down his opposite number, Braz, and they move over to the defenseless B site. They're going to get the spike planted unless Neru has something to say about it. He's not going to swing too early. He's just going to hold that line. Be patient now, YNL. You have the man advantage, but you don't have all the health to work with. Benas trying to make something else happen here. Has a nice pre-fire idea on where Moon could be, but doesn't exactly know until Moon gives him the angle. Nicely done by Benas. Now Flya and James trying to make something happen here. Concuss going off that wall. Bank shot. Not quite hitting anything, though. So James stuck on 1 HP. Probably iced out this round unless his CT teammates can make it happen. Backhaul right now for Baypopper. He gets one. So does Various. Benes, the last man standing, and he will not stand for long. You have to think. Koister run and gun. That gets YNL out on the board. 1-0 on after time outplays this map.
Yeah, I think I really like what YNL is doing with B Link. They've just been kind of running it down, especially with their stingers. I think it's pretty interesting that, you know, UNK wasn't able to stop them from B, and by killing the B Link players, they basically left B wide open. I think Flya also had an op, so that's going to be an expensive drop from him. But I think that was a good adjustment from YNL as well, you know, recognizing that even if he does have an op, they can just run it down with stingers and he won't be able to do anything about it.
Well, you said running it down and not being able to do anything about it. Fly is in an advanced position. No survival smoke for him. He has to get this first one. Baypopper has the shield up and the spray goes super wide, so Baypopper has the recovery. Face your fears right now. It's you and me. And it is another win for Baypopper. That's what we were talking about, getting this guy going. Moon, Braz, Neru trading kills. Neru with the double, though, so it's going to equalize a little bit for UNK. Low health bars on either side. Benes full. Baypopper really low. Has to get the spike now. Retreating. 2-on-2. How do they want to play this? One side still has smoke. One side still has information. Neru with a massive two-piece to try and put this round back together. You gotta figure if you're YNL, it's the old cut noise, re-hit sort of thing. Koister waiting for his second smoke. 15 seconds remaining on that one. At what point does UNK get antsy? You see Neru already looking at spawn, seeing if he can gamble back over towards A, see if he can cheat the rotation and make something happen. The smoke comes through on Link side. It's an actual smoke being used, so maybe trying to feign some mid-pressure, but they don't know where Neru is per se. Benas gets the spot on Koister. They know the jig is up for sure. Heaven smoked off right now. Koister gets the first. They know where Benas is. Planting close at Jenny, and Koister shuts him down. A second round for YNL. Nice job on that back-to-back.
Yeah, I was going to say that it was getting a little bit iffy because Baypopper came out of his ult and half his team was dead. I think they pushed a little bit too fast without the ISO, and I think it would have been very beneficial for YNL to maybe slow it down a little bit. But I think they did a really great job of covering... Wow, there's a tactic bear there. I had no idea. Thank you, Alex, for our amazing spectator view.
Thanks, Alex and Alex. We appreciate both of you guys.
Yeah, you learn something new every day.
That is a chill fellow for sure.
Yeah. Anyways, what's not chill is how YNL is running it down, but also still winning these rounds. So, I mean, if they found what works for them, great. But I think at some point, UNK will make an adjustment and it will spell their doom. It's just a matter of time.
Well, that is very pointed from you, Maddie. But, you know, Moon's going to run his way all the way into back hall. He's going to find that nobody else is here. Another world divided. Shotgun shot onto the Yoru clone. Nightmare take them going the opposite direction. That Fade Nightmare and the Armageddon going to be invested as well. It's so much ult utility here. But it is everything coming up UNK so far. Moon equalizes one more, but Neru hit another nice headshot. And so it's a 4-on-3 right now for the defenders. UNK having all the time in the world. And on the opposite side of this wall, there are two UNK players ready for it. Ready and waiting is Neru for his two-piece. Make it 3. Baypopper would need all 5 here. Dodges the flash. Nice job. Blinded Brazzera. Hits the body shot there at the end of it. Spots 2 more. Biding his time. Seeing if he can isolate the 1v1 onto James, who gives it right to him. So now from a 1-on-4 to a 1-on-2. Flya giving away his position right now. 6 bullets for Baypopper. Not quite hitting that wallbang. Quick refresh on that mag. Nice damage back on the Flya. He's 1 HP again. Can Babe Hopper make something miraculous happen here? Step first. Neri knows exactly where he is. Pinned into the corner. Flya paints him out of it. 6-2 UNK.
And not to brag, but I did say that they would make an adjustment, and I did say that YNL continuing to rush down B, it would eventually stop working, and you know, that's what we saw. Babe Hopper, very, very close round. He was almost able to get that spam on Flya, which I think is really impressive. I've been seeing a lot of great sprays through smokes and through walls from both teams, but it ultimately wasn't enough.
Honestly, that's just a testament to how our setups are set up. You know, no anti-cheat. Oh, sorry. Full anti-cheat. No cheating here. Word.exe completely eliminated. You know what I'm saying? Like, we are secure on this one. Everyone here is playing 100% to the best of their abilities, and that's really all you could ever ask for from these kind of competitors. Wallbang damage from the doors going to be split either way. It's pretty slow here for YNL as far as these rounds have been going. That's that adaptation that you were talking about, Maddie. We need to see YNL group up a little bit better at the point of attack. They have correctly deduced that the Vice is over towards the B side, but that means that you're likely walking into the 3-stack. James is going to try and stall a little bit with those rockets, but can they get past them? It's just going to be the Yoru clone that does. Braz, Flya, and James ready to receive this attack. Do they know when the mid hit's coming in? Flya and James sure seem like they know exact positions, and I was just talking about no anti-cheat. We need VAC on that one for sure. Headshot right through the smoke. Skyzo waiting patiently right now. He gets one tapped out by Braz, and Koister left to clutch. Catches Braz in the reload. Alright, so 1-on-5 queued up for sure. James with the little walk peek there on Koister right as the dismiss comes down. 7-2 for UNK, and on this attacker-sided map, UNK is cooking on the defense.
Yeah, and I would say that even though UNK, I think, is showing a lot of holes, I'm going to be honest. Like, even though they did have people art, we saw that Brazera did rotate over to help Art, leaving main open, allowing those two to walk through. But eventually, you know, his team came around, and they're very easily able to cover for each other, which I'm very impressed by. So even though they're showing these holes, they're aware of the holes, which I think is the most important thing.
And at the very least, obviously, it's a stark change from the lack of communication that we were talking about earlier. Nice job dipping into the YNL smoke for UNK to be able to play around. So Neru gets one. Babe Hopper trades it back with the Stinger. Skyzo and James going to trade it back and forth as well. Skyzo with the second one. It's UNV. He kidnaps him. Babe Hopper versus Menace. The two top frags for both teams right now. Babe Hopper wins it with the Stinger somehow. And so Braz on this flank is going to catch out Babe Hopper. A little bit more body spray there. Some no love lost, obviously, between these teammates. Dimensional drift going to come through between the link, so we can try and find the last couple of players. YNL, obviously, they could be anywhere. Where does Braz decide to check? He's going to spot one of them, sees both. Okay, so now you know exactly where you can walk to. Dimensional drift's going to pop out, back in the Razor Vines, though, so he is within range. One Stinger bullet's going to be the difference for sure, or one Phantom bullet could be the difference. Braz off the bomb, clearly. They heard that plant come through. Oh, sorry, they heard that tap come through off of the plant. And as the two Davis players move a little bit closer, Braz has a backstab, and it feels like Koister has nothing left to give. Well done, Braz. Nice 1v3 clutch. An 8th round for UNK.
Wow, and I don't know about you, but after the first guy died, I feel like the Astros should have turned around. I think that was maybe just, you know, some miscomms, but it was beautifully played by Brazera. We remember that he did put down that TP very early, use the clone, use the flash to fake that he was, you know, tapping the bomb. They did use Astra Suck, even though he shot a bullet.
He shot.
So yeah, they knew that he was off. But I think it's just a little bit of miscomm. I think if YNL wants to stay in this game, they got to clean up their act a little bit and maybe get some more kills on the board. But this is a bye round, so this is their best chance. They do have the Vice ult to work with as well. Taking away those guns will be pretty essential.
Well, YNL did have some very limited success, right, Maddie, with this 5-man attack. And so it looks like they're back to their same old tricks here. We're going to run up as 5, use that clone to try and trip some util, pop Moon back into the back hall, but Braz has his number this match for sure. Koister takes him down through the smoke to equalize things, so it's still 4-on-4. Worried about the flank, not quite, because there's a shear there. A lot of damage pouring back in onto Yapping. Narwhals fade. So now, being a little bit more patient are the Narwhals. Will they continue their exact streak of hold position, cut noise, and re-hit 20 seconds later? Only time will tell.
I'm seeing it. But at least this time they comboed it with the Vice ult, and it will be just a massive hit. But Venos investing the reverse Vice ult, going to take away all their pistols. But it's not enough. Baypopper gets one with a shorty, and another with a shorty does get traded out, but it's no good. Skyzo taking down Naru with the last shots.
The sidearms were all that Baypopper needed. All he needed. Up close and personal, right? Double kill with the shorty. That's some old school shorty stuff. That's pre-nerf for sure. But obviously very well versed in all of these sidearm stuff. Vice being so prevalent in the meta means you basically have to adapt to being really good at pistols and everything. So really unintended cool side effect there. But with that being said, gotta think that the Skyzo ult was a little bit early. Maybe didn't have people in positions to capitalize off of that Steel Garden. The repop, the reverse there from Venas, also pretty nice. But YNL, 3 of their rounds have come off of 5-manning B long. So what are we going to do? We're gonna 5-man B long again here. We're gonna hit right into Venas and the rest of UNK here. Another world divided. This is the 3rd Astra ult this half. Very nice stuff from Koister actually, farming up that ult economy nicely. Braz and company going to wait it out. Various on this fade, waiting for a little bit more information, trying to trip that wall. He does actually make it happen, so they're going to be able to get into backhaul. Be patient. The moment the wall fades as Baypopper takes Venas out, Flyer has to clutch. He's going to be out in the open here. Nice first shot on the Skyzo. Naru has his back for sure. Various gets one more. Flyer reses himself back into the round. Braz one more headshot. Koister back around the pillar, but it's just him left, and Braz is running him down. Naru's got another triple kill. 9-3. It's 3 times. It's 3 kills.
Yeah, and this is even a way more dominant half than we saw on Split, which Retirement Home did win. But as we saw, Retirement Home is also capable of throwing these. You know, we saw the 10-2 curse, but this is the actual curse where it comes in the 9-3 curse. So,
is it now?
Thoughts? Is it?
No, I really, really hope that we don't ever bring back something like that again. All of that is superstition. You just gotta play the game that's in front of you.
Yeah, don't let it get in your head.
Absolutely.
And I'm always a favor of Retirement Home winning because I love an underdog story. And I hope our audience does too in the chat.
If you heard them, map 3, it was crazy in there. For sure, everyone is excited that this series must go on. And UNK right now is playing with that urgency that makes you feel like this series will continue. James with that drone, not quite going to set up too much. Moon going to find a nice sink onto Flyer, forced out by those rockets, looking for the jumping headshot. Another pair of right clicks for Moon. Does he have enough time to get the reload off? Yes, he does. How does he get away with it? Wish granted for Moon. Nicely done. I mean, it's difficult to call that nicely done so much as it might have been a bit of an UNK fumble. But with that being said, YNL needed a lifeline and they were just granted one.
Yeah, you guys can't see my face right now, but I just put my face in my hands, a huge face palm. I mean, you know, if you're YNL, that's what you want to see. I do want to see competitive game, but I also want to see some precise gunplay, please.
Well, that was pretty precise on the first dink and on the first right click. Very good. From there, it got a little bit messy, just like this little engagement we have here with Baypopper. Skyzo looking to peek off of his teammate's contact. Venas fully marked. 40 seconds left on this clock. They're going to move over towards the A site, our UNK. Be patient on this attack, guys. You do have the man disadvantage, but you have all the position in the world. Naru has the spike, though, and he's way up ahead. He gets Baypopper first, though. Going to turn back before he has the chance to take down Moon as well. Be patient once again. 4 on 3. It's not out of the woods just yet. Moon going to find a nice timing onto Venas. Not quite going to find the kill, though, so Braz is in prime position to swing around and make something happen off the back of this tether. Right clicks. Need all the damage you can possibly get. Retirement Home, 1 bullet apiece for both of them. Yapping Narwhals need to make this 2-on-2 retake happen. This started off so well for them. The eye doesn't see anything. It sees the first. Nice flick from Various. Ready for the second one. Braz in art, taken down by Skyzo. That was a must-win round for YNL after that ferocious start. And they get it done. 4-9.
Yeah, it was looking a little bit scary, but they definitely brought it back. YNL again with the opening picks on the Moon is Sour. The Moon is successful with those insane shots, the right clicks. I mean, my classic doesn't do that, but whatever works, right?
I have multiple clips of myself up close at that range, right-clicking and having all 3 bullets go up around that dude's head. So it's nice to see somebody else finally have the opposite effect where you right-click them and 2 of them go right to the dome. Insta-kill on that pistol round. Pretty nice when your free weapon can do something like that.
Exactly. And also, I think Varys did a really great job. You know, that eye spotted out the Yor, and he was also able to get the Ghost 1 flick which was essential to them winning the round as well.
And these man advantages, right? Let's keep harping on this stuff. The first bloods, the man advantages, even trade or uneven trades going each way. YNL obviously weapon advantage, man advantage here, but you need to just make sure that you convert, and you need to convert cleanly. Do not give UNK any footing back into this game. Braz has a stinger. Questionable investment from UNK, but they've been known to do these forces when they're a little bit ahead. It's a little bit risky. Braz, knife out. Moon's going to run him down. Benas with a flank, but he's a little bit too late. And so the spike all the way on the other side of the map going to make its way over towards A, our UNK. Benas not quite going to find it. They're going to clear, unfortunately, nothing. And so he's going to get the spike down. It is actually a, I mean, as far as eco rounds go, getting the spike down, pretty good for UNK, but YNL, you have to feel like at some point they will find Neru, they will close him out cleanly. The net is tightening. There's no one coming from Art, but eventually Neru has to get a little bit jumpy about it because you need to find the first kill if you want to actually do something. Bullets go between them. Baypopper shuts him out, and it's a 5th round for YNL.
Yeah, and that flawless round is really what you want to see if you want to be bringing it back. Especially from Yapping Narwhals, you know, they started down, but they're feeling pretty good about themselves, I think, especially going into this next round. Shields up, you know, you got your stingers, which are really good at close range, especially, you know, if you're holding door, if you're holding back halls, for example, that's going to be a really easy position for you to work with, even though you have eco guns. And
take a look at, like we were talking about, those bad guns. Triple stingers, 1 Spectre, 1 Guardian. You gotta assume Various is going to be posted up on one of these longer angles, maybe fighting for that A main position, maybe fighting for that B main position. Either way, you want to make sure that he can take an engagement at which he feels comfortable with that Guardian. Meanwhile, triple stack of those submachine guns is going to be mid. You got 4 YNL players up there. Various watching the angle, ready to see if he can do some damage here with that Guardian that we were just talking about. Koister trying to set up some utility for Baypopper to work off of. A lot of pre-fire coming through from the smokes both ways. Koister suppressed and held in position. Another nice dog is going to force him out of there. Neru with first blood there takes down Various, and then he's going to unleash the nightmare for sure. Koister going to try and pull. Takes down Neru. Gets a lot of damage down onto Benes, but doesn't quite finish the meal. So can he actually make anything more of it? Braz tagged down to 1 HP. Swing and the concuss is so good from the Tejo. Koister never stood a chance on that wide swing. So now it's all up to Skyzo and Moon. Moon, 1 more necessary, not quite going to get it. 10-5 now for UNK, 3 rounds away from taking us to map number 5.
Yeah, I will say great damage, but you know, if you are Yapping Narwhals, you need all the rounds you can get. And also, look at this kill differential. I mean, even though Benos is 6 and 8, you know, you got Brazera 17 kills, Nero 17 kills, which is, I mean, mild, like together, they're basically the entirety of YNL together.
They sure are. And obviously for Neru, this is a feel-good kind of game. A bounce back, obviously. If you check the bottom of the scoreboard for UNK each of the last 3 maps, pretty sure you would find Neru 4th or 5th for his team. But now he's basically tied for the lead. Braz has been on a heater right now, making sure that it's real difficult for Moon to really find too much space. UNK just need a couple more moments. YNL has to play a pretty much mistake-free game. If they lose 1 more round here, they might be out of it.
Yeah, and I really like how UNK is pretty much abusing their A, because I think putting the Vice on B is a questionable choice, because I think you definitely need that wall, and it's really hard to hold Art if you're a defender, and I think UNK has definitely recognized that, and they've been abusing it really hard.
Pre-fire it, Baypopper.
Yeah.
You don't know that they're there. And as the pre-fire comes in, you'll never expect that there's one this close, but you know that somebody jumped up. You hear Braz making the step over there towards mid, so you can alert your teammates that maybe the A split is coming. Dimensional Drift is going to come through so that Moon can try and scout out the Art play. He's going to find 1. Is he going to find the second one? Yeah, he spots him in the corner. Is Baypopper going to try and wallbang him? Not quite. So Moon has to fall back. The wallbang coming in a little bit delayed there. Maybe a bit of a miscommunication. Flash, re-swing for Moon. Not quite finding anything, but it looks like UNK are gearing up to hit towards the A site. Neru's already worked his way up. He doesn't quite have a great angle. Koister has the position to try and shut him down if possible. Benes and Neru, nice transfer from the clone into the actual player. So Various playing back site, going to be wide swung and shut down immediately by Neru. He's taken the kill lead for his team for sure. And as we were talking about YNL needing to play some mistake-free Valorant, UNK striking back in a big way here. Braz with another headshot. Flash coming through. Baypopper, just his Odin. And not even the kill on Braz. A flawless round for UNK. 2 rounds away, Maddie, from going the distance to game number 5.
Yeah, I don't know about you, but I am so excited tactical timeout coming out from YNL, which I love to see, but that just gives us more time to talk about how Retirement Home has completely brought it back. I think also the Odin is a pretty weak gun on this map comparatively to, let's say, like Ascent or Haven. So Babe Popper really has not been able to do much with it. In addition, I think Retirement Home has been doing a great job of holding these holes and also just like delaying the plants as well from YNL. I think YNL has been really struggling. They went A main. They thought they saw a hole, but Retirement Home's flexibility is just showing so well. And yeah, as this timeout ticks down, what are you thinking, or what do you think will be the ending scoreline?
The ending scoreline.
Yeah.
So we think UNK is closing this one out?
I'm going to say UNK is closing this out because
Good.
I believe.
Okay, I like that. If you have no faith, then why are you here, right? Quick little
Exactly.
replay on some of the chaos that happened that round. Nice transfer from Neru, right? And of course, Benes getting that wallbang onto Koister in back dugout. That is an integral kill for sure. If I'm YNL, you guys are just getting overwhelmed at the point of attack. Have some proactivity. You have this double duelist setup. The Yoru kind of a pseudo initiator, and of course Vice has a lot of utility, and Astra too. You can play off of. Get Bay Popper in positions to succeed and really give your team the best chance possible. If they're shutting down your superstar routinely with the utility that you're giving him, happens. Sometimes the other team just has a better shooting day than you, but you got to make sure that you put your players in the positions to succeed. UNK are doing that right now. They're fighting together very nicely. They're trying to convert off of utility. They have some very weird smoke timings that have been catching YNL off very nicely. Nair with the first onto Various. Koister not going to find anything more, but he's going to drop back and at least preserve the Phantom. So that's something for YNL to work with. UNK are going to take all this pressure. They've just delivered so nicely to YNL. Gift wrapped and everything. They're going to waltz their way back on over towards the B site. Teho Jones going to clear out all of B long. And so the only true defender here is Skyzo. He has the Phantom, he has the Razor Vines, has the has the wall. Gonna get rocketed out of back hall. Not going to break that clone though. Very nice discipline from him. Arc Rose destroyed, and they know that Braz is back calls. Flyer with the first, Skyzo with the trade. James gets one more back. Braz still has control of this area. One enemy remaining right now. The trades have been perfect. Koister would need something perfect of his own here. Taking that back one. Dismiss. Swing into the angle. James gave him an opportunity, but not quite converted by Koister. So he's going to inch his way forward, make a little bit of noise. James gives him the shoulder, and now it's all up to Braz, and Braz closes it down. The 12th round, map point secured by UNK. 12-5 right now in a climactic moment to send this the distance.
Wow.
7 attempts.
Yeah, Braz not missing those shots, but I also want to make it known that Neru is walking up with the bomb, and he's still getting these essential picks on, for example, First Blood on Various. You know, that completely broke down their A, even though they decided not to go there, which I think was a great decision because they had to rotate more people over to A because they're so afraid of that very, very hard A hit. And so the site was pretty much free, even though they had Vice Util.
That's a very chill little tactic there. I don't think YNL's looking so chill. They're trying to actually fight up main. And this is some of that aggression I was talking about. Use your utility to put players in positions. Various caught out of it, though. The rest of his team already out of it. Bay Popper, Moon taking down Flya. Nice equalization. Bay Popper is not really in a position to fight this, though. As the Nightmare comes down, Bay Popper is going to be caught by the edge of it. Koister going to have to fall back as well. Has a nice angle onto Neru. Not quite ready for that dugout angle. Benas trades it right back, though. Bay Popper having to dodge that flash. Ready for the fight on James. Not quite going to hit the first one, or the second, or the third. He has to just keep wallbanging and keep chipping away. James with another headshot. Leaves it all up to Bay Popper and Skyzo. The flash is ready. Has to work his way in from Art's side. Nice first shot from Skyzo. Going to dodge out of the way of that steel garden. Bay Popper still has access to that rifle. And as UNK move their way back to main, it's a 2-on-2. Spike planted for you. Benas, what more can you possibly ask for? You have to be able to close this one out right now. This would be the dagger. This would send us to game number 5. It's Braz and Benas, the two top frags for UNK. Bay Popper trying to close the distance, but there's no spike pressure at all. Nice wall backwards to try and get half, but it's only going to get him off the spike. Bay Popper shuts it down. Is there enough time, though? Does Skyzo have the defuse? And it looks like he just about does. 2 seconds remaining. Down to the wire. That backwards wall, a little bit interesting there from Bay Popper. The idea was there, though, and YNL convert.
Yeah. And now we have the Vice ult on Skyzo in order to maybe play a little bit more for the retake, but I think I was really interested. I was going to say if Retirement Home did not win that round, I would have liked to see a Lurk art because they tagged so many people with the Nightmare and that made them completely deaf. They could have had a much easier time maybe killing the plants before they got it down. But they pretty much only won CT, which I think ended up being a mistake.
Just gonna wait out all those Taeho rockets. Jake enjoying every one of those for sure.
Yeah, Naru again taking the aggressive A main peek, but this time not with the bomb. Instead giving it over to Taeho, but they are ready for the art push. Various taking a little bit of damage, going to spot out that Yoru. And it will be another A position, but they do still have people around the map just poking and prodding. They find a hole in arts. They could go through a connector, and it seems like they are pretty aware of that because YNL will be rotating back towards B since they are used to this B-Link push.
I like this focus around connector, actually. It's difficult to actually find openings. Baypopper trying to make one right now against Benas. That shield going to go down immediately, but the one-tap's going to come through. Braz on the opposite side, though, makes it happen. Moon up close and personal going to hit a Bucky shot. James going to have to get flashed back on out of there. He might be getting flashbacks right now if this comeback can actually come through. Nice collapse over there from Neru, though. Baypopper ready for this peek from Flya. Yes, he is. Does he have another one in him? Koister. James jumping out with his knife out. Baypopper on the third. Koister with the headshot. 7-12 now. A couple of rounds picked up by the Narwhals. If this keeps going, Unk's going to start sweating a little bit.
Yeah, Retirement Home was pretty much picked apart, and it's going to be an eco round for them. Even though they're at 12, they do want that optimal buy, and Yapping Narwhal is not giving up any of their ults. They still have Astra, Fade, and Vice to work with.
They have so much freedom, right? In this round in particular. But if you let this one go, that is a super tilter for YNL. You finally have the momentum established back in your favor. You're starting to stack together a couple of rounds with players surviving. You need to build this economy if you want to try and make this comeback happen. James is going to find a lot of space in Link, is going to successfully scan Baypopper, didn't quite scan Various, so a player who was being caught out a little bit, maybe a bit unawares of the positions, suddenly finds a nice opening there off the back of that Taeho drone, not spotting him. Vice Flash not necessarily going to find anything. Various and company just trying to flush out Art the best they possibly can. Nice tether in on Benas. The wrap comes through though, and it's dealt with. Various and Baypopper trading it back and forth. Flyer peeking in. Various going to run away. Lucky to get away with his life. James trying to trade that one right back. Flyer's trying to swing into this angle as well. The Deagle comes out. It gets the first, not going to get the second. Classic up close and personal. Wallbang somehow for Various. An 8th round. Very messy on the anti-eco, but it's a round win nonetheless.
Yeah, and they still do have the eco to work with on the side of Yapping Narwhals, so I wouldn't say it was like a terribly costly round for them. But this is definitely going to be a big decider round, you know. If Yapping Narwhals can get this round, then they can chain together maybe 2, maybe even 3 more. They're going to have the Yoru ult, and soon, if they can get the B orb, which it looks like they will be going for, or sorry, not, okay, if they do push for the B orb, but I think they are going to suspect that they will be pushing B. The Moonus Tower is ready to stop this push.
That's a crazy high flash. Benas has the shutdown though, and look how few people are actually here for YNL. The Armageddon's going to split it in half. Skyzo's going to be caught unaware as well. UNK, 5-on-3. This is the best possible position you can be in. Baypopper's caught in no man's land. Gets the first and the second somehow. Various chimes in for a third. Benas shuts it down though. So it's all up to Koister. 1-on-3 demanded of him, and he's going to get the first one somehow. I didn't think he was going to get it. Flya's movement a little bit crazy. Super erratic. 1-on-2 now demanded of Koister. As the dust settles, going to concuss. Braz right behind this wall. Real smoke being used to try and flood. Worried about a CT push. Fake teleport. Going to make Koister consider all of his angles very carefully. Benas going to get this plant down for sure, I say as he taps it. Just trying to bait Koister into making a mistake here. Another tap. Braz is so keyed in on this angle. If Koister peeks out of the smoke, Braz has to be ready for him. Hits the headshot, but doesn't quite get the kill. Wallbang comes through. 13-8. We are going to map number 5.
Oh my god. This, as Jake says, the story writes itself. And I will say it for him because we are going to map 5. Nobody thought we would go to Lotus. We all thought it would be over, but I am so excited. What did you think?
Hey, we said at the top of the day, We wanted a 5-map banger. We didn't think we were going to get it. OT win for YNL. OT win for YNL. And then 2 rather convincing wins, honestly, for UNK. They look like they're getting stronger over the course of this match. Map 5. Lotus. I just don't want it to be 24 A-site hits. That's the only thing I ask for. I just want a little bit of variety. But with that being said, I mean, we've gotten plenty of variance out of UNK. Incredible individual plays from their players. Neru stepping up big time in map number 4 to force this decider game number 5. Are you not entertained? Could you possibly ask for anything more, honestly?
I could not. As an UNK believer, because, again, the underdogs coming up and taking a decisive 2-2 to map 5. And Lotus, that's going to be, I mean, it's going to be their map pick, but again, there's a reason why it's map 5. Nobody likes Lotus as much as they like the other maps.
Oh, that's so mean.
Okay, but I like Lotus. I'm excited to see what'll happen, and maybe we'll get some Tejo for Jake over there. We're probably gonna get the ISO. We're probably gonna get the Yoru. We're probably gonna get the Clove. We're probably gonna get a Vice or a Cypher. Or both, or neither. But I think it's going to be one of the...
Well, we're probably getting a lot of things, but the only thing I can be certain about is we're going to break. Alex, I would have you play those silver scrapes, but either way, we are going to the decider Game 5 of Moogie's Valorant Throwdown 2025 action. We'll be back in about 10 minutes.
was only pretend. Oh, looky here, I am walking away. I turn around if you beg me to stay. This time I don't think so. I had enough of your romance reflow. Heartbreaker with an ego. You were doing some things that could have been illegal. Makes sense out of nothing at all. You were pretty much evil, but I got more to say. No, I never met nobody like you. That ain't no compliment, that's the truth. You're nothing but a cold heart covered in gold. That's why I'm leaving you.
And welcome back. I'm sure none of you guys left at all. Thank you for sticking with us during that break. I know it was a little bit longer. I said it was going to be 10 minutes. We needed 15 because we kind of all needed to process what exactly has been going down here. Maddie, 2-0, 2-2. You've been a firm believer here for UNK the whole time. Game 5, momentum fully in UNK's favor, moving to Lotus. YNL starting on the defense. Who's taking it? You can't back down now.
I know. I got to stick with my boys.
Do you think it's a dominant one? Do you think it's close? Are we going to another overtime? Would YNL be the first team to win three maps in this best of 5 all in overtime?
Yeah, I think I'm hoping for a close game because I feel like, Haven also had 3 sites, and I think UNK started not so well. They brought it back, but then they ended up losing overtime. So I think, if anything, I think Lotus will turn out to be pretty similar to that. Especially since they've had an answer for the Odin these past couple of maps, Split and Pearl not being so much of an Odin map, but Lotus getting as close as you can get to maybe like Haven's more breakable walls or Ascent. So I'm excited to see what'll happen.
Well, speaking of ascent, our ascent to being able to take over California Hall and Picnic Day as a whole would not have been possible without all of our fantastic sponsors. Xfinity, Five Fine, Zotac, MSI, the UC Davis Cinema and Digital Media Department, obviously, Valhalla for lending us the computers that all of our contestants are playing on, and then also Asus ROG, Gen G. Again, really, really exciting stuff. It's so crazy how much support that we've gotten from all of our fine sponsors. We thank you all very, very much for that. And obviously to you, the audience, thank you very, very much for watching. We could not make any of this stuff happen without all of your guys' support as well. And obviously, I'm going to do a little bit of crowd work here, if you don't mind, Maddie.
Yeah,
for those of you in California Hall, who's got UNK? All right. I wish I could hear it as loud as, as it is in there. And then for everyone else, who's got YNL? Nice. I'm glad to see some waving, some cheering faces, everyone being excited about everything. This is what it's all about, man. Game 5, winner take all. The stakes could not be higher as far as Moogie's VALORANT Throwdown goes. Our first best of 5 of the event is actually our closest series of the entire event. You could not ask for more. And taking a look at the matchup one more time, players to watch, Maddie, you've had a whole series to think about. Why don't you pick one from each team that you think this difference here is going to determine who walks away with that trophy?
One from each team. All right. Well, I mean, on Pearl, we saw such a dominant showing from Braz and Naru, but I think Braz, as the 2024 champion, I think you're going to want to see him on the Yoru again and again, making those key plays, those entries, TPing past all the Senti util to break open the site for his team. On the side of YNL, I'm going to say Bay Popper. I think, he's always left with the Odin, and I think even though he did slack off a little bit on the last 2 maps, I think he was doing such a dominant showing on Ascent and Haven, and I'm excited to see him bring it back.
Sounds good. Well, from the group stage, number 2 overall team, Retirement Home, Tricode UNK, and the play-ins 3rd seed, Yapping Narwhals, Tricode YNL, 2-2, winner take all. Moogie's VALORANT Throwdown 2025 concludes now with map 5 on Lotus. Let's get right into Agent Select. Alright, and so obviously you have a vested interest in UNK taking us the distance, the full reverse sweep, the biggest upset maybe, I mean, obviously in Picnic Day history, but would it be safe to say in Davis Esports history as well? Only time will tell. We've got some fast lock-ins from either side. We don't even really have a chance to talk about the compositions. I just saw Tejo on one side, I saw Neon on the other. We are going fast. Neither of these teams are backing down.
Yeah, and you know what I saw? I saw Tejo breach on both teams, which Jake, our Tejo merchant, is going to be so happy about. I think if both teams have the communication, they have the set plays, Tejo breach is a great way to take all of that space, whether you want it to be, I think it works best on A main, taking all of that space. You have, let's say, Raze Blast Pack or Omen TP. Neon can just as easily get up to Rubble. But I think the interesting thing is that we have a chamber this time, which is very, very different than, the Vice and the Cypher we've been seeing. So he'll be able to take those long engages with his op. And I'm pretty sure that's what they're going to be hoping for on this defense half on the side of Yapping Narwhals. But it looks like it's going to be a C, mostly C, not even a default. We might have Vice, working around B main, but B, interestingly, is completely left wide open. We have very, very heavy A aggro, which I think Retirement Home is definitely reading. They're probably just going to go fast C here with only Chamber to hold the site. He will be calling his team over by now. And again, as you're saying, very fast XX with this Neon.
Only one bullet in the chamber, pun fully intended. Moon needs to make something happen off of this initial information. He does with that instant right click onto Braz. The player to watch, he said, is taken down. Look at the right click damage, the Moon! 3 of them. And he does get shut down by Naru eventually. Naru gets another one even while blinded, so maybe, just maybe, there's something that can be done about it. But so far, like a bad, overused Marvel Rivals trope, the Moon is haunting the Narwhal. Oh, sorry, they're haunting Retirement Home for sure. Naru on the Tejo has all the tools to make a post-plant real. YNL grouping as this 3-man, trying to suss out exactly where Retirement Home's last hope is lying.
I think I forgot who's on defense and who's on attack, because it looks like Neru did have sight and he has bomb, but he actually decides to leave C, anticipating the complete rotate. But in actuality, they're all just sitting on A. Every single corner held, and that's going to be Skyzo taking down Neru. But insane play coming out from the Moon is sour. The Moon is going crazy with all the crazy pills that he's been taking, because what was that, Takashi? I mean, my classic does not do that again.
Unbelievable.
Somehow.
Absolutely unbelievable. No other words for it. I mean, we were saying that he needed to get something off this early information. Brads goes face first into it, maybe so you can catch the classic. You have the information on that. After that, the other peaks are just raw mechanics. Right click to the dome, couple more to finish off a third, switch over to the revolver, right? Like the instant swap over into being able to put out 55 more damage at the drop of a hat. You've got Koister up here on Rubble posted with this Stinger. It's interesting to see the focus that YNL has on these close-range weapons. Even on these buy rounds, they're opting into heavy shield and a whole lot of util. Nice damage from Koister to take down Brass. They're all funneled into that corner. Baypopper and Koister are feasting. It's a full house. Flawless for the Narwhals.
Wow, beautiful Omen Blind, perfectly executed. Baypopper able to get the ones that Koister didn't. And overall, just amazing gunplay, you know? Able to take that A main space that they did before. UNK, you know, we have pistols. You might as well just try out and see what's going on. But nothing comes of it. They get a flawless round, and they'll go back to their usual.
And so, not to be overly critical or have anyone thinking I'm drinking the haterade, but with that being said, yes, of course, it is fantastic mechanics. It's great team play, but it is also an anti-eco, right? And so you're expected to win that one. This round would be incredible, and Baypopper sure is with that opening kill. Taeho rockets, raise grenade, breach stun. So much damage. It's so impossible to counterplay it when you have all of this utility lined up on one angle. Now they have Moon posted up on this angle as well. Two players over towards C site. They have the trademark set up on B, so this Taeho drone is just going to be able to spot it out real quick. Let them know, hey, we better break that thing. Fly obliges. They're going to work their way all the way through B site with that drone. Not necessarily going to find too much more. Baypopper has an idea that they might be right outside of B. The four-man stack of retirement home, just a door away from pushing B or C. It looks like they're going to slow walk their way on. Neru has already made contact. He's breached onto B. Pun fully intended. Various holding that angle. Patient from Neru, trying to find an angle and the timing maybe onto Various. They hear the jump spot right now, so they know that the one player is close at the very least. Trying to bait something right now. Flya peeks right into Baypopper. Up to the Moon right now, see if he can find something more. He had an incredible moment already. Koister and Various going to trade their lives on the opposite side of the world. Benas with another pair of them. James is going to bring the spike on over. 2 on 3. A lot of damage done to Benas, though. So as the dust settles, 2 players left for the Narwhals, 3 for retirement home. How do you go about this retake? Where do you approach from? It looks like they're going to double up towards CT. See if they can work their way on the high-low. Obviously, you have a Stinger. First Razor Vine's going to be popped. It's going to stall out a lot of time. You don't want to give up any sound cues. Skyzo still has the Concuss. Bend is a notoriously difficult place to clear out without any utility, so it's good that he has something. First flash comes through. Nice dodge. Second flash is not dodged, but Flya has the cover, so even though the Moon gets 1, it's up to Skyzo in the 1-on-2. Has an opportunity, doesn't hit the first one, and can't seem to find the breach for UNK. James shuts him out of the round. Well played to retirement home. That's their first round.
Yeah, beautiful usage, or util usage coming out from retirement home. I think it's pretty important to note that Yapping Narwhals actually decided to go with the Omen this time around on Koister, which means that they don't have the post-mortem smokes that Clove would have allowed them. So only having the Chamber and the Taeho trying to retake, as well as the Taeho missiles not being used, is really going to hurt them this time around. Perhaps they weren't expecting to have to need them, but I think it's a pretty important change-up that they're going to have to adapt to.
And honestly, I did hate when Clove first came out. I was not a fan of the fact that this agent gets to keep playing the game after you kill it. Not really very fond of that addition, but you know, Riot, they always have to push the envelope a little bit. It is a very creative agent. I will give them that. It's really cool that you're afforded this ability. It makes you feel like, you know, you get to play mini Astra after you die. With that being said, Moon. What can we say about him that hasn't been said so far this series? He's going to be the difference maker so far if he can keep up this fine form on that chamber. Look at this 3-man stack of the Narwhals. They are going to be backing up here as Flya tries to inspect what exactly has gone on towards A. Not quite going to find anything. Somehow misses that timing. Little did he know that everyone from the Narwhals, save for the Moon, is on the opposite side of the world. And if they recall all the way back towards A, the Narwhals might actually be overcooking it a bit on the defensive. Look at the rotation coming back through towards the C site. They have incorrectly assessed this one. And so as Fly and company get ready for this hit, Door's going to be triggered first. That first smoke is going to be used aggressively. Koister not necessarily going to be able to defend himself. Second smoke going to be used to stall out a little bit. Various trying to break this Hobbit door, seeing if he can support the rest of his team. Charge is going to come through, but not before Neru finds Koister. Nice damage onto Flya. He backed into it. Not quite ready for Various's breach charge. Skyzo going to take down his opposite number. Neru, it's all up to Braz, really. Has to find this kill onto Baypopper. One tap on Benas off the quick peek, and now he doesn't know that Braz is back sight, but it's just the Neon against the world. 2 to his name, but not quite the round. A third for the Narwhals. 2-man advantage. Well done by them.
Yeah, and it was looking a little bit scary, but as we saw, you know, in the maps that they did end up winning, Yapping Narwhals did a really good job of double peeking, you know, coming out with those trades. And that's exactly what we saw at the end. You know, Neon wasn't able to get either because they were holding up down, which I think Yapping Narwhals is definitely going to have to take more advantage of that. You know, maybe not so much on this defense when they have to push out, but eventually, you know, if they do play more of a site hit, which I would like to see, you know, doing these double site holds or playing off each other, I think that's definitely one of their biggest strengths.
And UNK, obviously, strength in numbers, right? That's been their calling for sure. Throughout this event, they've been a 5-up kind of team. They trade very well. The spacing, maybe not always picture perfect. They like to make it messy. They like to scrap. But honestly, when you're this deep into the event, that's basically all you can rely on. Sometimes you run out of strategies and you just need to take some duels. Baypopper obliges, gets one immediately. Various has the second. Skyzer's going to drone back to try and re-clear a bit more information. He's going to find a couple of players outside of the smoke the moment it fades. Nice break on that drone. Charging one out of position, knowing that James is on the opposite side of it. And look how far up Koister has positioned himself up on that C ankle. And as soon as I say it, of course, he teleports right back and he gives up all of that C main space. But there's really nowhere for UNK to go, right, Maddie? Like, there's really no position they can occupy that isn't being directly watched by Koister or Moon. And so Neru and company are going to be shocked out right now. Skyzer's going to try and take some contact here so that the rest of his players can swing off of it. Various in a bit of a weird position right now, trying to see what he can do. That smoke is actually going to allow them safe passage over towards Koister's side, but he gets the first with the Judge and the second. The funnel into the Judge. Definitely a strategy worth using here. And now it being all up to Braz yet again. He did well in that 1-on-4 to make it a 1-on-2. So can he get anything more than an ult here out of this one? It's just going to fake some steps. 14 seconds. There's no time left. You have to figure he's going to be run down. Mound is going to be cleared out by those rockets. Various trying to get the soul torch as well. That's a little greedy, but Koister has him covered at the very least. A 4th round to the Narwhals.
Yeah, and as they said, Yapping Narwhals playing off each other so well inside of B. UNK really had no place to go. And, you know, as you were highlighting, the Chamber and the Omen holding down the A and the C sites, I think that's something UNK really struggled with, especially during Haven, you know, getting these players off the angle. And now you have the Chamber op up and ready to hold these long sight lines. And you can't really do anything about it if you're playing against it.
And that chamber op that you're talking about, where is it positioned? It's positioned on that all-important A line. But actually, much to my delight, we have seen precious little A attacks right now. Baypopper going to be a little pressured into using that showstopper way early. Koister's going to teleport to the opposite side of that wall. Various finds the first one onto Braz. So that's a heavy hitter down on retirement home side. This is really nice team play coming through from YNL so far. It feels like all of their players know what positions they're supposed to be in. The defense is rotating fluidly. Moon finds another one onto Benas' walk-up. So now as this 3-man approaches here towards the C site, Various has the flash ready for Koister to do some damage off of. All of the pre-fire in the world is going to signal, hey, if you really wanted to, guys, for the rest of YNL, you could walk up wherever you want, but they're content to hold position and just play some solid defense here. I really like this change in pace from YNL, not getting over jumpy, not rotating so heavy, holding position and waiting to see what UNK can do.
Yeah, I definitely agree. This disciplined gameplay is not actually something that we saw from them, even in the first few rounds or the first few games that they played. But I think it's been working really well for them, as we just saw, you know, double holding these lines. even if Raze
30
missed the
seconds
shot, you know,
left.
Omen would be there, Breach would be there, and now, you know, UNK is not able to find any gaps.
And honestly, with the rifles that you're in, with the position that you're in, this might just be a 20-second save for UNK, trying to save 2 rifles. Critically, that Taeho drone did not actually clear bottom stairs. They did not
10
know
seconds left.
where Skyzo was. If they ran right through it on bad info, he peeks out, gets a pair of them, knife out, knowing they have to get to the site. It is just going to be that 2-rifle save. So let's see what UNK can do here. And genuinely, I know we haven't seen any timeouts from them yet, but if I'm, you know, their captain, as Neru does manage to hold on to that one, I'm using my first time out of the series right now.
Yeah, I definitely agree. I think you need some sort of mental reset, especially since, as you were saying, it's, you know, 5-1. But I think that UNK will do a lot better on defense, just because, as we saw on Pearl, they were a lot better at covering their holes, whereas on attack, I think Yapping Narwhals is kind of dominating them while they're on defense because they're not able to take advantage of their holes. They don't really have a counter for the op. They don't really have a counter for, you know, the judge. Or, you know, even though they tried B, they weren't able to.
Look how fast Braz is on the back of that play. I mean, Koister gets the trade back, obviously, but taking down the Breach, taking down Various is pretty nice. It does allow you to attack a lot more of these sites without fear of being stunned and util comboed. So a 1-for-1 in the end. It sucks that Braz is down, obviously, but Retirement Home really not backing down despite the disadvantages that they're at. Neru has the Armageddon. He can call out a whole bunch of this site. If he throws it at a diagonal, it's going to be really difficult for Koister to make his way out of there without using a teleport of some sort. They're going to wait out the smoke, going to Breach charge, show their hand a little bit early. Steel Garden's going to be used. Koister thinking about teleporting, but he's going to just use the Shadow Step instead. Primary is going to be jammed. James is on 1 HP. Has to make his way forward, be the bait for the rest of the team. Showstopper, it sounded like was used, but it didn't look like it connected with anything. So, whole lot of utility being invested right now. Retirement Home have the site. They're going to use the Razor Vines to try and generate a little bit more space, but little do they know that Koister has been holding the flank this entire time. They did, in fact, invest that ultimate. Wallbang's not quite coming through. Moon looking for a little bit more. Little does he know. The player he's against is bent. Armageddon is going to clear out all of CT, trying to force players into that clove, but Koister has the first on that flank, and now attention is alerted. Flya has that timing, gets the second one, though, and the Moon has a deagle, but it is enough. Flya has to res himself back in. Neru takes down Moon. It's all up to Koister. He must clutch 1-on-5, and it seems like he's content to just burn off the clock and let Flya decay out of the round. He's hunting desperately, not quite enough time, so the question just remains, is there time for Koister to make it all the way back to the spike? It sounds like it's a little bit late. I don't think he's quite got it.
He didn't have it. I think if he hadn't used that TP, instead used one of his smokes to kind of deter Flya, he probably could have made it because he could have TP'd onto Plat. But that was a pretty critical misplay. But, you know, it's 5-2. YNL still feeling pretty good about themselves. Koister, you know, 11-2. Insane plays that he's been getting away with. So I wouldn't worry too much if I was Yapping Narwhals.
And in the heat of the moment, right, it's so easy to misplace, you know, the bomb timer and just think about, oh, the utility that you have. Because obviously when you're Omen, how often do you actually use both teleports in the round? And maybe Koister might have forgotten, well, shoot, I used one at the beginning to get out of that Steel Garden situation, and I had to use another one. I felt like I was pressured to earlier. Now we've got some A main aggression. I'll finish my point at another time. Look at the Breach ultimate being used there, pushing everyone back right now. Raze double satchering out towards Rubble. Everyone is pinned in right now. Bay Popper gets a freebie onto James, and all of this A main quadrant has been taken. But look at Moon. Moon has taken over the entire other side of the map, has the first kill, not quite going to get the second, but actually no trade comes through. He has the opportunity to post back up if he feels like it. Going to just teleport back away instead. Another 5-on-3 man advantage for the Narwhals.
Yeah, I definitely think Retirement Home is losing to these early engages, so I would like to see them slow it down a little bit. It looks like C will be pretty open. The Moon is just taking this passive angle, but UNK doesn't quite want to hit yet. They're probably going to try and tease out a little bit more picks, but they instead will be the ones to get picked. Benos falling to Skyzo's headshot, and now it's down to a 5v2.
And honestly, again, it feels really bad to say it for UNK, but this should be a 40-second save.
Yeah.
You need these rifles if you want to contest. You can't slow peek into these triple held angles. It's so brutal. Skyzo is getting free lunch right now as UNK just feeds right into him. Various ready for it. Braz knows he can't get across that angle. Would have to use the shock if he wanted to. Nice dodge on that flash. So he's going to try and make a round out of it. Another nice flash dodge with Various with the walk peek. Another flawless round. It felt like YNL didn't take damage that round.
Yeah, I mean, I think what we're seeing from Yapping Narwhals is, again, the continued use of really good utility that we saw from Ascent and Haven, and not so much Pearl and Split, which I think was part of their downfall. But as you saw, you know, the Breach flashes, the Taeho missiles, they've been doing a really good job of comboing that. And I would like to point out, I've really been liking Cloister's blinds. Like, that entire Breach ult was completely negated by the one Omen blind, and they were just stuck in A main.
Excellent observation. I mean, obviously Cloister being the smokes player here for YNL, he's had some spectacular hero moments of individual skill, but as Raz makes his way on the site, it's also not just the gunplay. It's the abilities and the utility usage that separate this game from plenty of others. So with that being said, Cloister and friends will be demanded to retake this one. I think it's smart of them not to try and fight necessarily into the pistols. Little do they know that Free Fire was not far from the mark. Various finishes it up anyway, though. So now Neru and company will have to retreat their way off the site. It is planted for Mound. It is the single most difficult position to try and retake here. James is going to get blinded. Various team flash there. So right as you're singing Cloister's praises, James has an ultimate to get this team right back into it. Neru and friends are going to be staying on site. Cloister gets the first, even though he's stunned. Second stun comes in. Look at all these rockets. So much visual clutter. It's so difficult for YNL to make their way into this. Baypopper moving forward gets the first and the second, looking for the transfer on the third, but the Moon has it anyway. Cloister's got the defuse. 7-2 YNL half.
Wow. I don't even know what just happened. I feel like with Taeho Breach, that is like the one comp where you will not be able to see anything if they're playing it correctly, and that's exactly what we just saw. I think if UNK wants to bring it back, you know, they've tried A didn't work because of the really strong Taeho raise. You know, they tried B. I think their B hit was a little bit faulty because they were going super slow, and they ended up hitting B a lot later than they should have. So maybe B could, you know, be a little bit better, but I think even when they're on C, they haven't been doing pretty well in the retake. They usually lose the post plants, which I think they do need to clean up their act a little bit on.
It is worth noting, though, that UNK have found repeated success hitting towards the C site. They've gotten the spike down. It's just a question of whether or not they can actually do anything more of it. Nice silence, so Braz actually does find that opening. It feels like that's the first one that Retirement Home has really found, and they have this C site completely to themselves. They're cycling back the rifles. Nice confidence. So UNK not backing down an inch. That was a fantastic retake from YNL, despite the breach ult from Retirement Home. And honestly, still, it would take something impressive. Nice Armageddon to flush them all out of sight. That flash is going to be countered again by another Omen flash. Baypopper going to mess up the satchel a little bit. That nade also probably going to go a little bit awry. So Flya can still play back bend here. He has the first angle. Who's he going to find? Will he catch Baypopper? Not quite. He's going to split the difference. And so now Benas has to clutch. Nice. He does. He gets a pair of them. Jameis and Benas one more time. Nicely done by Retirement Home. That's their third on the board.
Yeah, and just as I say that Yapping Narwhals has done a great job with their util, I would go so far to say that round was really messy util-wise. You know, I think I would say the Taeho ult was actually misplaced. I think it should have been, you know, towards main instead of just covering bend, because you saw that everyone just stood in that open spot, and the team still wasn't able to funnel out. You know, Baypopper missed his satchel. We didn't get the breach util that we really needed to, and overall, that allowed Retirement Home to just get the third round.
And we can talk about how we might have wanted to draw up that Armageddon, but Braz is drawing up a more aggressive play, trying to take advantage of the Moon's line here. Does he know the angle that he's holding? Peeking right into this will be Braz. Nice instant off shot by Moon. He's been so quick with these opening kills right now. It's really been making a difference for YNL's early game.
Yeah, but as you say that, him TPing away will allow them to take the A completely, but it doesn't matter. He's just holding the stairs in a passive angle. Jamies makes the mistake of peeking straight into it, and it will be another 5-on-3 retake.
And so I don't want, again, I really don't want to be super critical here, but UNK are so pressured. They feel like they have to make so much happen. This is a nice Armageddon to split off Heaven right now, and it does actually catch Various. interesting to see that that actually does the damage. It felt like based on mini-map he wasn't quite going to get it. Fly is going to get another one. Equalized back into the 3-on-3. Skies are not quite ready for Benas, so from a 5-on-3 into a 2v2 right now. Koister and Benas are going to trade a piece. Moon, all up to you, my man. Can you get this clutch right now? They know that you're not on the spike right now. The tap not quite going to come through. They know you're off of it completely. Seeing if he can get to half before the swing comes through. Fly has got it covered right now. What a round from retirement home.
Yeah, I think, at least from my experience when watching pro play, people never stick the first one. I think he definitely should have at least halved it before he tried to go for the pick. The Moon getting those opening picks with the op, but ultimately not able to save the round.
Man.
And I don't know if that's going to be telling for the rest of this game. I mean, I want it to be 7-5 so that it's at least competitive, but that is how Split turned out. And we did see UNK, who started up, ended up taking Split pretty decisively.
So we were praising YNL just a second ago about clean utility and great team play earlier in the half. And then in the last couple of rounds, they've stumbled over their own shoelaces there for sure. You've had team flashes from the Omen Paranoia. You've had missed trades, missed execution for sure, and faulty man advantages. It's just 5-on-3 situations. You cannot afford to be giving those up in any situation. And Fly is ready to feast, but Various has it covered somehow. It looks like it was a backpedaling headshot. A little bit of a fadeaway there. Showstopper's going to come in. Steel Garden as well, but Baypopper doesn't necessarily have an angle to fire this thing, so he just needs to see if he can actually get use out of it. Fires it over towards Ben. Not quite going to do too much. The Razor Vines are going to be used. The spike hasn't gone down yet, crucially enough. UNK can try and reset and make their way back towards any other part of the map. YNL still have the man advantage, still have the positioning advantage you have to feel, as UNK hasn't truly breached the rest of the site yet. If they want to get the spike down, they have to play a little bit further in. Koister thinking well of it, trying to figure out whether or not the rest of the team has made their way over to the opposite side of the map. But Benas is just trying to fight his way through it. The spike is going to be planted in a position unwall bangable for sure. So Moon not quite going to find anything. Here's the player drop down. Baypopper gets him off of that sound cue, but Braz finds the timing onto Skyzo. Moon not quite ready to cover him. 3-on-3 situation right now. Moving in over towards the Ben side. Koister, what's your next move, man? Have to make the move towards main. See if you can get the kill on Jameis. Jiggles the shoulder, not quite going to find it. Tap onto Braz, really nice. But can they find anything more? Benas is stalling this thing out like crazy. Koister not quite able to finish. And Baypopper one-on-one. James shuts him down. 5-7 is as good of a half as you can ask for if you're an UNK fan.
Yeah, I definitely agree. You know, they definitely regained their tempo, and that's, as you were saying, exactly what they want to see. I think one notion that they got right was that Retirement Home was looking for those fast site hits, gaining control of the site because they got to take advantage of the fact that the Moon is on the op, and that is a terrible place to be if you want to be retaking. Once they got C, they basically had it for the entire round. The Moon was pretty much out of it. He wasn't able to do much, and that ended up getting them the past 3 rounds. But yeah, moving on to defense, this is where I said that I would like to see UNK shine, especially since we saw on the other maps they were doing really well at covering their own holes on Pearl specifically. But we'll see if Yapping Narwhals has anything to show them.
Well, this is the attack side, right? And Lotus, a historically very attack side of the map. I think something of like 60-something% of professional rounds go the way of the attackers. Braz is going to be forced out of position, trying to capitalize off of that stun line. Yes, he does. And so this one way is going to allow him to hold a nice up-close angle. It's going to force YNL towards the other side of the map, into the Vice, most likely. But this rotation is really far. This is the thing about Lotus. Look at the pathing that the attackers get back towards the opposite side of the world. They have so much quicker of a retake, and they're able to threaten this A main play really, really fast. Obviously, you have a player posted up at Hobbit trying to catch a rotation. But other than that, the shear has been triggered. Baypopper's made his way onto site, as has the rest of the team, but they're all holding back site. UNK just trying to fight their way through it. Koister trying to do a little bit more damage. Baypopper looking like he's the hero with a couple more kills. Braz undetected, but the Moon swings around and gets both of them anyway. And so a chaotic pistol round goes the way of YNL. That's both of them this game.
Yeah, maybe a little bit of a tragedy from Brazera. He did have that opening, but he wasn't able to convert anything, and that is going to be so crucial. Maybe...
Oh, and they're going to force.
Yeah, they're going to force. And that might take them... I mean, it could go either way, but I think if you're this late in the game, when the scoreline is as coin flippy as it is now, it's kind of twofold, because you have the time, quote unquote, in order to try and coin flip a force, but it's also like if you don't, yeah, it gets so much harder.
So for me, being the very risk-averse person that I am in general, I hate coin flipping. I really don't like this upfront investment, but I understand the rationale behind it for retirement home. If you win this one, you probably stack the next one on top of it because you have those weapons you just stole away from YNL. You take away 2 rounds, 8-7, all of a sudden, it's anyone's game. That being said, you lose this one, you're down 10-5. And it feels like a hole you really can't dig yourself out of. So YNL doing very well to just be as patient as they like, trying to see if UNK will make a mistake here. They're just probably going to make a hit off of the Clove smoke timings. And it's a question of which side sight do you think you're going to hit. You never hit into B if the opponent has lower weaponry. That's like kind of the rhyme here for Lotus. They're going to make their way over towards C, over towards the isolated Vice yet again. Another nice read from Skyzo and company. So Benas is going to be chunked off the wall. Oh, sorry, he's going to be chunked way off. He has to get off-site. Omen paranoid as well. So look at this utility really forcing the site anchor off. But as everyone from YNL makes their way onto the site, everyone from UNK has made their way into position to try and retake this. And obviously, since you're on the force buy, you must go for it. Decay's going to go in, Concuss going at the same time. Moon's going to take down Benas. That's the opening kill. Braz has to get one. He tries, and Skyzo and Flya exchange them as well. Koister gets one. Braz gets a second. Koister has the judge, though, and he's been so clean with it. That is the 9th round for the Narwhals. And it's most likely double digits for them going into this anti-eco.
Yeah, and then if you lose that one, you know, you're at 11 and you're on an eco. So you said you weren't a fan. I wasn't really a fan. They did get some kills, but I don't think it was enough to be worth the investment.
Yeah.
I mean, maybe if Brazzera got this extra kill right here, but the judge against Stingers, especially with YNL doing a great job of playing off each other like that, it just spelled their doom. And Koister is popping off at the top, 17-5 with those 14 assists on controller. We love to see it.
I gotta say, as somebody who watched Koister and friends lift the trophy last year, he definitely was a big difference maker. And if he shows up here right now in YNL's time of need, obviously it'd be difficult. I mean, we don't got MVP voting here at MVT, but with that being said, if we did, it'd be difficult to argue against him. I mean, obviously Baypopper putting up some phenomenal numbers throughout the series. But let's not get too far ahead of ourselves. Yes, this looks like it should be double digits for YNL. And as they make their way over to the A site again, where once again, UNK has gambled their pieces in the wrong places. This is why I talk about gambling advisory. Stop if you have a problem. That's what I'm talking about. But YNL going to make their way over towards this undermanned A site yet again. They're just going to waltz their way in. Nair is going to have to try and hold with these rockets. He's going to use them in tree to try and stall out as long as he can. Nice concuss to try and get some damage down with it. It is a good util combo. It's a nice idea, but it's just going to be the straight exec util. Nice flash. Baypopper was team flashed. He found it anyway, though. Braz takes down Moon. And in that silent drop area, Koister one more time with the judge, trying to peer around the smoke as Baypopper, looking for one more hole. Here's James drop down, but more is required of him. Various and Baypopper going to make it happen, but Flya has scavenged a Guardian. And can he safeguard UNK into a 6-9 score line? The smoke going to be used on his left, and they both swing from his right. That's 10 for YNL, exactly as predicted. UNK, what is your response?
Yeah, and that's the kind of team play we keep talking about. Again, Koister and Baypopper at the top, like I said. As you were saying, you know, I definitely would say that Koister is a good shot at being our MVP. You know, only one person can take home the trophy that we made here. I believe it's a block of aluminum made by Alex, one of our production people. Thank you, Alex, for putting in the time.
Lead producer of everything.
Yeah, producer of everything, including this amazing event here at the California Hall, UC Davis's Picnic Day. And it's going to be actually more of a default. They're slowing it down, which they have started to do a little bit more in the last few rounds, waiting out the A util, which it doesn't seem like they're favoring right about now.
They're just being patient, right? Yeah. YNL have shown the ability and often the inclination actually to play it a lot slower than UNK. And as Moon finds Braz getting a little bit too eager right there, does he know that Benas might have slowed out? Yes, he does. He has the opportunity, but he's going to blink out of it. That's the strength of the chamber versus the Vice as the site anchor. And so now you gotta figure, look at UNK. They've been burned so many times by this early pressure and then rotate towards the opposite side of the map. YNL have the opportunity to hit towards a completely defenseless C site. The only thing that can stop them is a shear and a razor vine, which if Moon is looking a little bit closely, he'll be able to break that. The Clove smoke likely to dissuade them. So it's a question of what happens next. Benas is looking for that mid play, but the exec smokes are coming in on C side. They're going to make their way in with the Tejo drone. Paranoia is going to fly in as well. Those thorns are going to separate them, but Koister makes his way onto the site regardless. So as all of YNL comes and knock in, there's no one home from the retirement home to answer. UNK's being forced out of this back hall area too. They have to give up all of the site. Various is going to get the plant down in bed. Neru takes a little bit of damage on that first jiggle. Bay Popper gets one more. Jameis shocks Various out of the round, but Skyzo's got his opposite number covered for sure. Bay Popper takes down Venos, and it's all up to Fly up first, and Transfer was almost there on the second, but it's 11-5. 2 rounds away from the Narwhals, erasing the tragedy that was the past 2 maps. 6 rounds the difference.
Wow. They really brought their mojo back, and I mean, I'm happy to see it. I like
a timeout.
Okay, this is good. This is good. I like UNK actually using their timeouts, because as we've seen in the past couple of maps, they've only used 1 timeout compared to at least Yapping Narwhals is 4. But this is a really good mental reset. This is what you want to see. You know, I would like to see Jamies and Neru maybe pairing their util up a little bit more, holding hands at the bottom of the leaderboard, but I would like to see their util holding hands and killing people more. But as we keep watching this amazing throwdown, thank you to our sponsors who, as you can see, they're playing on their PCs right now. VALORANT Esports Training. If you're, we've got some parents out there. If you want your kid to be just like these people when they grow up, you could send them to Fulson and get their own time in on VALORANT's Esports Training Camp. And, if you want to go in a different direction, maybe you're not in the age group, but you want to build your own PC, we have Asus ROG, MSI, all available for you, as well as Zotac Gaming. So make sure to pick up their parts. They've been a really integral part to making our event as spectacular as it is, and we hope you guys are having a great time as well.
And that is why I should not have to do the sponsor segments anymore. I hope you're listening, Alex. He for sure is. He just gave me a look. All right, with that being said, YNL is going to give this A site a look. They're trying on pace for size, and it looks like it's fitting so far. All retirement home on a super fast flank. They know that they're finding stuff off of the rendezvous and the trademark both being deleted. So you know that all of A site is yours for the taking, and Bay Popper is in a, for lack of better wording, rat position. This is the only position you need to occupy. You know that you have all of main control. Moon is going to fight out a little bit ahead onto Flya, and he finds it. The wallbang not quite going to find enough. Bay Popper can play trigger discipline. Whiffs the first, not going to get either of them! Heartbreaking for YNL, and Neru's got another one, so Skyzo must clutch up here. Skyzo and Koister, gap in the smoke, ready for the headshot is Skyzo. Nicely done, he's trying to bring this trophy on home. Another gap, but the door's opening next to him, he has to get ready. He shoots the rocket at his own feet, and it's all up to Koister now. He must clutch in a 1-on-2. Doesn't have the first at all. Neru brings it home. Tragedy for Bay Popper. A 6th round for retirement home. They're still in this grand final.
A generational whiff from Mr. Bay Popper. I am so shocked. 20-7. Maybe he was giving up some pity kills. All I can say. I said you were supposed to watch him.
No, you got close out.
If you watched. Maybe we should put the pressure off him a little bit, because that was so sad. But, since I like seeing competitive Valorant, retirement home still in the game, but we have 5 ults on the side of Yapping Narwhals. They're just going to let the chamber ult rip immediately, but I am excited to see what else they're willing to invest into this round.
You gotta assume it is that chamber ultimate, and you want to play? Yes, we absolutely do, but this time UNK is actually stacking towards the right side of the map. They're going to Tejo drone, get a little bit more information. Moon's going to be on the opposite side of the world, trying to find that walkout that he's found so often. Bay Popper using this showstopper really aggressively, trying to find that Hobbit player running around like crazy. Seeing if he can find anything more off the end of this rocket fuse. Not quite going to find it. That showstopper is going to be burned out completely. Nice job by UNK to neutralize that ultimate usage early. Couple of bullets going off either way. Discourage the Narwhals initially. But this Armageddon's going to clear out Heaven. That's going to get a lot of space right now. Maybe perhaps a little bit early, but look at, as I say it, YNL in position to try and take advantage of it. Neru, Various gets a pair of them. Jameis trades one right back though, and Fly is going to ult his way back into this round. So it is still a 4-on-3. Pending that Clove burning down. Let's go, says the Breach. Benes is going to swing out. Moon going out a little bit odd on timing through the smoke. Koister has one, but he only has that shorty jump peek, and it's traded and taken down immediately by Benas on that jump peek. A 7th round for retirement home. That was a lot invested by YNL.
Yeah, a lot, and yet I still have not seen a single kill from either Razel, or from any Razel, really. I think that's a problem, but maybe they won't think it's a problem once they win this next round, hopefully. I don't know, we'll see.
Well,
They still have the Breach ult to work with, they still have the Omen ult to work with. I think Omen ult is a little bit harder to use, especially on offense. I don't think that either team has really gotten a lot of use out of it, except for that one time when Omen ulted to the flank on C. It looks like it's going to be a standard A push. They do have the spike in spawn though, so they're not going to do much at all. They're just going to kind of wait it out. They will need to eventually re-clear this A if they hope to do anything about this Neon pushed up rubble.
YNL with a very different change in pace, right? We talked about their ability to go both ways, but also it is worth noting, I thought it was a really cool idea with Skyzo's Armageddon to try and clear out all of Heaven. Retaking all that space at such a pace was really, really good for YNL, but the flashes that Retirement Home have to play around are so devastating. You can clear out so much. I didn't actually know you could put that flash on the ground like that. I'm learning something new every day here. Vice is a crazy, crazy agent.
Yeah,
with the smokes. Oh, go ahead.
No, I was gonna say I'm surprised they decided to do that, because with the Raze ult or the Raze util coming through and the Teo missiles, they could have just as easily lost that flash for multiple seconds. But you know, Flya taken down to just a couple of HP. Jamie still spawning out this B convert. And it looks like they won't be able to push in just yet.
They're gonna, yeah, they're just gonna keep reopening that door, keep everyone honest and paranoid. Various has the stun line, Breach concussed, nice paranoia, and great follow-up from Moon. Flya's got one, that overheal is so devastating, but does he have the second? Not quite. Armageddon's gonna try and clear out the entirety of backside. Is it going to find too much more? Not quite, so it's a 3-on-3 right now. YNL on the panic, nice satchel from Baypopper, pops James up into the air so we can actually hit that headshot without fear of being traded back. Raz with a back turn to him. And now Skyzo and Baypopper, 2-on-2 right now. They have to win this. They're both pinned into back arch. Raz gets both of them! An 8th round for Retirement Home in backbreaking fashion.
And this is exactly what I want to see from Brazzera, taking these ones, especially as an entry duelist. He was able to use the Neon util to a full extent, you know, using that stun to kind of corral them back into bend. And even though his teammate was, I would say, a little bit slow, just missing that timing, like Neru, unable to trade him if he really wanted to, but Brazzera taking that headshot, taking the head off of Skyzo with ease.
Gotta go!
And it might have been a bit of a mistiming, right? Because you're calling for that double peek and you really don't want to line up, but at the same time, if you're Skyzo, you cannot be selling Baypopper out like that. Yes, he's on 1 health, but yes, you still have to be in position to try and get that trade and play that one-on-one. You are Taeho, you have those rockets you can play around. And so these little incremental mistakes from YNL are adding up to a 3-0 run for Retirement Home. And Baypopper, while he takes down Neru, is going to get traded back. 2 kills for Braz for sure. He's going to force Koister way back as well. Flya gets one across the map. Various off screen as well. Benas, one more, so it's all up to Koister. Has the Omen ultimate to work with, but just a stinger to his name. Going to try and recover something out of this round anyway. Benas spotted them. Throwing the smoke, trying to split the site in half a little bit. Does he know how close Jameis is? No, he does not. A 9th round for Retirement Home. 4-0 run right now. Do you believe, California Hall?
I hope you do, because I definitely do. Oh my gosh. The pressure is on, and I'm sure Yapping Narwhals is feeling it right about now. Again, we saw Brazzera pushing up to Rubble, finally seeing some action, getting that amazing stun off after his 2 headshots in order to push off Koister and take the win for his team. But I think he's been doing really well getting set up by the rest of his team. For example, we saw like Neru joining in the action. Koister just waiting out this A util, making a little bit of noise, but it's only Vice. Vice can't hear it. Brazzera taking the headshot, will quickly jump back, but Skyzo quickly trading it back against Jamie's. So it'll be a 4v4. They still have Baypopper's ult to work with again. Let's hope that he doesn't Rosa this time. But they also, on the side of Retirement Home, have the Steel Garden. So if they can get everyone on C site with the Steel Garden, I think it's pretty winnable. Or sorry,
It's absolutely winnable.
Sorry,
Yeah.
I meant not getting onto C site, but if they can, retake site very easily.
Nice rockets by Skyzer to force Braz out of bend here. Koister's got the blind well placed on that backside, but do they know about this close corner right now? Not quite, but Flya is unable to do it. And he does the same thing that Baypopper has. He has backs turned, and he's not able to get either of them. Koister with a pair as well. Baypopper, a celebratory showstopper. Can he bring the house down right now? Just finding Benas for fun. Not quite going to throw it far enough, but he seems to have a good idea of where the last member of UNK is. Holding up close and personal with the shorty, peeking in. Actually selling the round a little bit, but Koister, thankfully, 30 points of health, has it covered. 3 chances for YNL. Grand Finals victory.
Yeah, I hope you guys are all excited in the chat. I can't ask for anything more from this series. I hope it does go to OT, but even if it doesn't, I've had a great time. We do have the Neon ult on Brazzera. Maybe he can do something with it. We got another Rosa from Baypopper.
That one was celebratory, though.
That was
different.
celebratory. They already had the site. He ripped it. He didn't get anything, but that's okay.
He should definitely have kept that one sealed, barring a metaphor from earlier we had today. That being said, Steel Garden's probably going to be countered by that Rolling Thunder that this Breach can bring. So it's just a question of which site YNL eventually ends on. They've got 3 chances to guess the right letter of the alphabet. And little do we know on Lotus, unfortunately, the letter of the day is A. They should make their way on over there.
Yeah, but I love the combo that they can do with the Steel Garden and the Neon ults because, if you don't have a gun, you can't shoot the Neon ult. I imagine trying to headshot the Neon ult with classics. I mean, I seriously can't. And it looks like they're just going to tease out the Vice util again with starting C, but this time they don't have anyone towards A. Usually they have one person, Koister, but it looks like they might just do the classic.
Wow, how does Moon find that one onto Braz? Man advantage again in what could be the deciding round.
Yeah, no Neon ult. So that's going to be pretty painful. Benas is going to rip the Steel Garden.
Has to wait for it to pop. Swings out before it. Benas looking for a little bit more. Baypopper jumping right clicks him one more time. We've seen this classic do way too much damage. Fly is going to be sandwiched on both sides. Baypopper's running him down. 2 members left for retirement home. Koister with the headshot. Neru is down as well. YNL 3-2 erases the 2-game slide and wins it all. Moogie's Valorant Throwdown 2025 champions, Yapping Narwhals.
What an amazing set of games. We saw the very decisive, or pretty close, but mostly decisive 2-0 from YNL. And then we saw the actually decisive that we didn't think was possible, another 2 maps from UNK. And YNL, unfortunately, or fortunately, if you are an YNL enjoyer, they will take the end win. Were you the one that said it was 3-2?
I did, in fact, say that earlier. But
all right, we got some
it was
very
mostly,
accurate predictions.
It was mostly just because Jake said that it was going to be a 5-game banger, and so you can't have the casters ever agree on it. Lord forbid we ever actually think the same thing. We better have differing opinions on this so we have something to talk about. No, obviously I did think that. I thought the first 2 games showed YNL was the better team. They might have lost focus a little bit, but they kind of locked in towards the end there, and they took care of business there on Lotus, is what it felt like.
Yeah. An important thing to note is that Baypopper actually dropped using the Odin, which I did appreciate, especially since he's using Raze. I don't think that an Odin on Raze is really what you want to see, but I think he was doing a really good job entering the sites along with the util from his teammates, especially as we saw Koister doing a really good job of setting up his team and the Teo in the breach. Overall, the Moon holding down those sites on defense with the op. Overall, great job for both teams.
Absolutely. And it is funny that you mentioned it because of all the rounds to have an Odin, that time Baypopper triggered discipline and just waited for both them to walk by and did some damage to both of them but wasn't quite able to finish the job. If he has the Odin, you gotta feel like he gets both of those there.
Yeah, I feel like that happened a lot though. There was a lot of times where both teams had these amazing chances in order to change the game, but they ended up whiffing. So overall, I'm really excited, or I was really excited for this match, and it turned out to be a banger. And now, I think we're going to be presenting.
Well, it's not going to be us presenting.
I know it's not
the
going to
trophy.
be us, unfortunately.
We're not in California Hall, but we do have a man on the inside. We have a woman on the inside. Rachel, take it away.
Hey guys, please congratulate our 2025 Moogie's VALORANT Throwdown champions, your Yapping Narwhals. Can you get the prizes? We're gonna bring out the prizes. Yeah. Okay. Beautiful, nice. Okay. So first up, thank you to our sponsor, Fi-Fine. They're gonna give each of our players an AM8 microphone. Yeah. Can you take a picture with every prize? Every prize. So there's 4. Well, you don't have to do the visa. The visa is something different. Okay. Good. Next prize from Zotac Gaming. They gave us a bundle with backpacks, swag bags. You can give the rep. Two more. I'm gonna use your phone. Yeah, that's fine. I'll get the. Yeah. Oh, and last thing, $50 Visa gift cards for each player.
Dude, I can finally buy a skin.
Thank you. That's fine. What skin I get?
Can you get one more round of applause for our champions? Actually, let me turn the lights on so we can get better lighting. Oh, and audience stay. We still have to raffle off our monitor. Okay. Where's my phone? I think that's it. Okay. I think you guys are good. If you guys can walk out for a second, and then we're gonna call you back in later to get more photos. Okay. Okay, we're gonna do the raffle real quick. 246. 76.
Let's say you're deep in a show, or a game, or the game, on a train, at home, at work. Okay, maybe not at work. Point is, at Xfinity, we're constantly engineering new ways to get the entertainment you love to you faster and easier than ever. That's what I do. Is that Love Island?
How many people are gonna kiss before you realize? I got it, too! Oh my God!
into the sunlight. We'll hide away all of our secrets. Away for you in the darkness. There's no stopping us right now.
I win again. I don't think so.
One enemy remaining. Flawless.
Gotta go. Too slow. Satchel out.
30 seconds left. One enemy remaining. Spike down.
Nice try.
Bomb buddy out.
One enemy remaining.
Away. So close. My ult is ready.
Last player standing. One enemy remaining.
This is less than ideal.
Shadows traveling.
Last player standing.
Down.
Last player standing.
Satchel out.
Thirty seconds left. One enemy remaining.
Locating target. Headshot. My ultimate is ready. All missiles away.
Last player standing.
Nice try. Take this.
One enemy remaining.
Gotta go. Select.
Spike planted.